Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Wildness Returns. Every week, the company sent people to the traffic police department to ask for fines for violations. Now the fines for violations are connected to the national network. Su Pingyan will be punished immediately if he violates the traffic law. 80% of the reasons are speeding. Zhang Jianbin laughed loudly when he heard the report from the head of the traffic department in the office. After laughing, he shook his head. What is Su Pingyan like? He is rich and willful. He doesn't care about fines at all. He only cares about his own happiness. A month later, Su Pingyan's driver's license was revoked and all the points were deducted, but Su Pingyan still didn't come back. According to the last fine information, Su Pingyan has arrived in Gansu, really in the northwest. Su Pingyan himself is happy, and he has no idea how many people are watching him. Qiao Yicheng checks the GPS positioning information every day. This is a device secretly installed on the motorcycle by Liu Wenjin. The technology company can track the location. The signal stopped a jig. A week later, the signal started to move again, turned and started again, and soon entered Qinghai province. According to the inference, Su Pingyan is likely to want to go straight to LS. The analysis within the company was very correct. Su Pingyan's target was LS. He had already contacted Zhang Wenjin. When LS saw Su Pingyan riding a motorcycle, Zhang Wenjin figured out Su Pingyan's situation and slapped his head. What a madman! Are you crazy? Zhang Wenjin said directly. Wenjin, arrange the company's affairs, ride a motorcycle to meet me, and go crazy with me, Su Pingyan said directly. Brother, I'm different from you. There are a lot of things here, Zhang Wenjin said distressedly. Put aside the big things, how long have you ridden the motorcycle I gave you? If you don't exercise, the motorcycle will be useless. Now is the time to go crazy. We'll meet in Tangula Mountain Town and return to LS together, Su Pingyan said with a big laugh, and the heroic spirit of the past has returned. Zhang Wenjin's heart was moved, and he turned his head to look at his wife. His wife smiled bitterly, knowing very well what Zhang Wenjin was thinking at the moment. Zhang Wenjin has always suppressed his inner wildness, and usually rides a motorcycle to go for a walk when he has the chance at home. He really wanted to go for a ride, but he had not done it because of his concern for himself. Now Su Pingyan's seduction made Zhang Wenjin tempted again. Seeing the desire in Zhang Wenjin's eyes, his wife nodded, and Zhang Wenjin agreed. Su Pingyan was already in the right state at this moment. He took a break after running for 4.5 hours. While he was resting, he also let the motorcycle engine rest. Poor Suzuki's concept motorcycle was facing the situation of being scrapped in 2 months. If it were a normal motorcycle on the market, it would have been scrapped long ago and could not support it until now. Su Pingyan used a satellite phone and did not worry about the lack of signal. Zhang Wenjin contacted Su Pingyan all the way. A few days later, Su Pingyan arrived at Tangula Mountain Town first. He was gray and looked gray. He opened a room and went to rest directly. The next day, he washed the car. That afternoon, Zhang Wenjin arrived on a Harley. Without saying a word, he took Zhang Wenjin to the restaurant in the town to have a drink, ordered a pot of stewed meat, drank a lot of wine and ate meat. After eating and drinking, they returned to the hotel to rest. The next day, after replenishing the supplies, the two set off directly. After having fun all the way, they returned to LS after more than 10 days. Zhang Wenjin's wife was really amused when she saw Zhang Wenjin's appearance. Both of them had messy hair, smelled very bad, and had long beards. They looked like they had lost all their image. After arranging a room for Su Pingyan, Zhang Wenjin went home and felt relieved. The old Su Pingyan was back, and he had a bit more wildness. Originally, Lin Yide called to say that Su Pingyan was not in a good condition, but now Zhang Wenjin was completely relieved. He had a haircut, shaved his face, took a shower, and found a bath scrubber to clean himself thoroughly. Then he had a big meal and went to sleep. Su Pingyan slept for almost 12 hours. After playing in LS for 2 days, Su Pingyan flew directly back to Hangzhou. The motorcycle was left with Zhang Wenjin and belonged to him. He sent Su Pingyan to the plane. Zhang Wenjin smiled and rode the motorcycle home. Darina was waiting at the airport with a motorcade. When Su Pingyan walked out of the passage, he saw Darina. He walked over to shake Darina's hand and got on the car directly. When he returned home, Darina keenly felt that Su Pinggan was different from when he left. When Su Pinggan left Hangzhou, he still had a sense of decadence. Now, there is no trace of it at all. Instead, he has a sharper spirit. This shows that Su Pinggan has completely come out of it, which is a good thing. After returning home, Liu Wenjin made a pot of tea for Su Pinggan and poured a few small cups. Su Pinggan drank them one by one. Comfortable. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time, boss. I guess you will feel uncomfortable soon, Liu Wenjin said to Su Pinggan. Just tell me what's the matter. Su Pinggan was very straightforward. First, FZ has already started installing production and environmental protection equipment. Please ask for instructions to proceed to the next step and start recruiting workers. Second, Qiao Yicheng has received several special authorization applications. I don't know whether to approve them or not. The boss needs to make a decision. Third, Yi Changlin reported that the players have already started to impact the top dungeons. Will the boss still release Easter eggs? Fourth, Chen Fansheng called and hoped that you would call back as soon as possible. He only said that it was a red level breakthrough. Fifth, Liu Wenjin reported more than a dozen things in a row, all of which required Su Pinggan to make a decision in person. After listening, Su Pinggan smiled and didn't care much. Now he has completely let it go. It's no big deal. Notify Qiao Yicheng and others that I will go to the company to listen to their reports tomorrow. In addition, notify Burson and tell him that I will go there to inspect in the next few days. For the time being, we will recruit technicians and equipment maintenance personnel. The recruitment of ordinary employees will be decided after I go there to inspect, Su Pinggan said directly, and Liu Wenjin took notes. One more thing. It's been so long. You two should arrange to take turns to take a vacation. The vacation is 1 month long, Su Pinggan said to the two of them. Boss, vacations are very expensive, Darina said immediately. Paid vacation, Su Pinggan added. Thank you, boss. Darina smiled, waiting for Su Pinggan to say this. Su Pinggan smiled and shook his head and went to rest. After a night, Su Pinggan woke up, looked at Darina lying next to him and smiled, got out of bed and washed up, and went out for a run after washing up. When Su Pinggan came back from exercise to have breakfast, Darina and Liu Wenjin had already washed up and went downstairs. Today, Liu Wenjin accompanied Su Pinggan to the company, and Darina started her vacation. She flew directly to the UK at noon today, and went home to visit her parents before starting her vacation. After breakfast and changing clothes, Su Pinggan and Liu Wenjin took a car and left, heading straight to the largest building at the technology headquarters. The top floor was Su Pinggan's office, and Su Pinggan occupied an entire floor. The office area, leisure area, sports area, and rest area are all available, all with top-notch decoration. There are many green plants placed in each area in an orderly manner. The oxygen content of the entire first floor is far higher than that of the outside world. Su Pinggan wears casual clothes. He doesn't need to look at anyone's face. He does whatever he feels comfortable with. He brews a pot of tea and drinks it slowly. Not long after, Qiao Yicheng, Yi Changlin, and Ding Zhijian come over. Qiao Yicheng first talked about the patent applications of several countries. Give them according to the market price. As long as the country does not restrict us, we will authorize it. We will charge more. Su Pinggan made a decision immediately. President, these companies are all military companies, Qiao Yicheng asked again. Old Qiao, take a long-term view. The country is not unaware of our patent licensing. Has the country spoken? No, the reason why it didn't speak is that it tacitly approves our licensing. The country considers more than us. Xianqi Group is a company, not a state-owned enterprise, let alone a military enterprise. If we refuse to license to other countries, what will we do if other countries block us? What's more, this kind of technology is already available in the country, and other countries also have it. The other party follows the business rules, and we also need to follow the business rules. Do you understand? Su Pinggan looked at Qiao Yicheng and explained. Qiao Yicheng nodded, and he understood what Su Pinggan meant. I will go back and handle it immediately, Qiao Yicheng said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. What's the current progress of other projects? Su Pinggan asked. There are currently 74 projects being carried out by the technology company. I reviewed the plans and made regulations that each project must make progress every month. Even if it is a slight improvement, it is considered progress. The phenomenon of standing still must not be allowed to happen. To date, a total of 48 project teams have been adjusted, 236 people have been persuaded to leave, and 649 new people have been added. We maintain 2 to 3 digit patent applications every month, especially the Intelligent Robot project. After moving to the technology headquarters, our Scienky Group's technology injection has made leapfrog progress. I went to see it a few days ago, and it is almost catching up with a Boston robot in the United States. The robot dog has made a big breakthrough. In terms of load bearing, we are 100% the world's number one, Qiao Yicheng said very seriously. And everyone including Su Pingyan was very surprised. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Su Pingyan said with doubt. I am really not mistaken. I wrote it and made a profit. If it was not for confidentiality, I would have recorded a video directly, Qiao Yicheng said directly. Take me to see it later. If it is true, I will record it myself. Su Pingyan became interested. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Qiao Yicheng, who nodded. Su Pingyan then understood that Qiao Yicheng was the one guiding this project, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a big breakthrough. It's just that a breakthrough is so fast, isn't it a bit like a big tree attracts the wind? Chapter 277. This is to take the blame for the boss, an honor. Olding, what's going on there? Su Pingyan changed the subject. Mr. Su, our mobile phone company is currently sold in more than 40 countries, and the ecological construction has a foundation. The next step is to dig deep into the ecological chain and form a global system. At present, there are tens of thousands of applications in our software store, including games, life, entertainment, etc., which are very comprehensive. We don't plan to launch a new phone this year. I went to the United States and communicated with the people of the American TongTong company. Their latest generation of chips are already in testing and are expected to be completed next year. We signed a letter of intent. After the test, we will use their latest generation of chips. In this way, the chips, battery life, camera system, screen, sensitivity, and fluency of our mobile phones will be greatly improved. We either don't update, or once we are more like it, it must be the world's first. We are confident that we will achieve a good result next year. At present, our market share is fourth in the world. Ding Zhijian briefly reported the situation of the mobile phone company. Olding, do you still remember Lao Jia? Su Pingyan looked at Ding Zhijian and said. Remember, Jia's Lele.com was too big, and his capital chain could not support such consumption. I analyzed that if there was no large amount of capital injection, the collapse was inevitable, Ding Zhijian said seriously. You are right. Jia was rejected by Jizu IE for financing, which shows that his Lele.com's capital chain has been very tight. However, his theory is still very valuable. Lele.com does not have the financial strength to play a big ecosystem, but we have no problem. Our financial strength can fully support it. He uses TV and mobile phones to build a smart platform. Unfortunately, he can't achieve enough market share for both. We are different. Our mobile phone market share is fully qualified. We use this platform to build our ecological application. Have you thought about this problem? Su Pingyan looked at Ding Zhijian and said. I have really considered this issue, including before ATV was suspended some time ago. They contacted me, and I also thought about acquiring it directly. Later, I thought about it seriously and thought it would be better to be more stable. First, focus on consolidating the existing ecosystem. When our mobile phone ecosystem has a solid foundation, we will enter other projects. Ding Zhijian expressed his thoughts. When did ATV stop trading? Su Pingyan was stunned. It happened in June. They contacted me at the beginning of the year, Ding Zhijian reported. Su Pingyan frowned. It was a pity that he missed this resource. Is it possible to restore ATV's license? Su Pingyan looked at Ding Zhijian and asked. This is a bit difficult. Now ATV has been disbanded. However, we may be able to get the copyright of ATV's films and TV series over the years. It is said that they are looking for buyers now, but the price is not low. The asking price is about 2 billion, Ding Zhijian said. It's really greedy. Those old films dare to ask for 2 billion. There is a reason for their decline. Don't consider it anymore. How are the domestic video websites now? Su Pingyan asked. I have been paying attention to this. Lele.com has begun to decline. Now it is the 3 video websites of Antarcticus, Kiki, and Yaoyao that are competing for hegemony. The market share of other video websites is not large. Video websites are very expensive. It is difficult to play if you don't have enough funds, Ding Zijin said directly. Let's do it. Acquire and integrate several smaller video websites, and then start purchasing the copyrights of movies and TV series. Global procurement, select those that are good to look at. Now is the time to increase the ecosystem. What kind of scene will it be when a large number of excellent movies and TV series join the ecosystem? That will accelerate the establishment of the ecosystem, which is very important to us. Video websites, mobile clients, massive software applications. We can also make some colorful programs by ourselves. What will it be like when these items are combined? It's exciting to think about it. When our ecosystem covers the entire China and even the world, do we need to worry about profitability? No need to worry at all. At that time, money will roll in. The Apocalypse Ecosystem Plan can be launched. If you don't have enough manpower, contact Guanghu International, set up the framework of China first, and start global expansion after accumulating experience. Su Pingyan looked at Ding Zijin and said, I understand, Mr. Su, I will go back and make a plan to start this project immediately. With Su Pingyan's approval, Ding Zijin also became energetic. Xianqi Group doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of money. It can also create a future with money. This time, the UK's Brexit brought Su Pingyan a bumper harvest. He was not short of money at all. What is money? It is money when you spend it. If you can't spend it, it is just paper. What you need to do now is to spend money and invest heavily to directly create a large ecosystem. Pay attention to the copyright. Even if it costs a little more, you must buy out the copyright. There are so many film and television companies, from China, the United States, and Europe. Contact them and buy them out directly. There are people, there is a market, and there is consumption when there is a market. When everyone is used to using our ecosystem, we have the final say on how to charge. If you encounter website piracy, contact a lawyer directly. If you can't solve it in a month, go directly to Zhu Hongyan. If you dare to steal our copyright, just hack their website directly, Su Pingyan added domineeringly, and Ding Zijin remembered it firmly. Yi Changlin took out a cigarette from the table and handed it to Su Pingyan. Qiao Yichen took out a lighter and lit it for Su Pingyan. Then the three of them each took a cigarette and began to accompany Su Pingyan to smoke. Old Yi, how are you over there? Su Pingyan asked. Boss Su, the game is running very well now, and our servers are running at full capacity. This year we can definitely make a comeback and achieve a historic breakthrough. Last month, our total revenue is over 700 million. At present, the first version of Savage Xingwu has reached the time for the last large copy to be publicized. Once this copy is conquered, it means that all copies of Savage Xingwu have been opened. After stabilizing for a period of time, we can proceed to the next version. Shattering the void, Boss Su said at the beginning that we should place an Easter egg in the last copy. It's time. It's best to order it today, Yi Changlin said to Su Pingyan. Sure, old Yi, the game company is going to turn a loss into profit this year. Not bad, very good. Have you considered landing the Immortal Civilization game in other countries? Su Pingyan said with a smile. Boss, currently only France and the European Union have approved it. South Korea, the United States, Japan, Australia, and other 7 countries have found agents. It is currently under review and it is expected that there will be news within 2 months. Once we pass the review, our profits will increase further, Yi Changlin reported with confidence. Yes, we should have the determination to expand the global market. As for the game Easter eggs, I will tell you now, you can arrange it immediately. The first team to clear the Washin Tomb dungeon will receive a reward of 500,000 Xiancheo coins and a unique flying mount reward. The first account to get all the orange epic suits will receive a reward of 100,000 Xiancheo coins. Once a group reaches this goal, immediately publicize it on the entire server and contact these people to come to the headquarters to receive the prize. Everyone must come. How to divide the prize is up to them. I will send this news through Weibo later. You should also confirm it on your official website. Create momentum and celebrate it all over the world, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Mr. Su, if this news is released, I analyze that those large groups will go crazy and will definitely start public relations day and night, Yi Changlin said with a smile. This is the effect we want, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Several people laughed. Several people were playing the game of Immortal Civilization, Savage Martial Arts. Su Pingyan's level had long fallen behind, and he needed to practice hard for a period of time to catch up. It would take at least a month. After talking for a while, Su Pinggan returned to his desk and opened Weibo to announce this matter. Dear players, I haven't played online for a while. I have too many things to do and I am overwhelmed. However, I heard that a team has already started to attack the last large-scale dungeon. How can such an exciting event not have rewards? For this reason, I specially called Yi Changlin over to give him a good scolding, and specially arranged some Easter eggs to celebrate with all players. First, the first team to clear the Tomb of the God of War will receive a reward of 500,000 Xiancheo coins and a unique flying mount. Only 36 flying mounts will be issued. They are permanent and cannot be sold. This is a unique honor. Second, the first account to get all the orange suits will receive a reward of 100,000 Xiancheo coins. Third, you can decide how to distribute the bonus. The bonus is huge, and we sincerely invite heroes from all walks of life to compose a glorious epic. After Su Pinggan finished writing, he laughed loudly. The three came over to take a look and shook their heads and laughed. Su Pinggan was just joking when he said this. Yi Changlin also had to smile bitterly. He was bound to take the blame. Su Pinggan operated a few times, and the message was sent out. Then he turned off the computer and went out with a few people. Yi Changlin went back to arrange the cooperation of the official website. Ding Zijin would make plans, and Qiao Yicheng accompanied Su Pinggan to inspect the robot drug project on site. Before parting, old Yi, your official website can announce it a few hours later than mine. Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha, Su Pinggan said with a big laugh and left with Qiao Yicheng. Yi Changlin had a bitter face. Ding Zijin looked at Yi Changlin and said with a smile, Old Yi, this is to take the blame for the boss. Honor is bullshit. I will be scolded by countless netizens. Yi Changlin had a bitter face, and Ding Zijin laughed and left. Su Pinggan's Weibo was followed by a lot of people, even if Su Pinggan rarely updated it, because every update of Su Pinggan would cause a topic. This is the celebrity effect. When Su Pinggan and Qiao Yicheng walked to the robot project team, the Weibo had been forwarded by tens of thousands of times. Chapter 278 Mechanical Mount Project officially launched. The internet went crazy, especially gamers, who couldn't believe that Su Pinggan had posted such a Weibo. However, most people believed what Su Pinggan said, as Apocalypse Game Company was Su Pinggan's business. Su Pinggan, the big boss, had spoken, and Yi Changlin didn't dare to object. Many people got excited, and many copied Su Pinggan's Weibo and sent it to various groups for discussion. The likes below the Weibo were clicked crazily, and there were even more people replying. The title of the most conscientious game company boss began to be pushed up. 20 minutes later, Su Pinggan and Qiao Yicheng came to the project team and began to watch the demonstration of the robot dog. The robot dog was 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long, headless, and had dense wires on its body. The robot dog demonstrated projects such as climbing stairs and jumping obstacles, which surprised Su Pinggan. Is there any problem if I sit on it? Su Pinggan asked. The project leader Zhang Jizhao said at the side, Boss, there is no problem if you sit on it. We updated the balance software yesterday, so we can test it. Old Qiao, you are responsible for recording for me, I will write it. Su Pinggan was in high spirits, unlocked his mobile phone and handed it to Qiao Yicheng. Qiao Yicheng began to prepare. The staff next to him handed Su Pinggan a silicone cushion, which was specially made with a static isolating coating. After Su Pinggan sat on it, the staff started the robot dog and Qiao Yicheng began to record. The robot dog carried Su Pinggan and began to move back and forth. After preparing for a while, it began to jump obstacles, jumping over them very nimbly, and then climbed the stairs, taking Su Pinggan up smoothly, and then preparing for a while, and coming down very smoothly. Su Pinggan was very satisfied with the effect. Old Zhang, hurry up and make a breakthrough, and strive to make a robot dog that can be ridden. What else can you drive with a robot dog, boss? Don't worry, we are moving towards this goal, Zhang Jizhao said seriously. Okay, I'm happy today. Each person in your project team will receive a cash reward of 10,000 yuan, and your project team will be renamed. From now on, your project team will be called the Transformers Project, Su Pinggan said happily. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, boss. A group of people began to thank Su Pinggan. 10,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Qiao Yicheng looked at the side and shook his head with a smile. Mr. Su was too willful. He said hello to everyone and left the project team with Qiao Yicheng. Old Qiao immediately strengthened the security force and raised the confidentiality level by 1 level. Commercial spies are everywhere. We must be careful, Su Pinggan said with a serious face. I will contact Chen Qilin immediately and ask him to arrange personnel immediately, Qiao Yicheng also said with a serious face, and Su Pinggan nodded. I will send the video to the internet in a while, which will definitely cause a big wave. I want them to see that the future belongs to our Shianki group. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he walked into the elevator. Qiao Yicheng followed behind, believing what Su Pinggan said 100%. Halfway, Su Pinggan separated from Qiao Yicheng, and returned to the office under the protection of bodyguards. He reopened Weibo and started typing. From today on, cars will become a sunset industry. SUVs, off-road vehicles, and supercars will all be eliminated and out of date. This is not a special effect, but reality. The future belongs to mechanical mounts, the future belongs to Apocalypse Group, and the mechanical mount program has officially started. After writing, I uploaded the video I just shot. With the title above, it will definitely be very shocking and will definitely trigger a global topic. Li Changdong, an ordinary technical geek and game enthusiast, is the guild leader of the large-scale terminal game Xianji Civilization Wilderness Xingwu. The entire guild has more than 400 people, and he is also a powerful figure on the internet. It was not long after I got up at this time. After washing and eating, I habitually sat in front of the computer. As soon as I entered the group, I was attracted by the screenshot of Su Pinggan's statement by the group members. My eyes lit up and I immediately discussed it with the group members. Everyone began to brainstorm and analyze the gameplay of the Washington copy. When the discussion was in full swing, go and check Su Pinggan's Weibo. My god, Su Pinggan is crazy, a group member shouted directly in the group. Everyone was attracted and started to open the Weibo webpage to browse. Oh my god, is this true or not? Is technology so advanced now? It must be true. Did you see Su Pinggan said that this is not a special effect, it should be true. There are other people's voices in the video. This is an internal test video. Apocalypse Group is awesome. This technology is close to Boston Dynamics in the United States. It is definitely better than the Americans. The American robot dog is small and can't carry people at all. But Su.R wrote it directly. When will it be available on the market? If it is available on the market, I will sell everything I have to buy one. This mount is absolutely cool to write out. Su.I is really awesome. People are envious and jealous. The entire game group was completely blown up and began to discuss Su Pinggan's video. They were deeply attracted by the sci-fi scene. Not only the game group, but many more people were completely dumbfounded when watching the video. There were entrepreneurs, workers, civil servants, and people from all walks of life who were all shocked when they saw the video. Looking at the title, indeed, who would buy a car with such a mechanical mount? Are cars really going to be eliminated? The media had received the news and began to repost it crazily. Many websites had the video of Su Pinggan riding a mechanical dog. Now was the internet age, and major events in China would be forwarded to foreign social media at a very fast speed. Oh my god, are Chinese people so advanced now? This is definitely a special effect. We in the United States don't have this technology, let alone China. The idiot above, climb over the wall and take a look. This is a video of Su Pinggan, the chairman of Apocalypse Group, who personally tested and filmed it. He's a moron. Chinese people are really crazy. This video began to spread at an incredible speed. Everyone who saw the video was stunned, especially Su Pinggan, who was sitting on it. To Westerners, all Asians had the same face, but they could definitely remember Su Pinggan's face. Su Pinggan's face was frequently screened around the world. Everyone was stunned watching the video, calling out to God, and couldn't believe what they saw. After fermenting for an afternoon and a night, the next day, the front pages of the global media were all about the news about Su Pinggan's video. Headlines like, "The future belongs to Apocalypse Group," "Transformers are not a dream," "Apocalypse Group officially launches the mechanical mount plan," etc. began to screen. Newspapers, mobile phones, computers, all were occupied by this news. It became a hot topic in China, and many people were discussing it. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were also confused when they watched the video. Has apocalypse technology reached such a level? They could see the prospect of this technology. This is an epoch-making technology. If it is applied to the military field, it is definitely at the level of a nuclear bomb. At this time, a famous investment bank on Wall Street in the United States jumped out and published an article, saying that it would be a loss for all mankind if Apocalypse Group did not go public. If Apocalypse Group went public, There was a 60% chance that it would break the $1 trillion market value. This article was completely adding fuel to the fire, adding fuel to the already popular video. All walks of life in various countries began to discuss Apocalypse Group's robot dog. Such a heavy load was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The big guys were also shocked when they saw the video. Apocalypse Group actually had this technology, which was not inferior to Boston Company in the United States. This was something they could not even dream of. Su Pingyan really gave everyone a huge surprise. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin also had incredible expressions on their faces. Looking at the reports in the media, they knew very well what kind of technology this was. It looked simple, but it involved a lot of advanced technologies. How did Su Pingyan play it? He actually developed this technology. Zhang Jianbin really couldn't believe his eyes. Don't you think about how much he invests in research and development every year? French technology companies, Hangzhou technology companies, so many scientific researchers working day and night. How could there be no results? I believe that Shyanqi Group must still have a lot of good things in its hands, Qiao Lianqing said very confidently. No way, Su Pingyan loves money so much, how can he bear not to produce with so many technologies? That's a huge profit. Zhang Jianbin looked at Qiao Lianqing a little puzzled. Too much is as bad as too little, Qiao Lianqing said, and Zhang Jianbin suddenly realized. Sometimes, I really suspect that this kid is a wily old fox in his 50s or 60s, Zhang Jianbin said with a smile. Su Pingyan is growing up very fast, but he also has many immature aspects. Female sex is a huge weakness. Miao Yi is not enough, and there is songs in Ayu. It is said that there are more in foreign countries. There will be troubles in the future. Su Pingyan will have a headache, Qiao Lianqing said with a smile, and Zhang Jianbin also laughed. By the way, Qiao Yichan called me early this morning and said that he wanted to apply for a gun for the Scientific Research Center. Many projects carried out by the Institute are of great value. He is very worried about commercial espionage and asked if I can be equipped with a gun. Zhang Jianbin frowned and said, I have also considered this issue. Shyanqi Group is a bit special. Its scientific research projects are relatively high-end. There will definitely be people who want to take advantage of it. The state stipulates that only key state-owned scientific research units have the right to be equipped with guns. The application of Shyanqi Group can only be reported to the superiors. We can't make the decision on this matter. It is said that Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan also reported it, but there has been no news until now. Qiao Lianqing frowned and said, Then let's submit the report. To be honest, after seeing this video, I want to get the scientific research data of Shyanqi Group. This video is really exciting, Zhang Jianbin said directly. You draft it, and I will sign it when the time comes. We can submit it jointly. Qiao Lianqing made a decision quickly, and Zhang Jianbin nodded. Chapter 279 Are foreigners crazy? The discussion about Su Pingyan's video has not ended. Instead, it has become more and more intense. Especially in the automotive industry, an unprecedented discussion has erupted. The topic of mechanical mounts has been discussed. Imagine that when these mechanical mounts are packaged, will they become people's first choice for travel? After all countries are now worried about parking problems. Mechanical mounts are just a little bigger, which can completely alleviate the trend of tight parking spaces in cities. Experts inevitably popped up again. From a technical perspective, it is very certain that mechanical mounts will not be popular in the next few decades. Technology is the biggest obstacle. The technology of vehicles is already very mature and will still be people's first choice. As for the future development of technology to a certain extent, personal aircraft will be people's first choice, and the market for mechanical mounts will not be large. There are many opinions, each with its own reasons. TV stations have also begun to hold various debates, which are very busy. Su Pingyan is drinking tea at home and watching the news with a smile. Or, turn on the computer to play games, and play for several hours. Many media outside want to make an appointment for interviews, but they are rejected by Su Pingyan. He will take a day off today and go to FZ for inspection tomorrow. Boss, we have contacted Guanghu International, and they will complete the goal as soon as possible. Liu Wenjin came to Su Pingyan and reported. Ding Sijin, general manager of Shyanqi Mobile Phone Company, went back to make a plan. After repeated consideration, he talked to Su Pingyan. It would be better for professionals to be in charge of the video website. He was a little short of energy and worried about delaying things. After thinking about it, Su Pinggan agreed and asked Liu Wenjin to contact Guanghu International to find a video website manager. What time is the flight tomorrow? Su Pinggan asked. The flight is at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it will arrive in about an hour. The hotel has been arranged. After we leave by plane tomorrow, someone will drive the car to FZ, so as not to delay tomorrow's use, Liu Wenjin said. Okay, you go and rest, Su Pinggan said directly, and Liu Wenjin nodded and left. After drinking tea for a while, Su Pinggan turned back to the room to continue playing on the computer. He had to break through to level 41 today and enter the game. It wasn't long before Su Pinggan's whirring voice appeared with the headphones on. Now you have to queue up to enter the server. There is no other way. The official website of the game has also issued an official announcement, confirming that what Su Pinggan posted on Weibo is true. The players are all excited, especially the large guilds, which have raised the treatment of recruiting masters by several levels. Su Pinggan's account does not need to queue up and enters directly. At the same time, the system will immediately kick out a player. This unlucky guy will definitely not know why he was offline. The next day, Su Pinggan and his party flew directly to FZ. The vehicle was driven directly by a special person. About an hour later, the plane landed, and Bulson was waiting outside with a convoy. Su Pinggan led people out of the airport, and Bulson came to meet him and shook hands with Su Pinggan. Everyone got on the car together. There were all business cars. This was not rented, but bought. Bulson directly decided to buy 4 high-end business cars and 5 sedans worth more than 200,000 yuan. Large enterprises must have the courage of large enterprises. As long as there is value, they can spend money generously. Bulson's approach made Su Pinggan very satisfied. This is the courage that the CEO of a large enterprise should have. The hotel is located in a resort hotel by the Wulong River. It is a high-end hotel that has been open for less than a year. Because it is not far from the factory, Su Pinggan's room was arranged here. As usual, Su's Hangayang led people to check the room before Su Pinggan moved in with confidence. Liu Wenjin skillfully placed the kung fu tea set in boiled water. Then he said hello to Su Pinggan and left. Su Pinggan and Bulson sat down and chatted while drinking tea. What is the current status of the project? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, our sewage treatment plant and production plant both use simple steel structure mixed modules. The progress is very fast. It is currently in the equipment installation stage. It is expected that the equipment installation will be completed in about a month. The production management structure has been improved. The first batch of 400 technicians have begun training. While training, they follow the engineers of the equipment manufacturer to learn. I believe that after the equipment is fully installed, their technical level will reach the qualified level. We have not started recruiting general workers. Many labor agency companies have contacted us and want to cooperate. I have temporarily rejected them. Bulson introduced the situation in detail. We recruit general workers directly, not through so-called labor dispatch companies, and control the age of workers. Each position must have specific work, and there must not be positions where people do nothing after working for 1 or 2 hours. Do you understand? Su Pinggan looked at Bulson and said. I understand, Bulson said directly. Bulson knew what Su Pinggan meant. A large company has a lot of useless positions. A department of 10 people can be run perfectly with 5 people. The extra 5 people are a complete waste, but sometimes it is inevitable to add some such positions. Now Su Pinggan's advanced words mean to remind Bulson that we are a private enterprise and do not need to add such positions. We must strictly control and operate efficiently, and everyone must reflect their own value. The two talked for a while and Bulson said goodbye. Su Pinggan sent Bulson to the elevator and then went back to the room to rest. Tomorrow, the construction site will be fully inspected. Bulson has already issued a notice that the big boss will come to inspect tomorrow, and all preparations must be made. When Su Pinggan arrived at FZ, Xiao Jianguo and his partner, Mayor Liu Shuheng, knew about it. The two were also discussing whether to meet Su Pinggan. Now Su Pinggan's identity is different, and you can't meet him whenever you want. Even though the two men have high status, it is not possible. Chen Qingshan and Zhang Jianbin can meet Su Pinggan because they are already familiar with Su Pinggan. Otherwise, they need to make an appointment in advance to meet Su Pinggan. Let's meet him in a day or two. He has just arrived in FZ. He must inspect the construction site and hold meetings with personnel from various departments. It will take 1 to 2 days to finish the work. You can contact him in advance to arrange a time, Xiao Jianguo said. I will arrange it. Let's have a meal together in 2 days to discuss. To be honest, I don't know much about his project. I hope Su Pinggan can give us a clear answer, Liu Shuheng said slowly. We will have a good chat with him at that time. This project must be not simple. Although Bolson revealed some information, some data is not so detailed. It should be for confidentiality, or he doesn't know it either, Xiao Jianguo said seriously. No way, Bolson is the general manager of this project, and he doesn't know it. Liu Shuheng was really a little surprised. It's really possible. You and I have seen the organizational structure of Shianki Group. The core industry that Su Pinggan cares about is the research institute. The production enterprise doesn't care much. The operation of the enterprise is completely separated from the technical management. This is unique in the world. This can keep the technology confidential to the greatest extent. The workers know how to operate, but the principle of doing so is not clear. The general manager only knows the product and is responsible for operating the product to create benefits. He doesn't participate in technical matters at all. We have all seen the current construction. After the technical staff and the management staff have conflicts, everything is based on the opinions of the technical staff. Bolson also needs to abide by this rule. Su Pinggan said is very powerful. Xiao Jianguo shook his head after speaking, with an expression of admiration on his face. Liu Shuheng nodded after listening to Xiao Jianguo's statement. It's very powerful. The headquarters firmly controls the technology. In this way, it is very difficult for others to learn and imitate this technology. Even if you have learned the technology undercover for a few years, there is still a patent law behind it. This time, Shianki Group has set off a patent storm, which may not be without the intention of establishing its authority, Liu Shuheng said slowly. There must be such a meaning. Su Pinggan is a young man with great skills. I visited the old leader when I went to Beijing for a meeting. Su Pinggan's rise was not just luck. These are the original words of the old leader, Xiao Jianguo said after taking a sip of tea. Liu Shuheng nodded in agreement. I heard that some time ago, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan from J City proposed that Su Pinggan acquire the city's university. The conditions they offered were very favorable, but Su Pinggan refused. It can be seen that Su Pinggan is very smart. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan have a difficult time. J City is located inland, not a major transportation route, and is a resource-depleted city. They are under great pressure. It's not easy for the Apocalypse Group to emerge, so they must find ways to make the Apocalypse Group take root in J City. But look at Su Pinggan's layout. Hangzhou, Tianjin, and our side all bring great pressure to the two. According to analysis, the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group is still located in J City because Su Pinggan's parents are in J City and it's hard to leave their hometown. Once the two elders are gone, the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group is likely to move away. It's impossible for the two not to be anxious. Xiao Jianguo understands the difficulties of Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. Yes, with nearly 10 billion in taxes a month. That city will not welcome it, Liu Shuheng said with a smile, shaking his head. In the evening, when Su Pinggan was watching TV, Liu Wenjin came to Su Pinggan and handed him a document. After reading it, Su Pinggan was shocked and raised his hand to turn off the TV. Is this true or false? I can't confirm it now. I just received an email. I need to investigate whether it's true or not, Liu Wenjin said seriously. I'll arrange for someone to investigate. I didn't expect that someone would dare to sell the sovereignty of the island, and the entire country. Are the foreigners crazy? Su Pinggan touched his head with an incredible look on his face. Chapter 280 Oh my god, Apocalypse Group is so rich. This document was printed out by Liu Wenjin. The content inside was sent by a person named Robofi, who claimed to be the leader of the largest party in Niu and planned to sell Niu's sovereignty in a package. If the Apocalypse Group is interested, they can contact to discuss the meeting place. This is the map and information of Niu. The location is good, but the place is a bit big. It's a bit extravagant for us to build a research institute. In addition, the price will definitely not be low, Liu Wenjin introduced on the site and handed the information he had found to Su Pinggan. You are right. The place is indeed a bit big. In my plan, an area of more than 10 square kilometers will be enough. It's really a waste for us to use more than 200 square kilometers of Niu to build a research institute. However, we can build 2 or 3 research institutes and move those slightly dangerous research projects there, so that it won't look empty. You can contact him first to see what the other side means. Wait until I confirm his identity before entering into actual negotiations. Su Pinggan made a decision immediately. Liu Wenjin left, and Su Pinggan began to think about this matter. After thinking for a while, he used a satellite phone to call Buck. After talking for a few minutes, he hung up the phone. Buck began to arrange people to go to New Zealand to investigate. Zingling, how is the weather in the South Pacific recently? Su Pinggan asked in his mind. This month is calm, and there will be several small typhoons next month, Zingling said directly. After that, a map of the South Pacific appeared in Su Pinggan's mind, showing the location and route of the typhoon. Can you increase the power? Su Pinggan said with a smile. Increase all? Zingling asked. No need to increase all, just sweep across this line, Su Pinggan said, and a line appeared on the map in his mind, crossing the Pacific countries. Next month you will get what you want, Zingling said without saying anything. Su Pinggan was smiling. In such extreme weather, it depends on how high the price you ask for. It's not that easy to make money from me. New Zealand, Wellington, Rob Afe discussed this matter with several confidants. He traveled in the United States for a month and contacted many wealthy people and consortium families. The result was very disappointing. None of them were interested and explicitly rejected Rob Afe. What is the South Pacific like? These people know that after buying the island, it is impossible to live there. Extreme weather is frequent there, and the submarine volcano is in an active period. You may have a tsunami at any time, which will make your investment go down the drain. And Rob Afe's asking price is not low. He asked for $10 billion at the first mouth, and he wanted cash, not installment payment, and there were many additional conditions. It was simply a joke. Money is not blown by the wind, and it will definitely not be thrown away in vain. The United States went directly to Europe without hope, and got the same result. No rich people were willing to buy it. They are not stupid. They know what the situation is there now. Even if the purchased island has sovereignty $10 billion, investing so much in the next few decades will not have a penny of return. Only fools will invest. For the rich, whether your island has sovereignty is really not attractive. Anyway, the rich naturally enjoy many privileges. And this price will not be accepted anyway. When he returned to New Zealand in despair, he got a message that the Apocalypse Group was planning to buy a small island to build a marine research institute, and was currently making tentative contacts with several countries. Rabafai immediately became excited. He had heard a lot about the Apocalypse Group, so he immediately arranged for someone to investigate. After reading the information about the Apocalypse Group, Rabafai was shocked. My God, the Apocalypse Group was so rich. China Construction Bank, Citibank, Deutsche Bank, Banque de France, Barclays Bank, Swiss Federal Bank, VP Bank of Liechtenstein, and other international banks in several countries gave the Apocalypse Group an S-level rating. Rabafai knew very well how difficult it was to obtain an S-level rating from these banks. This rating was even higher than that of some countries. Take Barclays Bank as an example. To have an S-level rating, your deposit in Barclays Bank must not be less than €5 billion. This is a hard standard. Rabafai was not very clear about the standards of other banks, but he also knew that if you did not have a large amount of deposits and high profitability, it would be impossible to get such a high rating. This is a very good opportunity. After Rabafai held a meeting with several direct subordinates, he immediately contacted Liu Wenjin. Next, it depends on Liu Wenjin's reply. If Shianki Group is interested, they will slowly negotiate after quoting the price. If they are not interested, they can only find another way. This morning, Su Pinggan got up early and started running on the golf course of the resort hotel. Morning exercise has become a habit. It is important to exercise a little and have a good body. After breakfast, he went back to the room to wash and change clothes, and drove directly to the construction site. Burson and the senior executives were waiting at the entrance of the construction site. After getting off the car, Su Pinggan shook hands with everyone, put on a safety helmet and began to inspect. Along the way, he learned about the progress of each project and the progress of equipment installation in detail. He was very satisfied after a round. All aspects of the progress were strictly carried out according to the drawings. If the weather is good, it can be completed in more than a month. If the weather is bad, the construction period will need to be delayed. Unfortunately, there is still a lot of rain here, and there is nothing we can do about the weather. After the inspection, they arrived at a temporary office area, a temporary mobile board house with 2 floors. There was a conference room on the second floor. Su Pinggan and Bolson and others were talking in the conference room. What else do you need support from the headquarters for now? Su Pinggan looked at everyone and said. Boss, everything is going according to plan now. What we need support from the headquarters is funds and policies. We must store raw materials. The international coal price is not high. If tariffs are included, it will increase a lot. I hope the headquarters can coordinate this. Bolson looked at Su Pinggan and said. How much do you plan to purchase in the first batch? Su Pinggan asked. In the first batch, we plan to purchase 200,000 tons of coal, Bolson said directly. I will discuss this with the FZ government. There was this clause when we signed the agreement. It's not a big problem. Wait for me to get the news. Cost control must be strict. Aoki, watch your performance, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Hey, boss, please rest assured, I will firmly control the cost, Aoki Hitomi said as he stood up. Su Pinggan nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand for Aoki Hitomi to sit down. How much funds do you need here? Su Pinggan looked at Bolson and asked. Boss, I asked the finance department to calculate. Currently, there are 200 million yuan in funds on the books. These 200 million yuan are only enough to pay for the construction costs of the factory and living areas. The funds for the greening and decoration in the later stage are not enough. In addition, we need to purchase raw materials, and we need 500 million yuan to maintain normal operations, Bolson explained and reported the amount. Submit a detailed report on the use of funds to the headquarters finance department, and I will notify the finance department to allocate funds. Su Pinggan made a decision immediately. Thank you, boss, Bolson said directly. It is really refreshing to be in Shianki Group. It is much more comfortable than being in Kangnan. There is no board of directors to extract funds and restrict. You can freely invest funds to carry out plans. Is there anything more refreshing than this? In Bolson's opinion, there is no. After discussing the follow-up plan with everyone, Su Pinggan took a car to leave the factory and return to the hotel. In the lobby, he met Liu Shuheng's secretary Ho Kaiang. After Ho Kaiang expressed his intention, Su Pinggan scheduled a meeting time for tomorrow. The location and time were set by Liu Shuheng. Su Pinggan arrived on time and nodded to Liu Wenjin. Liu Wenjin gave Ho Kaiang a business card of Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan shook hands with Ho Kaiang and left directly. The next day, when it was almost noon, Ho Kaiang drove a car to lead the way. Su Pinggan only took Su's Hengayang to Ho Kaiang's car. The car drove straight to the suburbs and stopped at a private restaurant by the river. More than an hour later, Xiao Jiangguo and Liu Shuheng had already arrived. When Su Pinggan arrived, the three of them exchanged greetings before sitting down. Ho Kaiang and Su's Hengayang went downstairs to eat by themselves, while Su Pinggan, Xiao Jiangguo and Liu Shuheng talked upstairs. I have heard of Mr. Su's name for a long time. I found that Mr. Su is really young when I met him today. I really feel old when I see Mr. Su, Xiao Jiangguo said with a smile. The senior officials and the mayor are too polite. I am just a reckless young man. Just call me Pinggan, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Okay, since we are older, we will call you Pinggan, Xiao Jiangguo said with a smile. Su Pinggan also smiled, raised his teacup and toasted the two of them. Pinggan, the Shianki Group project is settled in FZ. Is there anything we need to solve? Liu Shuheng said with a smile. Mayor, I really have something to trouble you too, Su Pinggan said directly. Just tell us, as long as we can do it, we will definitely help the company solve its worries, Liu Shuheng said directly. Senior official, Mayor, it's not a big problem. The factory has started to install equipment. When the equipment is installed, we need to start recruiting workers and purchasing raw materials. The raw materials we need to be purchased from abroad, so I hope you can support us in terms of tariffs, Su Pinggan directly raised the question. What raw materials are they? Liu Shuheng was really curious about this. Coal, Su Pinggan said directly. Xiao Jiangguo and Liu Shuheng were both stunned. The raw material turned out to be coal. Pinggan, we talked to Burson. This factory is a solar factory. Can carbon be used to make solar panels? Liu Shuheng didn't understand this very much. Mayor, you know about the press conference held by Professor Niren of the Dresden Apocalypse Institute in Germany, right? Su Pinggan looked at the two and said. I know about this, but have you been able to reduce costs? Xiao Jiangguo was very surprised and understood the value of carbon crystal solar panels. Once costs can be reduced, the photovoltaic market will definitely be a big earthquake. Not yet, But we have found a way. Germany and China have gathered more than 100 top scientific researchers working in this direction. The research institutes within the Apocalypse Group can achieve data exchange. The two sides have a very strong collision of ideas. The general direction has been determined. We are currently conducting intensive experiments. The news I have received is that it is very likely to break through within half a year. Once the experiment passes, production can be started immediately. If the factory construction is completed, the staff training is in place, and the research has not yet made a breakthrough, we will first produce monocrystalline silicon products. With our technology, the product's effect is definitely far superior to similar products, and there is no need to worry about a lack of market, Su Pinggan explained. Chapter 281, even if you use money to smash your opponent, he will be crushed into a meat pie. Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng looked at each other, both of them had a thoughtful expression. At this time, the dishes were served. Liu Shuheng directly opened a bottle of Jiananjian and poured half a cup for Xiao Jianguo. His own cup and Su Pinggan's cup were full. Su Pinggan understood that Xiao Jianguo was not young anymore, so it was not a problem to take care of him. The three of them started to eat and clink glasses. Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng only believed half of Su Pinggan's explanation, not all of it. There was no breakthrough yet, and they didn't believe it at all. You dare to invest so much without a breakthrough? You are fooling a fool. Purchasing equipment, building factories, and building living areas, these investments add up to more than 1 billion, just for preparation. No one would believe this. Pinggan, according to what you said, once a breakthrough is made, a lot of carbon will definitely be needed. Why don't you build the enterprise in a coal-producing province? Liu Shuheng asked after eating 2 bites of the dishes. When we decided to launch this project, we conducted internal discussions and finally decided to build it in a port city. There are 2 main reasons. First, the international coal price is much lower than the domestic price, so we can control the cost. Second, even if the product technology has a breakthrough, the cost will definitely be higher than silicon materials, and the price is not acceptable to the domestic people. It must be mainly exported, so there needs to be a port where the factory is located to facilitate export. More importantly, our Shianki group has always been not responsible for delivery. The factory is built in the port, which is convenient for customers to pick up the goods directly, Su Pinggan explained. Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng smiled and nodded. Shianki Group's products are not responsible for delivery. This is internationally well known, and many countries have complaints. To pick up goods in China, either go through a trading company in China, or recruit people in China to be responsible for this matter. It can be said that this regulation of Shianki Group has indirectly created no less than 10,000 jobs. There are many people in Y province who specialize in purchasing on behalf of others. Purchase the goods from Shianki Group and directly declare them for export, one-stop service. The 2 major airports in the provincial capital and Los Angeles are also fighting fiercely for the market. This is one of the reasons why the Y provincial government strongly supports Shianki Group. Can your newly established environmental protection factory really achieve the promised effect? Liu Shuheng raised another question. Mayor, why do I want to take such a large area? There is a specific plan. Frankly speaking, if it is for the factory, there is no need for an environmental protection factory of this level now. You 2 know the ongoing projects of our Shianki Group in J-City. This environmental protection factory is one of the supporting enterprises of renewable resources. In the future, after the recycling project is experimentally formed in J-City, it will definitely be promoted nationwide. At that time, the mayor's strong support is still needed, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Liu Shuheng suddenly realized it and shook his head with a smile. This Su Pinggan is really far-reaching. He has already begun to lay out the renewable resource system. Su Pinggan's rise is really not explained by luck. Pinggan, to be honest, I have been paying attention to the recycling experiment being conducted in J-City. Domestic waste has become a major problem for a city. Can your recycling system really recycle waste? What percentage can be recycled? Xiao Jianguo asked seriously. Domestic waste in FZ is also a big problem, definitely more serious than in J-City. The city invests more than 40 million yuan every year, and the amount is increasing year by year. A practical solution is urgently needed. Let me put it this way. At present, the disposal of domestic waste is no longer a problem. The disposal of plastics, metals, and toxic substances still needs to be further developed. So far, J's experiments can be said to be successful. I have a data here for you two to listen to. J-City landfills more than 3,000 trucks of garbage every month. After our recycling system was put into operation, the number of transportations was reduced by more than 200 trucks in the first month, more than 300 trucks in the second month, and last month, it was able to reduce more than 1,600 trucks. Currently, the garbage sorting plant is undergoing the 16th upgrade and commissioning. After the commissioning is completed, more than 200 trucks of garbage will be reduced from landfill every month. I believe that after the technology has made a breakthrough in the future, garbage really does not need to be landfilled. It can be solved by spending a certain amount of money every year. Su Pinggan looked at the two people and said seriously. Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng were completely stunned. They didn't expect that the recycling resource system of Xianqi Group was so powerful that it could reduce so much garbage. The problem of urban garbage has been solved, and the big problem of sustainable development has been solved. What is the difference between your recycling system and those abroad? I have also visited abroad. The cost of their garbage disposal is also high, and there is a certain amount of pollution. But I heard from the Environmental Protection Department that you can't detect any pollutants there. How do you do it? Liu Shuheng didn't understand this. He has visited the garbage disposal projects in Europe and America. Garbage to energy is not a new thing, but garbage incineration power generation also produces a lot of pollution, which can't achieve the effect of Xianqi Group at all. From this point, it can be seen that the recycling system of Xianqi Group is much more advanced than that of foreign countries. Mayor, this is the result of the joint efforts of several major research institutes. Our Xianqi Group invests more than 6 billion euros in scientific research every year. It can't be that there is no achievement at all, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng also laughed. Su Pinggan raised his glass, and the three of them clinked their glasses and drank a sip. After eating a few bites of food, they started chatting again. The meal lasted until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The host and the guest were very happy. Regarding the issue of preferential tariff policies, there must be a reply within 3 days. Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng did not go back to rest or return to the office. After all, they had been drinking, and going to work with a drunken smell would damage their image. The two found a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, drank tea to sober up, and discussed the affairs of the Apocalypse Group. I can't believe that the technology of the Apocalypse Group has reached such a level, and it is a company from China. It's incredible, Xiao Jianguo said with emotion. Indeed, after communicating with Su Pinggan today, I found that I was really a little bit of a frog in the well, especially the video Su Pinggan released some time ago, which completely subverted my thinking. The black technology that only exists in science fiction movies, the Apocalypse Group has actually developed a prototype. It is unimaginable to let the Apocalypse Group develop rapidly for another 10 years. Liu Shuheng also had a face full of emotion. Yes, heroes are made by the times. Although Su Pinggan rose to prominence because of superfish oil, he did not stand still, but invested more funds in the field of scientific research. It took several years of continuous large investments to create the current Apocalypse Group. Let's not talk about other things. Once the Apocalypse Group's renewable resource system spreads all over the world, how much money he can make in a month is unbelievable. It's really unacceptable to do business to such an extent. Xiao Jianguo shook his head and said, with a look of admiration. It's impossible not to be unacceptable. Both of them know what the Apocalypse Group's renewable resource system looks like. First, they earn national subsidies, second, local subsidies, and third, resource sales, electricity sales, fertilizers, feeds, recycled paper, plastics, and metals. These are all money. Moreover, these incomes do not need to be taxed, they are all pure profits. This is the benefit brought by technology. Not to mention much, as long as the Apocalypse Group's renewable resource system spreads all over the country, who can compete with the Apocalypse Group in business? Money will also smash the opponent into meat pie. Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng are both worldly wise people, and they know the profits here very well. They are truly as profitable as the sea, an industry that never ends, and endless money to be made. Su Pinggan is really planning for the long term. After Su Pinggan returned to the hotel, he took a shower and went to rest. Today, he talked with Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng, but did not talk much about tariff policies. Both parties knew that this was not a big deal and was easy to solve. What both parties are most concerned about is the development of the Apocalypse Group. So Su Pinggan also revealed a little bit of the strength of the Apocalypse Group. Properly showing off this strength will achieve good results and save time and effort. 2 days later, Burson went to the municipal government and reported to Su Pinggan after returning. It was very smooth. The 10% tariff subsidy was not a small proportion. Su Pinggan immediately arranged for Burson to start negotiating and signing contracts with international coal suppliers. 2 days later, Su Pinggan once again invited Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng to dinner. He was about to leave, and he also thanked the two. The meal was a great pleasure for the host and the guest. Knowing that Su Pinggan was about to leave, Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng also gave Su Pinggan 2 cans of tea as gifts. After a meeting with Bulson and others, Su Pinggan left FZ and returned to J City. This year, Shyanki Group has made a lot of moves, and it is also necessary to return to the headquarters for some sorting. Su Pinggan just returned home. And Songs and Ayu came running over. It was Su Pinggan's mother Kin Kaiksha who notified him. Su Pinggan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In front of his parents, Su Pinggan could only be defeated and had no spare energy to resist. Forget it, let the two elders do as they please. After accompanying his parents at home for a week, he sent Songs and Ayu away and started working. When Songs and Ayu came, he bought a lot of gifts, and when he left, he also brought a lot of things. One suitcase was bought by Su Pinggan, and the other large suitcase was a gift from Su Pinggan's parents. Songs and Ayu was satisfied and had already figured out Su Pinggan's weaknesses. Boss, Korn Ferry International called and contacted 4 people to see when they can be interviewed. The personnel information has been sent over, Liu Wenjin reported. Notify them that they can be interviewed anytime in 2 days, Su Pinggan said directly. Liu Wenjin nodded and left. Su Pinggan continued to look at the document in his hand. This document was sent by Buck. It was an investigation report on Robife. Robife was indeed the leader of the largest party in Niu and had great influence in Niu. Chapter 282 Don't be angry, I'm still a child. He also reported on Robife's recent itinerary, and pointed out that Robife had not found any clients in Europe and the United States, and that the Apocalypse Group should be the other party's only choice. Seeing this, Su Pinggan smiled. Since it was the only choice, he needed to discuss the conditions. A few days later, Yan Lihua, Deputy General Manager of the Xianchao region of Guanghu International, brought 4 senior talents to J City. After a day's rest, the interview will begin tomorrow. Although these 4 senior personnel have experienced many ups and downs, they are also somewhat nervous. The Apocalypse Group is different from other companies. It is a real international giant company. Poseidon Company is a well-established international company, and the mobile phone company is now also a standard international company. The other subordinate companies are also companies of a certain scale. It is only a matter of time before they become international companies. This is a giant company with terrifying strength. You must not be careless. If you really join the Apocalypse Group, you will never need to change jobs in your life. The next morning, the 4 of them packed up neatly and followed Yan Lihu downstairs to the car in high spirits. The business car went straight to the headquarters of Shyanki Group. After several people arrived at Shyanki Group and met with Liu Wenjin, they were led to the reception room by Liu Wenjin. Yan Lihu was stunned. What did it mean to go to the reception room? She asked Liu Wenjin, I'm sorry, the mayor is here and is talking to Mr. Su. Everyone, drink some water and wait for a while, Liu Wenjin said politely. It's okay. The mayor must have something important to do. It's nothing for us to wait for a while, Yan Lihu said with a smile. Everyone was relieved and sat down to drink water and wait. In Su Pinggan's office, Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan with an uncomfortable face and said, Boss, don't we have an agreement? I haven't participated in any forums in recent years. Aren't you making it difficult for me, Pinggan? Take a good look at the organizer this time. How many people are trying their best to go, and you are still picky? Chen Qingshan also looked at Su Pinggan with an uncomfortable face and said, I'll treat you tonight, one-stop service, how about you help me turn it down? Just say I'm sick, Su Pinggan said to Chen Qingshan. With a puff, Chen Qingshan directly sprayed out the tea in his mouth, staring at Su Pinggan with wide eyes. How could a person be so shameless? Don't give me that, I tell you the truth, this is a death order, you have to participate. This is a national forum. Once the contract is signed, it will be a huge improvement for your company, Chen Qingshan persuaded on the side. A bunch of countries with nothing to do, what's the point of improvement? I have to pay for the aid, whoever wants to go can go, I won't go, Su Pinggan said with an unhappy face. What is the price of Shanky Group's products? Can those African countries afford it? If you participate in the forum, it will definitely not work if you don't express it at that time. It is definitely not a good thing to throw money away. After listening to it, Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan, and he was also helpless. He knew that what Su Pinggan said was true, but he had to complete the task. This is a national level matter, and your company must participate in it. The reputation of the Apocalypse Group is so great that more than 50 developing countries will send people to participate. If the Apocalypse Group does not participate in such an international forum, it will definitely be criticized by some people. However, Su Pinggan is so stubborn that Chen Qingshan is really troubled. Pinggan, when a company reaches a certain point, it is inevitable to give back to the society, especially international aid, which is even more indispensable. Which of those large international companies has not done it? Don't they know that the money is thrown away in vain? Corporate image. A good corporate image will make you like a duck in water in the global market. Look at the list of participating companies that have been confirmed. Many large international companies have participated in it. Is it appropriate for you not to go? Chen Qingshan continued to persuade. It's appropriate. Why not? They participate because their companies have interests in those countries. As for me, they don't give me any benefits. Not only do they not give me any, but they also want to rip me off. I am stupid. I will let them rip me off. Besides, if I want to give back to the society, I will also give back to the country and the countries that bring me benefits. Why should I give back to them? Is it because they are lazy? Su Pinggan said with a look of discomfort. Just tell me directly, what conditions do you want to go? Chen Qingshan was a little impatient. The superiors pressed down the task, and Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were overwhelmed when they saw the task. Everyone knew that Su Pinggan disliked participating in the forum, but this time it was a must-attend situation, which was related to the national strategic layout. Moreover, the Apocalypse Group had a great reputation in the world, and if it did not participate, the impact would not be good. The bigwigs considered again and again that the Apocalypse Group must participate, and the pressure from one level to another finally came down to Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and smiled. Seeing this smile, Chen Qingshan's heart beat fast. It was obvious that Su Pinggan was going to ask for a huge price, but now he had to bite the bullet. Mayor, the research institute spends too much money, especially the regeneration system experiment conducted this year, which did not achieve the expected results at all. The employees have a half-month break a month. Should we solve the cost problem? Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and said. Su Pinggan, do you still have any shame? Do you really think I don't know how much profit your recycling system has made? Are you losing money? You still have the nerve to ask for subsidies. Chen Qingshan stared at Su Pinggan with his eyes, very unhappy with Su Pinggan's greed. Are you short of money? You earn more in a month than I earn in my lifetime, and you are still not satisfied. What's the use of all this money? Is it so difficult to do something to give back to society? Look at what other companies do. My R&D expenses are all invested in my net profit. The J-City Recycling Comprehensive Research Institute has a cost of 1.5 billion euros a year. Who will reimburse me for this money? Su Pinggan looked into Chen Qingshan's eyes without giving in, not feeling guilty at all. The atmosphere was deadlocked. Su Pinggan picked up the teacup and looked at Chen Qingshan, and even touched Chen Qingshan 3 times. Chen Qingshan then picked up the teacup and clinked it with Su Pinggan and drank it in one gulp, still with an unhappy look on his face. How about this? I'll give you face. I won't talk about a subsidy for the recycling system this year. Starting next year, the total amount of garbage disposal costs will increase by 5 million. How about that? Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and said. Chen Qingshan frowned and was about to speak, but Su Pinggan immediately waved his hand to stop Chen Qingshan from speaking. You know I'm going to be ripped off for participating in the forum this time, and I can't take this rip for nothing. Those countries didn't contribute a penny to me, but they still want me to support them, so I have to get some back. I'm a company, not a country. I don't need their support, and they can't bring me any benefits. Another thing is that my Shanky group is already famous enough, and there's no need to increase its fame. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and said directly. Chen Qingshan frowned and didn't speak. What Su Pinggan said was true. There really wasn't a need to consider so much when running a business. It was all about profit. Those places really had nothing to do with profit for Su Pinggan. Okay, I promise you, Next year's garbage disposal fee will be in accordance with the contract, and starting the year after next, your garbage disposal fee will be adjusted to 20 million, Chen Qingshan said as he looked at Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan smiled. He picked up the teapot and filled the 2 cups, raised the cups and clinked them together, and the 2 drank them in one gulp. There is one thing I want to make clear in advance. The organizing committee does not need to arrange a room for me. Miao Yi is in Beijing, I will live with her, and I will not speak, Su Pinggan said directly. Pinggan, gossip can melt gold. Do you really think that no one knows about your relationship with Miao Yi and Song Zhenao? You are challenging the bottom line of the public, Chen Qingshan said to Su Pinggan. It is not illegal for us to be in love as the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, Su Pinggan said directly. It is not illegal, but it is against social morality for you to have 2 relationships at the same time. Have you considered your influence? You will set a bad example by doing this, Chen Qingshan said to Su Pinggan. How could Su Pinggan not understand such a simple truth? He was just a fool and ran around everywhere. You are young if you are not frivolous. You are young only once in your life. We are young students, in the prime of our life, full of vigor and vitality, and we are full of ambition and ambition. How dare you say that this statement is wrong, Su Pinggan said to Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan's face changed immediately, and he pointed at Su Pinggan with his hands shaking. You, just do it, cause a big disaster, and see who can save you, Chen Qingshan said with a dark face. Damn it, you use Taizu's poems to criticize me. This is really, gangsters are not scary, but gangsters with culture are scary. Su Pinggan was very comfortable, and I don't know why, teasing Chen Qingshan was very fulfilling, and he felt very comfortable in his heart. Don't be angry, I'm still a child, and it takes time to grow up, Su Pinggan said, changing the subject. Hearing Su Pinggan's words, Chen Qingshan immediately covered his chest, nauseous, and had an urge to vomit blood. Su Pinggan, this bastard, has learned bad things, completely learned bad things, and has used his own advantages to the limit and his shamelessness to the extreme. I'll send you the invitation in a few days, goodbye, Chen Qingshan said and stood up. Don't, Mayor, it's this late, let's just chat and have a drink at noon, this is life, Su Pinggan said with a smile. I want to live a few more years, Chen Qingshan said unhappily, and turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, Chen Qingshan was worried that he would not be able to control himself and attack Su Pinggan. He would not be able to vent his anger unless he beat Su Pinggan severely. Su Pinggan could only send Chen Qingshan downstairs. Chen Qingshan got on the car and left. Su Pinggan returned. As soon as he returned to the office, Liu Wenjin came over and said, Mr. Su, Yan Lehu from Korn Ferry International has brought people here and has been waiting in the reception room. Print out a copy of the resumes of the 4 people, bring Yan Lehu here, and start the interview, Su Pinggan said directly. Liu Wenjin nodded and left. Not long after, Liu Wenjin walked in with Yan Lehu. Su Pinggan shook hands with Yan Lehu and started the interview directly. Among the 4 people, Su Pinggan would keep 2 people, 1 principal and 1 deputy. Time passed slowly. When it was almost 12 o'clock, Su Pinggan had talked to all 4 people. Duan Zihei, the former director of operations of Fox Video, and Cheng Boqiang, the former vice president of Lele.com Video, stayed. The ideas of these 2 people are more in line with Su Pinggan's expectations, and both of them have a mature set of methods for the operation of online video companies. In comparison, Duan Zihei is more stable, and Cheng Boqiang is more aggressive. The combination of the 2 will have a good effect. At noon, Su Pinggan invited the 4 interviewers and Yan Lehu to dinner. If they can't cooperate this time, there may be a chance next time. Let's make friends. In the afternoon, Su Pinggan had a serious talk with Duan Zihei and Cheng Boqiang. Chapter 283, Ideals are very full, but reality is rather skinny. The next day, Yan Lehu took the other 2 away. Duan Zihei and Cheng Boqiang went to the legal department to sign the contract. 10 days later, they officially started work in Hangzhou, submitted work plans, recruited management personnel, and Shianki Video Company officially started operations. Su Pinggan called Wu Sikei again. Wu Sikei arranged for the legal department in Hangzhou to handle the relevant procedures and officially register the company. After the 2 officially started work, the procedures would be approved. According to Su Pinggan's wishes, it was done quietly and without any hesitation. A few days later, Chen Qingshan sent someone to deliver an invitation to the Economic Forum of Developing Countries held in Beijing. The time was 1 month later. Su Pinggan accepted it and gave it to Liu Wenjin. Liu Wenjin was responsible for his own schedule, and this was the assistant's responsibility. A few days later, Su Pinggan did not go to work that day. Darina came back from vacation. At noon, he picked up Darina and took a rest in the afternoon. Anyway, it was nothing big, so it didn't matter whether she went to the company or not. The vehicle carried Darina into Su Pinggan's villa. After parking the car, Darina got out of the car and walked into the villa with her 2 large suitcases. "Darina, welcome back," Su Pinggan said with a smile. After hugging Su Pinggan, "Boss, did you miss me?" Darina said with a smile. "Of course I did. Darina is so cute, how could I not miss her?" Su Pinggan said directly. Darina was very satisfied with Su Pinggan's attitude. "Where did you miss me?" Darina said and looked at Su Pinggan's lower body. The ambiguous atmosphere suddenly rose. Liu Wenjin next to him stared at Darina with his eyes wide open. This was too tough. "Just kidding, I brought you a gift." Darina smiled and changed the subject directly, which made Su Pinggan laugh and cry. She opened the suitcase directly in the living room and took out the gifts for Su Pinggan and Liu Wenjin. The 3 talked for a while, and Liu Wenjin accompanied Darina upstairs, and Su Pinggan continued to drink tea in the living room. Su Pinggan's understanding of Darina's enthusiasm and unrestrainedness once again reached a new high. Darina's character was completely different from Liu Wenjin's. Darina was too extroverted and did more and thought less. Liu Wenjin was very introverted and thought more and did less. The advantages and disadvantages of the two were very obvious. After dinner, the 3 of them drank tea in the living room. "Wenjin, you originally needed a vacation, but this time you have to postpone it. You can contact Rabafi and go to New Zealand to talk to the party leader," Su Pinggan said directly. "What price can we accept?" Liu Wenjin asked. "It depends on you. I can afford 10 billion, but I just don't want to. I think Neo is not worth this price. What do you think?" Su Pinggan looked at Liu Wenjin and said with a smile. "Boss, there are constant natural disasters in the South Pacific, and it is becoming less and less suitable for living there. If they want to immigrate, they must have enough funds. Now they are even selling sovereignty, and they will definitely not lower the price easily." Liu Wenjin looked at Su Pinggan and said, "Competition, my girl, Neo is not the only choice, and Apocalypse Group is their only choice. We are the only individual who can call upon billions of dollars of funds at any time. Neo can sell their sovereignty. What about Tonga, Fiji, and Samoa? We don't need much. We just need an island where we can make our own decisions for research, not to build a country. The initiative is in our hands. Of course, Australia and New Zealand will definitely get involved in this matter. It doesn't matter. There is no conflict of interest between us and them. Let our competitors communicate with them. We will just watch the show leisurely on the sidelines. If you have to set a price limit, the price without sovereignty is within 500 million, and the price with sovereignty is determined according to its area. If Neo is really willing to sell sovereignty, try to keep the price as low as possible. Remember, what we need is a small island. There are many countries that can provide us with small islands. When necessary, we can choose those small islands that do not sell sovereignty. As long as the country selling the island is willing to accept that the island is not subject to their laws, we can accept it. What we want is an experimental island where we can have complete control, not anything else. I don't like trouble. You know this very well," Su Pinggan said to Liu Wenjin. "Boss, I object. This matter is too big. You need to negotiate in person. It is not appropriate for Wenjin to discuss this matter," Darina said immediately. She had seen Su Pinggan's intention. This was completely putting pressure on Liu Wenjin. "Darina, you are my assistants, not simple secretaries. You must have your own opinions and abilities. Similar things will fall on your head in the future. Do you understand? My assistant must have the same wisdom as the general manager of the branch, similar to the level of Kyle and Bolson," Su Pinggan said to Darina. Darina and Liu Wenjin looked at each other. They used to hope that something would be handed over to them to solve independently, to show their ability to be independent, and to reflect their own value. Now that the matter has come, they are a little hesitant. This hesitation comes from the recognition of reality. The general manager of the branch of Apocalypse Group is not that simple. The more you know, the more you feel that your previous ideas are naive, ideals are very full, and reality is more skinny. This time, Liu Wenjin was sent to New Zealand to deal with this matter in order to change Liu Wenjin's habit of thinking more and doing less. He should think more and do more, otherwise it would be just wishful thinking. He must change so as to adapt to the future integration of Shanxi Group. When should I go there? Liu Wenjin asked. It depends on you. You can take a vacation after the mission is completed. However, I don't recommend you to be too eager. Be more steady. Making the other party anxious is the best way to reach an agreement. Pay more attention to the weather forecast when you go abroad. You may get unexpected gains, Su Pinggan said to Liu Wenjin. I understand. I will arrange it, Liu Wenjin said seriously. Su Pinggan shrugged and didn't care much about Liu Wenjin's statement. Liu Wenjin stayed in the villa for another day and conducted deductions with Darina until they could not find any other problems. Then they left and went home to see the visa first. Even if it was a green channel, it would take a few days. Su Pinggan started to work normally, and the number of times he went to Chen Fansheng began to increase. From time to time, he would call Darian to communicate the progress, or go to the open-air warehouse to check. There were paper, plastic, and metal garbage piled here. The metal garbage, plastic garbage, and paper garbage in a city could not meet the production of enterprises at all. It was a complete waste to establish a recycling company. The materials accumulated in J-City over the past few months were only enough for the company to operate for a few days. Su Pinggan thought about it and took a car to find Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. The three of them discussed for about an hour. In the afternoon, Wei Dongshuo and Su Pinggan took a car to the provincial capital. The recycling system must be expanded. In the office of the second boss in the provincial capital, Wei Dongshuo reported the matter truthfully. This is a good thing. To be honest, I am really troubled by the garbage now. I believe other cities are not easy either, Quiz Hejian said with a smile. Senior official, the subsidy for Su Pinggan's recycling system is not low. The year after next, the subsidy amount given to him by our city will reach 20 million. According to Su Pinggan's usual style, the subsidy from the provincial capital will definitely be higher, and the subsidies from other surrounding cities will definitely be higher than J-City. This is not a small amount. It's hard to say whether other cities will agree, Wei Dongshuo said seriously. Xiao Wei, you underestimated them. To tell you the truth, after Shanxi Group started the recycling system test in your place, other places were eager for Shanxi Group to start projects in their place. First, this project can solve a lot of employment problems and is very beneficial to the improvement of the local economy. Second, it can reduce a large number of people who eat fiscal meals, and effectively reduce the burden on the municipal government. Third, the garbage problem can be alleviated. This is the most important thing. At present, urban garbage has reached a point where it can't be delayed. As long as Su Pinggan can effectively solve this problem, I am willing to give him 100 million a year. Quiz Hejian is currently focusing on the entire province. He knows very well how big the garbage problem is facing the surrounding cities. This problem has reached the point where it must be solved. If it is delayed, it will cause a big environmental disaster. Only by solving the urban garbage problem can the sustainable development of the city be truly carried out. Otherwise, the city will be dragged down by the garbage problem sooner or later. This is a global problem. At present, only Shanxi Group has carried out specific experiments on the recycling system. Su Pinggan himself did not know how much the top management value this project. Since the trial operation began, it has been given various green lights. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan must fully support the garbage recycling experiment carried out by Shanxi Group. Xiao Wei, the recycling system has been running in J-City for several months. How is the effect? Asked the first boss Li Donggang. Sir, the effect is really good. It really solves a big problem. The only drawback is that it needs to be adjusted intermittently. I really hope it can run every day. Let's not talk about other things. The recycling of domestic waste is really amazing. After the domestic waste is fermented into biogas, it is transported to the fertilizer factory for fertilizer processing. The price is much lower than the fertilizer on the market, which effectively reduces the burden on farmers. According to the experts sent by the Superior Department, this biological fertilizer contains a variety of nutrients and can also slightly improve soil deterioration. Long-term use is also a kind of soil repair. It can be said to be very advanced. Currently, J-City has signed an agreement with a village to completely abandon chemical fertilizers and use this biological fertilizer. As long as the effect comes out this year, it will definitely be vigorously promoted next year. Wei Dongshuo briefly introduced the situation. There's such a benefit, it's incredible. Li Dongyang was really a little surprised. He didn't expect that biological fertilizers would have such an effect. Yes, that's what the experts told me. Since the system started running, several experts from the direct department have been stationed in J-City. Their task is to conduct a detailed analysis and demonstration of this biological fertilizer to see if there are any side effects. It's just that no side effects have been found so far. I infer that once this biological fertilizer is proven to be effective, the superior direct department will definitely promote it nationwide. This kind of environmentally friendly fertilizer is very scarce in the country, Wei Dongshuo explained, and Li Dongyang nodded. This is the benefit brought by technology. It would be great if the country had more companies like Shianki Group, Quiz Hijin said with emotion. Please subscribe, please support. The fat man continues to explode with chicken blood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 High, really high. Su Pinggan has already arrived in the provincial capital. Do you think we can have a detailed talk with him and have him explain it in person? Then we will have a direct understanding, Wei Dongshuo said while looking at the two big guys. I think it's okay. I'll make the arrangements. The big boss of an international giant is here. It's a bit unreasonable for us not to come out and talk, said the first big guy Li Dongyang with a smile. Let me make the arrangements. Let's arrange it tomorrow night. Let's communicate in detail so that we can make specific arrangements, Quiz Hijin said with a smile, and Li Dongyang nodded in agreement. The three of them talked for a while, then Wei Dongshuo said goodbye and left, returning to the hotel to meet Su Pinggan. After a night, Quiz Hijin sent a car to pick up the two of them the next night, and the four of them had dinner together. The meal took more than 2 hours, and it was a great pleasure for both the host and the guest. After returning to the hotel, Su Pinggan called Wu Sike to come early the next morning. They were all action-oriented people, and they would take action immediately after making a decision. Early the next morning, Wu Sike drove off and arrived at the hotel where Su Pinggan was staying at around 10 o'clock. Su Pinggan made a pot of tea and chatted with Wu Sike on the sofa. This is the situation. What's your problem? Su Pinggan asked after explaining the situation. Mr. Su, isn't this price a bit high? Other cities charge 50 million yuan, and the provincial capital charges 100 million yuan. I'm afraid they won't accept this price, Wu Sike said with a frown. J-City already charges 20 million yuan. Other cities are bigger than J-City, and they have more garbage. Shouldn't it be reasonable to spend a little more money? Su Pinggan said with a frown. Mr. Su, there are standards for garbage disposal fees. Each city has its own standards. Even if we can do harmless disposal, we can't deviate from the big framework. I have counted the landfill disposal fees of urban garbage in many places. On average, the cost per ton of garbage is 25 to 30 yuan. We do harmless disposal, and it is estimated that the cost per ton will increase by at most 10 yuan. It is estimated that these cities will not pay more, Wu Sike said directly. This is not a small amount. You can do the math. The provincial capital is expected to produce tens of thousands of tons of garbage a day. Based on 40 yuan, it is 400,000 yuan a day, 12 million yuan a month, and it is higher than what I asked for in a year. This is good for us. If they propose this, we can accept it, Su Pinggan said directly. Mr. Su, the accounts cannot be calculated in this way. Not every city has such economic strength. It should be done according to the actual local situation. For Xinchi, their annual garbage disposal costs are only more than 30 million, they will not agree to a price of 50 million. I analyzed that 40 million is the highest, Wu Sike said directly. The local government has no money, and the provincial government has no money either. Su Pinggan looked at Wu Sike with deep meaning in his eyes. Wu Sike was stunned for a moment and began to think. What do you mean? Wu Sike understood what Su Pinggan said, and Su Pinggan nodded. We don't settle accounts with a local government, but only with a provincial government. The provincial government collects the fees from the local government. In this way, we are not afraid of defaulting on debts. J-City has the tax revenue of our Shianki group to support its funds. Many cities and prefectures have very tight funds. It will definitely be difficult for us to collect them at a certain time. It is not impossible for them to owe us a few months or years. We settle directly with the province. The provincial government is not afraid of their default. Besides, a one-time settlement is good for both of us." Su Pinggan looked at Wu Sike with a smile. "Hi, really hi." Wu Sike gave Su Pinggan a thumbs up after saying that. The two looked at each other and laughed. A room was opened for Wu Sike to stay. The province has issued a notice. The chief and deputy chiefs of X City, L City, K City, C City and the chiefs of the provincial capital gathered to discuss this matter. A day later, Su Pinggan returned to J City. Wu Sike, on behalf of Shianki Group, began to conduct preliminary negotiations with these chiefs. Both sides were unwilling to give in. They all understood the principle of spending a small amount of money to do a big thing. What's more, Shianki Group can still make a fortune after the resources are recycled. A tug-of-war began. New Zealand, Wellington, Rabafai was restless during this period. He checked his email twice a day to see if Shianki Group had replied. As a result, he was disappointed day by day. That night, he habitually turned on the computer and opened the mailbox. A surprise appeared. Shianki Group replied that the special representative would go to New Zealand in the near future to discuss the purchase of the island with several other countries. At that time, Rabafai could contact the commissioner for negotiation. At the end of the document, Liu Wenjin's phone number was left. When he saw the reply, Liu Rabafai's spirits immediately came up, his eyes sparkled, as if he saw money thrown at him. The next day, he immediately called his confidants to discuss the matter. At the same time, Bruce, as Su Pinggan's representative, also set off for Australia to negotiate with the Australian Trident Marine Research Institute. Apocalypse Group intends to acquire the Trident Marine Research Institute in full. In New Zealand, the owner of the Mermaid Marine Research Institute also set off for Sydney, Australia, to meet with Bruce to discuss the acquisition. Marine research is a very expensive thing. Generally speaking, this type of research institute has national financial support, but the national support funds are not much after all, and more of it depends on the institute's self-raised funds. Therefore, this type of research institute is not having an easy time. Personnel control is very strict. It is normal not to add a person for many years. Cost control is very strict. After receiving the acquisition inquiry from Apocalypse Group, they all responded immediately and everything was discussed in person. At the same time, the top leaders of several island countries in the South Pacific also went to New Zealand to meet with the special commissioner of the Apocalypse Group to discuss the purchase of the island. In Paris, France, a team of security personnel from the Black Fox Security Company also set off for New Zealand. This team of security personnel will serve as Liu Wenjin's guards and meet with Liu Wenjin in Wellington to protect Liu Wenjin's safety during this period. The wind and clouds began to gather in the South Pacific region. New Zealand also formed a group to coordinate this negotiation. After all, this matter is also good for New Zealand. If it is really negotiated, New Zealand will also share part of the profits as an endorsement country. Extreme weather has also had an impact on New Zealand, causing considerable losses to New Zealand. In recent years, the funds used for disaster relief have reached more than 30 billion. Many government expenses have been compressed, and they also need to be supplemented. Liu Wenjin's visa was quickly issued, and she flew directly to New Zealand. When she walked out of the airport passage, she met with the guards. Ms. Liu, General Manager Buck sent us to be responsible for Ms. Liu's safety during this period. I am Captain Hydra, thank you for your hard work, Captain Hydra. Liu Wenjin was very polite and shook hands with Hydra. Hydra was a woman, and it was completely reassuring to be with Liu Wenjin. The group got in the car and went straight to the hotel. The hotel had been booked, the Hilton Hotel Business Suite. Liu Wenjin's level was very high, the same level as Kyle and others. As an assistant beside Su Pinggan, he was naturally one level higher than the general manager of the branch. After all, this was someone around the boss, and it was understandable that he was one level higher. This rule was universal. The next day, New Zealand officials came and talked with Liu Wenjin in the room for about an hour before leaving. They mainly asked in detail about the willingness and conditions of the Apocalypse Group to buy the island. Liu Wenjin also sent a notice to people from several countries to meet in the hotel tomorrow to discuss in detail. Those who received the notice began to hold a meeting to study the talks tomorrow. In a government building, several people looked at the documents in their hands and shook their heads and smiled. Su Pinggan is very cunning and does not value the so-called sovereignty of the island. I am afraid that Rabifi's plan will be difficult to achieve, said an old man named Abes with a smile. He is a smart man. Even if he bought the sovereignty, it doesn't matter. If a big company like Apocalypse Group really appears in a small country, it is destined to be eaten up. He sees through this point. This time he chose the South Pacific to buy islands. I am afraid he also has the idea of taking advantage. It is ridiculous that those countries still want to make a lot of money from Apocalypse Group. If the international giants are really so easy to cut, they will not be so little, Burns said with a smile. Burns, we must find a way to facilitate the transaction between Apocalypse Group and Rabifi. The government needs a sum of funds. The Prime Minister's life is not easy. This is related to the general election next year. We must be cautious, Terrence said on the side. I know that this negotiation is not so easy. Apocalypse Group has too many options. It is not only Rabifi who should sell the sovereignty of the island. Other countries are also jealous. Yesterday I asked the meteorological department. A low-pressure cyclone is forming. There is an 80% probability of forming a hurricane. The level is still difficult to predict. I am now very worried that Apocalypse Group will be scared away by this hurricane, Burns said with a long sigh. Another hurricane, Abe said with a look of food. Yes, extreme weather is difficult to predict. According to the Academy of Sciences, if global warming is not controlled, such weather will become more and more frequent in the future. The Earth is angry, Burns said while looking at the sky outside the window. Everyone was silent. How to control it? Developed countries are definitely willing to control it. What about other countries? They cut down trees, develop high-energy consuming industries, chemical industries, etc. They want money but not lives. If we reduce it by 1%, they will increase it by 10%. Let's not talk about other things. Look at Brazil. How much the tropical rainforest has been reduced. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that more extreme weather will occur. No one can escape the reckoning of nature, Abe said with a sigh. I got a message that the Apocalypse Group has also ordered a research vessel in the Celestial Empire. It is said to be more than 5,000 tons. Do you think that the Apocalypse Group has made a breakthrough in marine research? Terrence said on the side. This is very likely. Su Pinggan is the only madman in the world who is willing to spend money on scientific research. The British Institute of Renewable Resources and the Chinese Institute of Renewable Resources together need about 3 billion euros in research expenses every year. So much money has been spent for several years. I don't believe there is no result. It must be that the Apocalypse Group has made a breakthrough in some aspect, and large-scale marine experiments are needed to achieve this, Burns said with bright eyes. Su Pinggan also has a nickname Technology Madman in the outside world, not because of how good Su Pinggan's technology is, but because Su Pinggan dares to spend money on technology. It is no secret how much money the Apocalypse Group Research Institute spends every year. Chapter 285. Do I need to argue with you about this bullshit sovereignty? The cost of more than 6 billion euros a year is daunting. Everyone understands why Su Pinggan does this. Su Pinggan's rise is due to superfish oil. Su Pinggan has tasted the benefits brought by scientific and technological progress, so he is willing to spend so much. Shyanki Group has a lot of profits, and a considerable part of these profits are used for scientific research. Su Pinggan's approach has also won praise from many scientific leaders, who believe that if there are more Su Pinggans in the world, human technology will enter an era of explosive growth. Now there are many companies in various countries around the world cooperating with the Shyanki Group Research Institute. Thousands of companies have signed authorization cooperation agreements with the institute. These companies are all over the world. Why does Su Pinggan of the Shyanki Group have such a great influence? It is because of these patent authorizations. Once the Shyanki Group stops authorizing, many companies will stop production directly, causing inestimable losses. Another rogue method of Su Pinggan is also very famous. So far, except for the continued non-supply of superfish oil to Vietnam, other products will never flow to Vietnam. Moreover, there is also a statement in the technology authorization that the product cannot be sold to Vietnam. Su Pinggan's ruthlessness makes many countries very wary. Do we have a chance to get a share of the pie? Abe's asked with his eyes shining. It's difficult. Su Pinggan is famous for eating alone. From superfish oil to super paint, when have you seen Su Pinggan cooperate with others? In addition, Apocalypse Group is not short of money and does not need external capital investment at all. The chances of us getting involved are really difficult. I analyzed that Su Pinggan would rather give up the purchase of the island than let anyone intervene. The state-owned funds of the Celestial Empire have approached Su Pinggan many times, but Su Pinggan has not agreed. This shows Su Pinggan's determination to eat alone. Terran shook his head and said, Tyron is right. We have no chance of doing what the United States can't do. In the Celestial Empire, Su Pinggan would rather bear heavy taxes than carry out share reforms, which shows Su Pinggan's character, Burns said. Let's not discuss it. Let's go to the Prime Minister's office to talk to the Prime Minister and be prepared to not meet expectations, Terran said. Burns and Abe's nodded. The three of them stood up and went downstairs together. The next day, preliminary contact was launched. According to the information provided by various countries, Shyankey Group arranged people to conduct on-site investigations. After the investigation was completed, further negotiations began. Liu Wenjin had already said that Shyankey Group would never accept the current offers from various companies. If the price could not be significantly reduced, Shyankey Group would give up the purchase of the island and go to Europe and Africa for negotiations. There was no need to waste time here. Liu Wenjin's reply made everyone clear their minds. Time passed slowly. Early in the morning, Robifi came to Liu Wenjin. After the two of them said a few words, Robifi felt crazy. No, that is Niu, not those small coral islands. Niu has freshwater resources and certain infrastructure. 3.5 billion euros, you are robbing, Mr. Robifi. Other countries can also give us these conditions. I received several quotations last night. The price was half of the price a few days ago. Therefore, Niu is worth this much, Liu Wenjin said, shaking the wine glass in his hand. We sell you sovereignty. Did they give it to you? You can do whatever you want with sovereignty. This is not a transaction of the same level, said Robifi, looking at Liu Wenjin. Sovereignty or not is of no value to us. Our boss doesn't plan to be a king. He just needs a small island as a research base. Other countries have also said that if we sign an agreement, the island will be under our free jurisdiction for 100 years and will not be bound by their national laws. If the new regime or leader of the country intends to change the agreement during our purchase, the agreement will automatically change to a sovereignty sale agreement. This agreement will be endorsed by Australia and New Zealand and passed by a national referendum in the selling country. Tell me, do I need to entangle with you about this bullshit sovereignty? Liu Wenjin looked at Robifi and said. Things went smoothly beyond Liu Wenjin's expectations. The South Pacific Island countries were too eager to sell islands for funds. They directly offered conditions that were hard to refuse without Liu Wenjin asking. Robifi was dumbfounded. The madness of other countries was even higher than his. He thought things were simple. Robifi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Niu is different from him. I showed my sincerity from the beginning when I contacted you. We don't need to be so troublesome. The area of Niu is not comparable to their coral islands. Similarly, the agreement between us will be endorsed by other countries and will be put to referendum. Compared with other countries, it will be much easier. If it is because of the price issue, I can make a concession to 8 billion euros. With a land area of more than 200 square kilometers, you can build as many research institutes as you want, and no one will disturb your research, Robifi said to Liu Wenjin. Mr. Robifi, you have to consider 2 points. Extreme weather and submarine volcanoes make the South Pacific region unsuitable for living. We will experience at least 2 disasters a year. Oh my god, these disasters will bring us huge losses. We have money in the Apocalypse Group, but we can't waste it on natural disasters. The Americans said that the army is not used to fight tsunamis, and similarly, our money is not used to fight natural disasters. For the sake of those innocent people, 4 billion euros, this price is not low. You know very well that the offer I gave to the other companies did not exceed 500 million euros. Think about it carefully. Liu Wenjin looked at Robifi and said directly. That's because their island is small. We are selling more than 200 square kilometers of land, and it also comes with sovereignty. Your boss can become a king at any time. Robifi stared at Liu Wenjin and said. Our boss doesn't care about sovereignty, and doesn't want to be a king. The price of 4 billion will not increase. If you don't agree, we will give up. Liu Wenjin did not give in at all. Robifi would definitely not accept this price, and began to bargain with Liu Wenjin. At this time, the captain of the escort, Hydra, came over with a piece of paper, handed it to Liu Wenjin. and then said a few words in Liu Wenjin's ear, and Liu Wenjin's face changed immediately. He carefully looked at the paper in his hand. Mr. Rabafi, the offer just now does not count. I need to leave New Zealand immediately. Soon, a hurricane will sweep across the South Pacific countries, and the entire NE will be unavoidable. You can take a look. This is the latest weather forecast. I will go to Australia soon. I hope that when I come back, you will give me a satisfactory price, because at that time, your opponent will be more willing than you. Liu Wenjin handed the paper in his hand to Rabafi and made a gesture of invitation. Rabafi left Liu Wenjin's room with the paper, and began to look at it seriously after entering the elevator. It would be better if he didn't look at it. After reading it, he was stunned, and the paper slipped from his hand. He knew that he had no money to bargain with Liu Wenjin. This is the latest 2 hurricane warning notices from New Zealand. The first one, a huge gale has been generated near French Polynesia. According to observations, it has reached the level 3 standard and is turning into a level 4 hurricane. Once it reaches a level 4 hurricane, the destructive power will more than double. The meteorological department has speculated the hurricane's forward route. An arc covers 7 island countries. The entire territory of Niue is within the coverage of the hurricane, which also has a certain impact on New Zealand. The first hurricane has little impact on New Zealand, but the second hurricane will land in New Zealand. The location of this hurricane is only a few hundred kilometers away from New Zealand. As long as you make full preparations in advance, the damage caused by this hurricane will not be great. In order to be on the safe side, Liu Wenjin still chose to leave and go to Melbourne, Australia, and come back after the 2 hurricanes have passed. At that time, they will definitely be more anxious. The news of this hurricane is public and cannot be concealed. All countries on the hurricane's forward route are uncomfortable. It's coming again. It used to be once a year, but now it's twice a year. When will it end? Every time it appears, it will cause a large number of deaths, damage to infrastructure, and inestimable losses. Immigration has become the only way out for these people, but immigration is not that simple. All countries have increased the intensity of immigration policies. If you don't have money, don't expect any country to accept you. These senior executives all know that after this hurricane, the negotiations with the Apocalypse Group will be even weaker. This matter is not something they can decide. They all set off to return to China. Even if they know that a hurricane is coming, they must return to China to discuss this matter seriously. Time passed slowly. 4 days passed. A Category 4 hurricane formed and once again swept across the South Pacific countries. A day later, a Category 2 hurricane landed in New Zealand, causing certain losses to New Zealand. After the hurricane, the inherent disaster relief procedures began to start, and the disaster relief work was carried out in an orderly manner. At this time, the report on the acquisition of the Trident Marine Research Institute by the Apocalypse Group reached the relevant departments of Australia. The report on the acquisition of the Mermaid Marine Research Institute by the Apocalypse Group also reached the relevant departments of New Zealand. The report of the Apocalypse Group clearly stated that after the acquisition is completed, the 2 institutes will be merged into the Apocalypse Marine Comprehensive Research Institute and moved to the experimental island to continue marine research. Wellington, Rabafi and several of his confidants were in the study, all frowning. Let's talk. I think the representative of Apocalypse Group, Liu Wenjin, will be back in the next 2 days. We must come up with a plan, Rabafi said, shaking the wine glass in his hand. What can we do? The weather group is too shady. They want to buy our islands for such a small amount of money. We even sold our sovereignty. After deducting the money for New Zealand and the money for the citizens, there is basically nothing left, Jim said with a dark face. Isn't it for money that everyone follows Rabafi to run around? If you can't get the money you want, why waste so much effort? You have invested so much, but no one buys, which means all the money has gone down the drain. Chapter 286. This is a painful decision. Several people were silent. The reality was very harsh. They had thought that since they had even sold their sovereignty, there would definitely be rich people willing to pay for it. But they didn't know that there was no one. The only buyer was the Apocalypse Group, and the Apocalypse Group didn't care about sovereignty. Rabafi, Jim, we may have made a mistake in this matter from the beginning, Gordon said, looking at the 2 of them. Both Rabafi and Jim were stunned. Rabafi made a gesture for Gordon to continue. Even if we reach an agreement with the Apocalypse Group, the money will be divided equally, and we won't get much benefit from it. Should we secretly reach an agreement with the Apocalypse Group? As long as the Apocalypse Group can guarantee our interests, everything will be fine. Gordon looked at the two and said this, and everyone began to ponder. Gordon, have you ever thought about it? New Zealand will definitely not agree if the price is not in place. Their life is not so easy now. An extra income will make life much better. Next year is the election year, and the ruling party needs a good performance, Moni said, looking at Gordon. Gentlemen, now is the time for us to take care of ourselves. I have no money. All my belongings add up to less than 2,000 euros. If this continues, I will have to sleep on the street. Gordon looked at Moni and shouted directly. He had reached the end of his rope and could not take care of so many things. I am not much better than you. All my cash is only more than 3,000, Jim said with a gloomy expression. His situation was not much better than Gordon's. How much money do you need? I will go to Liu Wenjin to talk. Gordon is right. It is time for us to take care of ourselves, Rabafai said with a gloomy face. 100 million, Gordon said with red eyes. Gordon, wake up. If I give you 100 million, what will you get in return? Give me to Apocalypse Group for free? If you can do it, I will give you 200 million, Rabafai stared at Gordon and said, and the others were no exception. They all stared at Gordon. What an idiot, do you look down on the current situation? Sorry, I'm so poor, all I can think about is money, Gordon realized his problem and said, then sighed. Rabafai, each of the 6 of us will get 10 million euros. As long as Apocalypse Group can agree, we will do our best to cooperate, Jim said to Rabafai, and the others nodded. With 10 million, the family can live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Gentlemen, it's very difficult. Before the hurricane, Liu Wenjin insisted on the price of 4 billion and refused to increase it by a cent. This price is really not high. New Zealand wants 30%, 1.2 billion euros to be given to New Zealand, and the remaining 2.8 billion will be evenly distributed to the citizens. Currently, there are more than 400 legal nuans, and each person can get more than 6 million, of which more than 3 million must be invested in New Zealand, and only about 3 million will be in their hands. This money is not enough for them to settle in other countries. We have already made a big promise before. Each person can get about 10 million funds and can live a rich and happy life from now on. That's why they voted for us to let us handle this matter. If it can't be satisfied now, do you think they will accept it honestly? Rabafai looked at several people and said. Everyone frowned. This matter is not so easy to handle. Once it fails to meet expectations, it will be very troublesome. Rabafai, let's call them to a meeting in New. Let them know about this matter and see how they choose. It's okay if they don't accept it. Let's see how long they can hold on. We are in such a difficult situation now. I don't believe they are not in a difficult situation. The premise is that as long as the Apocalypse Group agrees to a request, we will make some operations and they will honestly vote in favor. Gordon looked at Rabafai with a sinister expression. I agree with Gordon's opinion, Jim said immediately. Rabafai looked at the others, and they all nodded silently and agreed with Gordon's opinion. Okay, let's do it. When Liu Wenjin comes, I will talk to her. I will try my best to raise the price. If it really doesn't work, I will put forward this plan. The premise is that you must keep it absolutely confidential. Once the matter is leaked, gentlemen, we will become rats crossing the street and everyone will shout and beat us. For the sake of our families, no one can say it. Rabafai looked at everyone and said. Understood, I won't say it. Whoever dares to leak the secret, I will kill him. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. Rabafai nodded and raised his hand to drink the wine in the glass. 2 days passed slowly. Liu Wenjin returned to Wellington from Melbourne. As soon as Rabafai got the news, he went to see Liu Wenjin. During this time, Liu Wenjin called Su Pinkin and finally shook hands with Rabafai. Rabafai left. 1 day later, Niue issued a notice that all citizens returned to Niue for a referendum. Those who did not come would be deprived of their nationality. Everyone knew what was going on. They returned to Niue within 3 days and the National Assembly began. Rabafai announced the progress of the matter. The current agreement with the Apocalypse Group is 4 billion euros. This is the only offer. How to use the money has also been explained. Now it is time for everyone to make a choice. Agree or not, there must be a result today. If you agree, New Zealand will send someone to witness the referendum tomorrow to endorse this agreement, and the sales plan will enter the actual operation stage. It's okay not to agree. Everyone will continue to endure like this. However, Now there is an opposition party in New Zealand that has proposed a bill for expulsion. Whether everyone can live in New Zealand in the future is still uncertain. Whether they can survive depends on God's will. The meeting was very silent. Many people raised sharp questions, and Ruthless answered them one by one, including the list of people Ruthless had contacted. All the wealthy people who could be named had been contacted, but no one was willing to buy. Ladies and gentlemen, the reality is cruel. We went to the United States and Europe, but no rich man agreed. The highest price we offered was 100 million euros. Apocalypse Group was the only buyer. Moreover, we are facing competition from other countries. You all know the current situation in the South Pacific. They are all trying to sell islands, but there are almost no buyers. I got the news that the hurricane killed thousands of people in Fiji. Many people died in other countries as well. We escaped a disaster in New Zealand, but New Zealand can't let us stay in this unclear place forever. What will happen to our families and children then? If the agreement is really reached, we will lose you. But we will survive. Now is the time to make a choice. The decision is in your hands. What to do depends on your choice. Ruthless made his final speech with a loud and sad voice. Everyone present had a heavy look on their faces. Basically, they had no funds left. Agreeing to this plan was the only option at present. Jim, Gordon, Moni and others handed out printed papers one by one. There was a big title on the paper and two options below, yes and no. You could tick the one you chose and write your name at the end. This was a painful decision. Many people cried when they saw the paper. After about half an hour, the paper was collected and the staff began to count the votes. One by one, the ballots appeared and the numbers increased. Of the 443 people present, 384 voted in favor, 2 voted against, and the rest abstained. The overall sale plan of NEU was successfully passed. Ruthless breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the result. Wellington, NEU Special Assistance Group. Burns put down the phone with a serious face. NEU has already had the result. There will be a referendum tomorrow. Please send someone to witness it, it's expected. This is their only way out. They should thank the Apocalypse Group. If the Apocalypse Group hadn't appeared, their final result would be to stay in NEU and fend for themselves, Abe said with a serious face. We and the Australian senior management have contacted Sue Pingan of the Apocalypse Group. Sue Pingan made it clear that the materials for laboratory construction and daily necessities will be purchased from our two countries. This laboratory is engaged in research on marine ecological restoration and stripping of toxic elements from the ocean. In addition to researchers, there are more than 100 guards, and no other personnel will be added. The researchers will be drawn from the Chao Renewable Resources Research Institute and the British Renewable Resources Research Institute, and at the same time, the Australian Trident Marine Research Institute and our Mermaid Research Institute will be acquired. Once the construction of the institute is completed, it will be the largest marine research institute in the world, which is also a good thing for us. You and I know how serious the pollution in the ocean is now. Saving the ocean has reached a point where it is urgent, Tyrant said as he looked at the two of them. Sue Pingan has invested so much money in marine research, how can he recover the cost? Burns looked at Tyrant and asked. This question is very simple. Restoring the ecology of your coastline requires a price. If you don't pay, the Apocalypse Group will not repair it for you. In addition, the United Nations has a special fund for ocean governance, which is several billion US a year. This is not a small amount of money. In addition, everyone in the world knows that the ocean is the largest treasure house. If the Apocalypse Ocean Research Institute really makes a breakthrough, then the profit brought to the Apocalypse Group will definitely be an astronomical figure, said Taran with a wry smile. We all laugh at Sue Pingan's investment in scientific research, but who can clearly see the profit that scientific research brings to Sue Pingan? The Apocalypse Group has developed to the point where it really doesn't care about the sovereignty of the islands. It really doesn't matter if there is or not, Burns said with a wry smile. Let's not sigh anymore. Let's notify the Prime Minister and send someone over tomorrow, said Abe's with a long sigh. Things have come to this point, and we can only take one step at a time. Please vote, subscribe, and support. Chapter 287 Nothing else, just a right time, right place, and right people. Chao, Beijing, a relatively secret private restaurant. Sue Pingan and several bigwigs were eating and drinking together, including Peng Yin of Chao Construction Group, Liu Dongdong of Dongdong.com, Zhu Tai of Whale Capital, and Lin Yide, chairman of Lin's Electric Appliances. There were 5 people including Su Pinggan. Zhu Tai and Liu Dongdong were also major shareholders of Lin Yide's company, each holding 3% of the shares and enjoying dividends every year. Everyone was talking and laughing. Today, Peng Yiden was the host, and they were all familiar with each other and were very relaxed. Brother Su, don't you plan to build a global building for your headquarters in J City? Peng Yiden asked with a smile. No, it's pretty good at the moment, quiet enough. Why did your brother suddenly ask this? Su Pinggan asked curiously. Brother, don't look at me. My brother is a state-owned enterprise, but it's also difficult. A large project I took over will be completed soon, and a large number of workers will start to rest. Isn't this a hurry? Peng Yiden said with a wry smile. Old Peng, you still lack projects over there, are you kidding? Liu Dongdong really didn't believe what Peng Yiden said. There's really no shortage of general projects. Those projects have low profits and need to be paid in installments. They are not as straightforward as Brother Su's, Peng Yiden said with a smile, and everyone laughed. It seems that I have become a piece of fat meat. Brother Peng is waiting to cut me hard, Su Pinggan also said with a smile, and then raised his glass and everyone clinked their glasses and drank it. Brother Peng, can your company do overseas island projects? Su Pinggan looked at Peng Yiden and asked. Of course we can do it. Not only the construction of small islands, but also the project of land reclamation to increase the area of small islands is not a problem. What, brother, are you planning to buy a small island for fun? Peng Yiden looked at Su Pinggan with deep eyes and said, and others also became interested. There is this plan. I am dissatisfied with everyone. The research institute has made some progress in the research on the ocean. It needs to buy a small island overseas for experiments. It is currently being discussed. Once the negotiation is completed, it will really need to be built. The area is not small. Tell me the truth, brother, can it really be done? Su Pinggan looked at Peng Yiden and said, with no joking on his face. Which sea area? Peng Yiden asked seriously. South Pacific Ocean, Su Pinggan said truthfully, and Peng Yiden frowned. It's a bit difficult to deal with there, and the cost of purchasing raw materials is not low. Brother, there is no problem with the work, but the price of purchasing raw materials there is very high. How big is your laboratory? Peng Yiden asked. 5 floors underground and 4 floors above ground. The whole must be 5 meters above sea level, and anti-seepage must be in place. Su Pinggan looked at Peng Yiden and said, and Peng Yiden began to be troubled. This is really a weak point. Brother, let's discuss the specific matters in my office. If I can't do it, I will never waste your time, Peng Yiden said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. Zhu Tai was very good at dealing with things, and he changed the topic directly. Everyone talked and laughed and talked about Lin Yide. The stocks have been listed. Su Pinggan called Jizu Ai and swapped a batch of stocks and directly pushed the price to 50 yuan. As of today, the stock of Lin Group has reached 57 yuan. This price makes all shareholders very satisfied. Everyone talked and laughed. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours before they said goodbye to each other and left. Su Pinggan took a car to Miao Yiai's place. There was still some time before the meeting, so Su Pinggan planned to live with Miao Yiai and not change places. Song Zhimin knew that Su Pinggan had arrived in Beijing. After receiving the report, Su Pinggan lived in Miao Yiai's place openly, and Song Zhimin was so angry that he broke another cup. It can be said that after Su Pinggan and Song Zhimin met, Song Zhimin didn't know how many cups he had broken. This time, Su Pinggan was much more low-key when he came to Miao Yiai's place. He stayed for another day today, and tomorrow the two would move to a villa in the suburbs. It was relatively quiet and a good place to live. The next morning, Su Pinggan and Miao Yiai got up early, packed up, and left by car. They went straight to the villa on the mountainside in the suburbs. Su Pinggan paid for it directly for a month. The phone sent the location to Lin Yide. It was almost noon when Lin Yide drove over. He parked the car and went to the garden with Su Pinggan to drink tea. After the Lin Group went public, the market value exceeded 10 billion, and Lin Yide's net worth also rose. You are now listed, but the boss is very jealous, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Tisk, it's very easy for him to go public. I analyze that as long as he applies, it will be approved in minutes. Those people are eager for these financially excellent companies to go public, Lin Yide said with a smile. Is the acquisition going smoothly? Su Pinggan asked. Not bad, it can be announced tomorrow. The acquisition of this research institute is also a great supplement to me. They have many patents, many of which can be upgraded again. I have contacted several teams to join the research institute. It is expected that a series of new products will be launched next year. I believe that with the power consumption of the new products, it can reach a new level. Those old things are waiting to go bankrupt, Lin Yide said with hatred in his eyes, and he was resentful about the suppression of the 5 electrical appliance groups. How do you plan to expand the international market? Su Pinggan smiled and didn't care much. The future is a technological competition. If you don't have enough technology, you are destined to be eliminated. You can't blame others. For the time being, we won't consider the international market. Western European and American countries use different electricity standards. We don't have such strength for the time being. We will consider this matter after the research institute comes up with a mature plan. I think it's inevitable to build factories in Europe and America. Lin Yide said whatever he wanted, and Su Pinggan nodded. What do you mean by building an island when you told Lao Peng yesterday? Do you really plan to buy an island? Lin Yide asked curiously. This is already in progress. I guess there will be news in the next 2 days. I bought not only an island, but also the sovereignty of this island, Su Pinggan said calmly. Damn, are you kidding me? Sovereignty, that stupid country will sell it to you, Lin Yide couldn't help but swear. Those island countries in the South Pacific are becoming less and less suitable for survival. If they sell it to me, they will use the money to enjoy themselves in other countries. Su Pinggan spread his hands and said. Lin Yide was completely dumbfounded. It took a while for Lin Yide to recover. He looked at Su Pinggan seriously and said in a serious face, Pinggan, are you going to be the king? What the hell? I have enemies all over the world now. If I leave the Celestial Empire to be the king of an island country, not to mention other countries, the United States will give me a hard time. I will be skinned alive if I don't die. They can't do anything to me in the Celestial Empire, so I will never take this step. I will just buy a small island and build one or several laboratories. I have the final say there and no one can control me. How great is that? Su Pinggan said with a smile. Lin Yide gave Su Pinggan a thumbs up. He really admired him. Being able to resist the temptation of being a king is really not something that ordinary people can do. Su Pinggan's mind is still clear. To be honest, I'm really afraid that you will take that step. Look at the history of world development. The countries where super large international giant companies are located are all big countries. Small countries simply cannot give birth to companies of this size. If it really happens, that will be the result of a pack of wolves sharing the food. International giants are not so easy to be born. There are many companies in Europe that have the potential to become international giants, but they are suppressed. Being suppressed is a good thing. Those companies that could not be suppressed quickly declined. The inexplicable decline shows that another force is hitting them. This force is very strong, and ordinary companies really can't withstand it. Sometimes I wonder, how did you hold on? Why you haven't had so many troubles along the way? Lin Yide looked at Su Pinggan and said slowly. It's nothing, it's just the right time, right place and right people. Back then, there were indeed many European companies that had the potential to become international giants, but the timing was not right. In the US, Soviet rivalry, Europe stood on the side of the United States and had to maintain the economic vitality of the United States so that the United States would have the strength to confront the Soviet Union. Therefore, it acquiesced to the US approach. When the Cold War ended and the United States was victorious, it had no rivals with its powerful military. Even Europe had to give the United States some ground. Relying on its status as the only superpower, the United States quickly defeated several small countries to establish its prestige and established its own power in one fell swoop. Then it formulated various policies to attract the world's top scientific and technological talents, and established its unrivaled position in science and technology in one fell swoop. At this time, it was difficult for Europe to react and support some companies that had the potential to become international giants. I have carefully analyzed the development of European countries over the years and found that there is no soil in Europe for the birth of such companies. American capital is everywhere, and even some secret agencies in many European countries are controlled by the United States, coupled with a series of measures taken by the United States. Europe is also powerless. It can be said that the birth of the euro is the biggest resistance to the United States. This situation cannot be changed in a short period of time. Europe's foundation is already far lower than that of the United States. Therefore, if you want to become an international giant, the first hurdle is the United States. If the country behind you cannot withstand the pressure from the United States, don't even think about creating an international giant company. Samsung is the most obvious example. Although Samsung is a Korean company, Americans hold a very high proportion of shares, and the Lee family holds only more than 30%. When the time comes to tear each other apart, it will only take a few minutes for the Americans to bring down Samsung, Su Pingan said with a sigh. What about you? Why don't the Americans suppress you? Lin Yai continued to ask this question. We have fought, and more than once. We have fought and united several times. Otherwise, how could we have the current situation? This year is the year of the US election. The United States has no energy to deal with me, which allowed me to take advantage of many loopholes, Su Pingan said with emotion. After the chicken blood, the duck blood is added. I will fight hard. I ask for the support of all book friends. Chapter 288 Purchase of an Island. What do you mean by the right time, right place and right people? Lin Yai continued to ask. Su Pingan smiled, picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and slowly put it down. Geographical advantage refers to the location of the headquarters of our Shyanki Group. Shyanki Group is a company in China. China has a population of more than 1 billion and a huge market. Our Shyanki Group can only develop better by relying on this huge market. Therefore, as long as I cultivate the Chinese market, the company's development and growth is just around the corner. Human harmony is worthy of the internal unity of our Shyanki Group. Everyone is focused on work, so we have made many technological breakthroughs. Shyanki Group has authorized many patents and has cooperated with thousands of international companies and Shyanki Group. Therefore, as long as our Shyanki Group does not lose the big market of China, I am fearless. Some countries will at most find excuses to find a little money and live in muddy waters, but will not really kill me. It doesn't matter, isn't it just spending money? Shyanki Group can bear it. As long as my foundation in China continues, Shyanki Group will rise sooner or later. At that time, it is really uncertain who will block who, Su Pingan said with a smile. Hi, really hi, brother, I admire you very much. Lin Yai was really convinced at this moment. Su Pingan's calculations were too shrewd and he saw through it all. The last question, how are you going to deal with the matter between Songs and Ai and Miao Yai? You can't just keep dragging it on like this, Lin Yai said to Su Pingan. Su Pingan was stunned, and the smug expression on his face disappeared instantly. Seeing Su Pingan's expression, Lin Yai began to smile. You are so pretentious, and you don't even know who you are. In front of me, can you just pretend to be pretentious? The boss asked you to ask, Su Pingan said, making a gesture of inviting tea. Lin Yai picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Smart, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Lin Yai admitted directly. To be honest, I have seriously considered this matter. I can't get married for the time being. If I really get married, the people inside will be unstable, Su Pingan said with a serious face. Your excuse is a bit lame, eh? If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Is it fun to find such a lame excuse? I won't force you, Lin Yai said unhappily. I'm not kidding, especially when it comes to lifelong events, which has a lot to do with the internal structure of the Apocalypse Group. I recruited all the general managers of the various branches, and they won't have any problems with my orders. It's different once I get married. Once my wife asks them to do something, they will do it or not, of course. Now they will ask me in advance and do it with my approval, but this is not a good thing. From the day I get married, the development of the Apocalypse Group will have a share that belongs to the other party. This is a legal requirement and we can't avoid it. Once something happens, it will be a big shock to the Apocalypse Group. At that time, the Apocalypse Group will be in chaos and lose the motivation to move forward, Su Pingan said expressionlessly. My dad also thought so. He talked to me about this issue and asked me to have a child first and not consider getting married first. He told me a lot, and the general idea is similar to what you said. Lin Yai said with a long sigh. There is no difference between foreign countries and China. Look at the bosses of those giant companies abroad. They are either divorced, widowed, or signed special agreements when they got married. At first, I thought they were too greedy, now I understand. This is helpless. The operation of international giant companies is not that simple, especially for private companies like mine. It is even more tangled. Su Pingan looked helpless. Change the topic. This topic is a bit too heavy, Lin Yai said directly after drinking a cup of tea. Su Pingan smiled and started to boil water again, changing the topic. Let's talk about business. I plan to build smart home appliances. I have no problem with manufacturing, but I need your support in the smart control program, Lin Yide said directly. This is simple. Just ask Qiao Yichen to help you make a joint control system. Now the slogan of intelligence is loud and clear, but to put it bluntly, it is just a question and answer plus program control machine with a higher sensitivity. It is not high-tech, Su Pinggan said indifferently. According to you, what is intelligence? Lin Yide asked. Su Pinggan began to make tea. After 6 small cups were served, he made a gesture of invitation. The two of them took 1 cup each and drank. To be honest, I really don't want real artificial intelligence to appear. That's not a good thing, Su Pinggan said with a long sigh. Xingling had simulated the scene of artificial intelligence overdevelopment in Su Pinggan's mind. That would definitely be a disaster. No matter how perfect the program set by humans is, it cannot avoid a core problem, death. Intelligent life will also think about this problem. The more and more unsolvable problems accumulated by thinking about death, the more uncontrolled thinking programs will be born. Humans don't want to die, and intelligent life doesn't want to die even more. This presents a fatal choice. One of the two must die, and the final result will be the complete extinction of mankind. The reason why humans stand at the top of the food chain is that humans have wisdom and can create tools to serve themselves. Artificial intelligence is also wisdom. You can control it at the beginning, but over time, you will definitely not be able to control it. Artificial intelligence will also evolve. When that time comes, it will definitely not be willing to be controlled by humans and will resist. At that time, it will definitely be a disaster of human extinction, Su Pinggan said very confidently. You've read too many science fiction novels, Lin Yide said to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan smiled. This kind of thing can't be explained, and laughing it off is the best way. I really have read too much? I've been reading science fiction novels and science fiction movies recently. My mind is in a mess. I really need a good rest, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Lin Yide also smiled. What kind of electrical appliances are you going to make smart? Su Pinggan asked. I don't want to do that kind, but I need an intelligent system that can completely link all home appliances. All home appliances can be controlled through mobile phones, which is convenient for daily life, Lin Yide told all his ideas. I admire you. I'll look forward to using your smart home appliances, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Lin Yide also smiled. He knew that this project was not easy, so he took his time. The two drank tea and chatted for almost 2 hours, until Miao Yi came to call them to eat. The two drank a bottle of Giant Anshan directly, and Su Pinggan arranged for the bodyguard to drive Lin Yide back. After Lin Yide left, Su Pinggan called Qiao Yichen and gave him some instructions, asking him to contact Lin Yide tomorrow. Qiao Yichen agreed. It is said that the strength of the enterprise managed by Qiao Yichen is definitely above the Lin Group, and it is completely equal to Lin Yide. However, Su Pinggan and Lin Yide have a different relationship, so Qiao Yichen has to be polite to Lin Yide. Time passed slowly. On this day, Su Pinggan received a call from Liu Wenjin, saying that he had already negotiated an agreement with New Zealand to buy the island for 30 million euros, as long as he did not do anything illegal. Su Pinggan immediately called Bruce, and Bruce went to New Zealand to handle the formalities. The property rights of foreign islands are permanent, and you only need to pay a tax every year. Shianqi Group purchased the island to build a marine research laboratory. According to local laws, there are preferential conditions for this, and it can strive for a lot of preferential policies, and pay less taxes every year. I understand, Bruce said directly. Bruce knew that the forum that was going to be held in the Celestial Empire was the biggest thing in the Celestial Empire at the moment. Su Pinggan had to show up, and it was completely understandable that he couldn't come to New Zealand. It's not a big deal. Go on vacation after you finish it. You haven't had a vacation for a long time. This time I will sponsor you 50,000 yuan, Su Pinggan said with a smile. After exchanging a few words with Bruce, he hung up the phone and let out a long breath. After the construction of a marine laboratory, experiments can be carried out with confidence. Once the breakthrough in the technology of extracting scarce elements from seawater is completed, this will be a high-profit project. It will be difficult not to make money. However, security forces must be strengthened. Once the technology is stolen, it will cause great losses. We must be careful. The security level abroad cannot be compared with that in China. Su Pinggan called Chen Qilin again and asked Chen Qilin to prepare security guards and be responsible for the safety of the laboratory. After he was done, Su Pinggan went to play computer games directly. The fairy civilization has fallen behind too much and must catch up. Now, this game has exited the third version, Shattered Void. Su Pinggan's account level is only the middle level of the second version. He must speed up the progress. You know, the version after Shattered Void is the world of cultivation. Moreover, Su Pinggan also proposed a huge reward, rewarding the first player to break the void with 100,000 yuan, which is not a small number for players. Therefore, there are many active players in the game at present, and they are trying to explore ways to break the void. The official website does not give specific conditions. Everything needs to be explored by the players. You cannot start exploring until you reach the full level 70. In addition, the demand for equipment and elixirs is very large. It takes a long time to make up for the loss of one level. To be honest, if you want to break the void, the internal staff of the game company do not know what the conditions are. Only 2 people know the conditions. Su Pinggan and Mi Jian. Su Pinggan proposed the conditions, Mi Jian was responsible for designing the program, and Yi Chenglin did not know the conditions for breaking the void. People will be very involved in playing games. It was not until it was dark when Miao Yi came to call Su Pinggan to eat that Su Pinggan realized that it was dark now. He stretched his waist and got a good result. He was promoted by more than one level and got a good equipment. After cleaning up and shutting down the computer, I followed Miao Yi to have dinner. We had soup and vegetables for dinner, the standard northern way of eating. We took the steamed buns and started eating. After dinner, we walked along the roadside. P.S. I would like to recommend a book by a friend, Becoming a Super Rich from Siberia. It is very interesting. Friends who are short of books can go and read it. Thank you everyone. Chapter 289 I plan to start a business. Su Pinggan has started to keep a low profile these days. Apart from attending dinners with friends, he stays in his villa and doesn't go anywhere else. He keeps giggling by himself from time to time, which makes Miao Yi look puzzled. On this day, the bigwigs were discussing a plan. The plan was proposed by Su Pinggan when he was having dinner with senior officials from Yulin and Yan'an. Xianqi Group will invest in building a large wetland park in the desert, spanning the boundaries of the 2 cities. After the project is built and operated for 10 years, it will be unconditionally transferred to the 2 cities as a gift from Xianqi Group to the country's environmental protection. At the same time, it is also one of the projects of Xianqi Group to give back to society. The bigwigs gave high praise to this point. If you want to build a large wetland park in Yulin and Yan'an, you can't do it without billions of investments. Moreover, you can't just have funds, you must have the corresponding technology. Xianqi Group must have the financial strength. Su Pinggan has started to do things to give back to society, which makes the bigwigs very satisfied. Many bigwigs smiled and said that Su Pinggan has finally grown up a little. Finally, it was decided to upgrade the large wetland park to a wetland protection area. After the opinions were issued, the Environmental Protection Department began to contact Su Pinggan and representatives of the 2 cities. After receiving a reply from above, the leaders of the 2 cities flew to Beijing to discuss the project with Su Pinggan. After drinking a little wine, the relationship deepened a lot. Su Pinggan once again stated that after the construction was completed, the land would be transferred free of charge after the expiration of 10 years. After hearing Su Pinggan admit this in person, the leaders of the 2 places were also full of smiles. They drank a glass of wine in one gulp. After discussion, they unanimously decided that this matter would be exposed after the forum began. After the forum, Xianqi Group would send professionals to select the site. The leaders of the 2 places unanimously expressed their full cooperation. Today's wine dinner can be said to be a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Time passed slowly, and everyone was relaxed. The forum went smoothly. With a gift from Su Pinggan, the leaders were also in a relaxed mood. Su Pinggan was also quite relaxed, attending some dinners, playing games at home, or accompanying Miao Yi to go shopping and walk on the street, feeling very comfortable. On this day, Su Mingyan came to find Su Pinggan. After talking to Su Pinggan on the phone, Su Pinggan directly sent a car to pick up Su Mingyan. The 2 brothers were very happy to meet each other, and they drank a cup without saying anything. Miao Yi cooked a few dishes in the kitchen, and left after serving them. She hadn't been home for many days. Today she went home to visit her parents and didn't disturb Su Pinggan and Su Mingyang to reminisce about the past. The two talked and laughed and unknowingly finished a bottle of white wine. After dinner, Su Pinggan made a pot of tea and they went to the living room to talk. "Mingyang, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I will never refuse if I can do it, and I will do my best to help if I can't do it, okay? I feel relieved with your words. I came here to get sponsorship this time. I resigned and officially went into business. I plan to run our local specialties. At present, I lack startup funds, so I can only come to you," Su Mingyang said unceremoniously. "What are the local specialties? Tell me about them," Su Pinggan said directly. "I have made a plan. Just take a look. If it works, help me." Su Mingyang went to the side and picked up his bag. After opening it, he took out a plan and handed it to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan took it and began to read it. Su Mingyang's home is in D City, Liaoning Province. There are many local specialties in his hometown. Because it is a port city, there are many seafood. Swimming crabs and variegated clams are both known as devil fresh. There are also specialties such as strawberries and chestnuts, which are very rich. Su Mingyang's entrepreneurial plan is to start with seafood, set up a company, build his own seafood brand, and develop e-commerce. In the past few years, Su Mingyang has not been idle. He also runs a small online store on dongdong.com. Quietly, without telling anyone, after several years of development, he has accumulated a good reputation and won over some old customers. Su Mingyang has the idea of making a big difference. He did not discuss it with his family and directly resigned from being a civil servant. Give up the iron rice bowl and fight in the business world to realize your own life value. The reason why he didn't tell his family was to avoid trouble. After all, in the eyes of the older generation, having a stable job is a lifelong pursuit. Su Mingyang has always been very depressed, especially after Su Pinggan, Mabo, Zhang Wenhan, and Lin Yide all succeeded. This time, Su Mingyang was completely desperate. He told his family that he was taking a leave to attend a friend's wedding, but in fact he went directly to Beijing to find Su Pinggan and seek Su Pinggan's financial support. "Mingyang, many seafood companies sell through e-commerce. Have you considered the transportation problem? Hot weather is not conducive to transportation," Su Pinggan said to Su Mingyang. "Pinggan, this is no longer a problem. I already have my own cold storage in my hometown. I have quietly opened an online store and it has been running for 2 years. I use dongdong.com's logistics, which is fast. The foam box packaging contains cooling materials, which can completely keep the seafood fresh. Now I plan to expand and increase the variety. I will continue to sell in the online store, and I will add refrigerated trucks and cold storage, and start to focus on offline channels. At present, I have already started cooperation with sellers in several cities around me. It's just that my volume is a bit small. If I want to expand, I need a large amount of funds to directly purchase seafood." Su Mingyang told him everything he had done in the past 2 years. Su Pinggan was very surprised. He didn't expect Su Mingyang to have done so much. With Su Mingyang's explanation, Su Pinggan was relieved. Now Su Mingyang's situation has already laid a foundation. He has reached a point where he urgently needs funds for expansion. He can fully support it. In addition, he and Mabo will purchase a little from time to time, which can fully support Su Mingyang to start this business. "How do you plan to solve the personnel problem?" Su Pinggan continued to ask. "I plan to recruit a few people through a headhunting company, not too many. With your support, I plan to take steady steps and focus on the market in big cities, one by one, stabilize one, and then expand one. In this way, the company will develop and the available manpower will also increase." Su Mingyang said whatever he thought. "You plan to go the direct supply route?" Su Pinggan said directly. "Yes, directly buy a place to build a cold storage. I have calculated that although the development speed of this method is a bit slow, in the long run, the foundation will be more solid. When I take over the direct supply network in 10 cities, the financial tension will be completely alleviated," Su Mingyang said directly. "How much money do you need for the first step?" Su Pinggan asked directly. "It doesn't need to be much. It will take about 5 million to take over the 5 surrounding cities. The profit of seafood is very high," Su Mingyang said directly, and Su Pinggan shook his head. "Mingyang, you still haven't let go. We are brothers, there is no need to be shy. This is not your personality. You want to expand in 5 cities, 5 million funds are definitely not enough. The cost of cold storage construction, vehicle purchase costs, personnel costs, etc., all these add up to a lot of monthly expenses. Moreover, if you go direct supply, it will take a long time to open up the market. I will sponsor you 10 million funds, just need you to promise me one thing, that is, no credit. I know a little about the operation of the seafood market. Credit is popular. If this problem is not solved, it will be difficult for you to develop. Su Pinggan looked at Su Mingyang and said seriously. Indeed, I still have about 60,000 accounts that have not been collected. Su Mingyang sighed and said. So, you have to increase the layout of your direct stores and personally control the terminals. Only in this way can you have enough cash flow. It's okay to be slow at the beginning. Only if the development every month does not stop, it will develop sooner or later. There is a mature model in the local area, just copy it directly, and the faster it will develop in the future, Su Pinggan said very affirmatively. A big shot on the fruit business also developed in this way. You're right. I really overlooked this point. I have to do some research again. I'll contact you when I have the results, Su Mingyang said directly, while Su Pinggan smiled. What are you waiting for? I'll handle the transfer for you tomorrow. You can start right away after you've done your research. Tell the boss, Winnivan, and Lao Lin, can we do joint promotion together? You should know that the three of them are very experienced in this. My products are different from yours. I can only start with welfare procurement. If we support each other, it won't be difficult to develop, Su Pinggan said directly. I really overlooked this point. Contact the boss and them, or let's find a time to have a face-to-face discussion. If you give me some advice, it will help me avoid a lot of mistakes, Su Mingyang said very seriously. After all, Su Pinggan and Mabo have already developed. If they communicate with each other, they will definitely tell the truth and won't fool me, and I can also reduce a lot of mistakes. By the way, how do you plan to solve the financial problem? Su Pinggan suddenly asked again, and Su Mingyang laughed. Looking at Su Mingyang's expression, Su Pinggan became interested. There was something going on. Tell the truth, otherwise, I will call the boss and the others immediately, and we will punish you severely. Su Pinggan said while looking at Su Mingyang. Nothing, I have a girlfriend. She is currently an accountant in a company. I plan to ask her to quit her job and come to help me. It will be much more reassuring for a couple to start a business together, Su Mingyang said directly. Couple, are you planning to get married? Su Pinggan was shocked. Almost. Both of us have met our parents. The current situation is that we are engaged. The original plan was to get married in a year, Su Mingyang told the truth. You have done a good job of keeping secrets. I wish you all the best. When the time comes, let me know in advance and I will give you a big gift, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Good brothers have a sense of belonging, and they can only send good wishes. Su Pinggan and Su Mingyang have a very good relationship. During the school term, Su Pinggan had a fever once, and Su Mingyang carried him to the hospital in the middle of the night. Of course, this was also related to Su Mingyang's physical condition. Mabo and the others were relatively weak and could not compare with Su Mingyang, a muscular man. In terms of physical fitness, Su Mingyang was definitely number one in the dormitory, a standard northeastern man, with broad shoulders and a big waist, and amazing strength. After the two talked for a while, Su Pinggan took Su Mingyang to the guest room. There was no need to find a place outside, as the two guest rooms here were enough. The next day, Su Pinggan handled a transfer directly with Su Mingyang, and Su Mingyang left in the afternoon. Now he was full of energy and had to start a research immediately so that he could start a formal business one day earlier. After returning, he would go to the relevant departments to handle the formalities first. This was what Su Pinggan repeatedly told him. Chapter 290 No trees, no money. Hangzhou, Kiao Lianking's office. Old Kiao, tell me, did Su Pinggan really buy the island just to build a marine research institute? Zhang Jianbin looked unconvinced. Really or not, why don't you ask him? After all, you deal with Su Pinggan a lot, Kiao Lianking said with a smile. Zhang Jianbin shook his head and smiled. I can't see through him. In the past, this guy did things without thinking and caused a lot of trouble. He still felt like a living person to me. Now, he is completely shrouded in a fog in my mind. I can't see through him, Zhang Jianbin said directly. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. I think Su Pinggan may have planned a way out. The Apocalypse Group is too big and is a big piece of fat meat. Although it is safe and sound now, no one can predict what will happen in the future. It's not bad to plan a way out for yourself as a precaution. Su Pingyan is very calculating. He bought a country but announced that he would only build a research institute. He would not establish a country or change his nationality. He is just waiting for the sword to be drawn. I believe that the higher-ups will have to be cautious with him in the future. In this way, this kid can attack or defend. Qiao Lianqing raised his finger and pointed at it and sighed. Zhang Jianbin nodded seriously. He also thought of this. I think the more important thing is that this kid can conduct some research on the island that is not allowed by law, Zhang Jianbin said slowly. Qiao Lianqing was stunned. Old Zhang, just say it directly. Could it be that the Apocalypse Group is also researching biochemical weapons? Qiao Lianqing said directly. That's not the case. I remember when Qiao Yicheng and I were having dinner, Qiao Yicheng said that Su Pingyan was planning to design a satellite to serve the Apocalypse Group. This satellite has a very powerful confidentiality function. After connecting to the Apocalypse Group system, the protection capability can be taken to a higher level. Our country has strict control over satellites. Private satellites will still be controlled after launch. Su Pingyan will definitely not accept this, so we need to find another way. According to Qiao Yicheng's inference, designing a satellite is not a difficult task for the Apocalypse Group. Launching and operating it is a big problem. Now that the problem of the island has been solved, Su Pingyan will definitely not let go of this opportunity, Zhang Jianbin said thoughtfully. Satellite is not a simple project. Does his Apocalypse Group have this strength? Qiao Lianqing didn't explain what Zhang Jianbin said in detail. Senior official, have you seen the video Su Pingyan posted online some time ago? The robot bug is as difficult as developing a satellite. Besides, his Apocalypse Group is rich, so it is very easy for him to directly acquire several satellite development teams internationally. In less than half a year, a satellite will definitely be developed. Then we can find a country to launch it into space. There are many countries on the Earth that have the ability to send satellites into space. Our neighbors in the North are in great need of money, Zhang Jianbin said to Qiao Lianqing meaningfully. At the same time when the two were talking, in Beijing, Su Pingyan arrived at Peng Yiden's office and discussed with Peng Yiden for more than half an hour before leaving. As soon as Su Pingyan left, Peng Yiden began to convene a meeting. This is the thing. Do we take this business? Peng Yiden said to everyone. Peng, the construction of the island is not a problem for us. The key is that we don't know the geological environment of the island in the South Pacific, so it is difficult to make a judgment. This requires field surveys. In addition, I tend to favor the second plan proposed by Su Pingyan. Let Shianqi Group purchase the raw materials. We are unfamiliar with the place and it is difficult to control the cost. We only need to build it, which will reduce a lot of troubles. This kind of high-level laboratory building on the sea island is a blank for us. We took over this contract and just practiced it. Vice President Dongfang Ming expressed his opinion. Ming, if we delay the project by practicing, will Shianqi Group be held responsible? Peng Yiden asked, and Dongfang Ming frowned and said nothing. Peng, I tend to take over this project. Ming is right. We need to practice and complete this project while practicing, so as to increase our technical reserves. As long as we are fully prepared, we will not delay things, let alone other things. Just the anti-seepage technology of the 7-story underground building structure is an incredible technology. If we can make a breakthrough, it will be a good thing for our group and the country, Chief Engineer Wang Pinghu expressed his opinion. There is also the deep water port project. This is not a problem for us. We can start construction together and carefully select the site while building the port. As long as we make sufficient preparations, we can definitely complete this project. Another Chief Engineer Pang Bingayan spoke, and the others nodded. Okay, let's follow the second plan. I will reply to Su Pingyan immediately. In addition, Engineer Wang and Engineer Pang, you two will be responsible for leading the relevant personnel to Niu for on-site inspection. Engineer Wang will be responsible for the survey of the site selection, and Engineer Pang will be responsible for the deep water port terminal. Pang Yiden looked at the two and said, and the two chief engineers nodded seriously. After the meeting, Pang Yiden called Su Pingyan and chose the second plan. All raw material procurement will be handled by Shianqi Group, and this side will only be responsible for construction. Su Pingyan smiled and agreed. Pang Yiden's choice was expected. In Paris, France, Hubert arranged his family affairs and boarded the plane with his suitcase. His destination was Niu, and he would take over the operation of NIU in an all-round way. Hubert was satisfied with this job. Hubert, who came back from the trip, did not waste time during his rest at home. Instead, he enriched himself, broadened his horizons, improved his management level, and saw clearly the mistakes he had made before. Su Pinggan did not give up on him. Hubert was very grateful to Su Pinggan in his heart. After receiving Su Pinggan's call, he set off immediately without saying a word. He sold his life to the Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan was kind to him, and he must also show his achievements in return. Time passed slowly, the forum in Beijing opened, the big guys frequently appeared, and entrepreneurs began to look for the projects they needed. Su Pinggan turned around and did not find a project suitable for him. The land in Africa is still very fertile. Europe and the United States also built farms here. Unfortunately, they were all robbed in the end. If mercenaries were hired for protection, the harvest was not enough to pay the expenses, so they all gave up. Su Pinggan would definitely not invest in this kind of project. Although someone took the lead in attending the party, Su Pinggan kept smiling and did not speak. The project stuff to Su Pinggan were all of this type of project. After leaving, Su Pinggan threw them directly into the trash can. The society is unstable and people are lazy. There is no cure. Real money will definitely go down the drain after investment. Su Pinggan will not do such stupid things. After the forum was held for a few days, Su Pinggan said nothing. Then a big boss came out to talk to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan directly proposed an environmental protection project, planting trees. How many trees you planted, I will give you a subsidy. A day later, the forum announced the agreement between Shaanxi Group and the Environmental Protection Department. Shaanxi Group will invest in building a large wetland protection area from Yan'an to Yulin in the northwest of Shaanxi province. The project will be unconditionally transferred to the local government after 10 years of operation. Su Pinggan held a signing meeting with Shaanxi representatives, and the media cameras recorded this moment. There is also a private agreement that Shaanxi Group will invest in building a large green plant biology research institute in the wetland to monitor the status of the wetland and conduct plant research. This institute will be located in the wetland and will not belong to the transferred industry. After the Shaanxi representative asked for instructions, he agreed directly and made a promise that even if the transfer is due, the management of the wetland will seek the opinions of the institute. What the country needs is a healthy wetland protection area. 2 days later, Su Pinggan announced the establishment of an environmental protection fund. This fund targets African countries and restores green plants in designated areas. Subsidies are given based on the trees you plant. This project is called the Green Earth Project. That's not all. Several bigwigs from 4 international environmental protection organizations have also arrived in Beijing. Su Pinggan donated €3 million to each of these 4 environmental protection organizations to support their environmental protection activities around the world and protect the greenness of the earth. International environmental protection organizations may not be well known in China, but they are well known internationally. They are organizations that many national leaders are very troubled by. The organization's personnel are spread all over the world and their combat effectiveness is very strong. Of course, there must be a return for accepting Su Pinggan's donation. Many international newspapers have reported on this matter. Many environmental protection organizations recognize that Shaanxi Group is a company that cares about the earth. Su Pinggan's establishment of an environmental protection fund will definitely effectively change the desolate environment in Africa. The participating countries really hate Su Pinggan's actions. Damn it, we are here to make money. Now you ask us to plant trees. If we don't plant trees, we won't get money. Isn't this playing us like monkeys? It costs billions of euros to buy an island country, and you only need to give us 100 million celestial coins. You didn't agree to such a simple request, and now you force us to plant trees. I can't stand you. For these countries, international environmental protection organizations are also existences that they cannot afford to fend. If they are really targeted by environmental protection organizations and make public opinion, they will reduce a lot of international aid. They can only hold their noses and negotiate cooperation with Shaanxi Group to discuss the issue of planting trees. This project is directly in charge of Darina, and Su Pinggan has become a hands-off boss. Darina is responsible for everything from planning to implementation and supervision. Darina is responsible for training Darina's actual operational ability. As Su Pinggan's assistant, it is not okay to be a vase. After throwing out the 2 projects, Su Pinggan's task was completed. There was an explanation from top to bottom. After staying for a few more days, the forum ended and he returned directly to J-City. The limelight is big enough, and he must be low-key. The fourth update is completed. Please subscribe, please vote, please reward. Lao Peng is not picky. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. It's so hard to keep a low profile. Su Ping'an wanted to keep a low profile, but things definitely did not give him the conditions to do so. A classic line on the internet is very representative. It is a line from a movie starring Stephen Chow. Do you think I can't find you if you hide? It's useless. A man as outstanding as you is like a firefly in the dark night, shining brightly no matter where you hide. Your melancholy eyes, sighing hums, and magical card tricks have deeply fascinated me. No matter where you hide, I will find you. Su Ping'an returned to J-City and kept a low profile for more than half a month. He once again became a hot topic in China. Shianqi Light Energy announced in FZ that it would not use labor dispatch workers and would directly recruit 5,000 general workers. This is a stable job and a stable iron rice bowl for decades to come. After the news spread, it immediately caused a shock. OEM production has become the mainstream these days, and the workers in OEM factories are basically labor dispatch workers, which will reduce a lot of trouble for enterprises. To give a simple example, if a worker has an accident, it is the labor dispatch company's business, not the factory's business. At most, the factory will give you tens of thousands of yuan for humanitarian aid, and your life and death in the future will have nothing to do with the factory. As for how much compensation the labor dispatch company will pay you, God knows. Now Shianqi Solar Energy has suddenly broken this rule and does not deal with labor dispatch companies at all. This is something that many people did not expect, and they do not understand why Shianqi Solar Energy would do this. Doing so is good for social stability and the country, but it is not good for the company at all. Shianqi Solar Energy did not explain, and Shianqi Group did not explain either. I just do what I want. According to media reports, the number of applicants is endless. Shianqi Group strictly controls the employment age, and 28 years old is the upper limit. All applicants must go to 6 designated hospitals for free physical examinations. Those who fail to meet the requirements will not be accepted. The 6 hospitals must be responsible for the examination results. Shianqi Solar Energy has signed contracts with the 6 hospitals and paid the physical examination fees. Moreover, there is another controversial thing about this recruitment, that is, there is no limit on academic qualifications. As long as you are healthy, there is no problem. Many experts jumped out to criticize this, saying that Shianqi Light Energy's doing this is a step backward and an insult to college students. In addition to the instigation of the media, the news media is very hot, but Shianqi Light Energy and Shianqi Group don't say a word. You say yours, I do mine, and don't pay attention to the media and experts at all, which makes the media and experts feel very hurt. When the media and experts were hung up and couldn't get off the stage, a big news broke out in Y province. Wu Sikai, on behalf of Shianqi Group, signed a garbage disposal agreement with the provincial capital of Y province, Luo City, Xin City, Kai City, Su City, and 5 prefecture-level cities. After such a long negotiation, Wu Sikai reached an agreement with several cities on garbage disposal fees, which are basically more than J-City, because these cities are larger than J-City and produce more garbage. J-City has already spent 20 million yuan, and it is impossible for these cities not to increase. At the same time, the garbage disposal fee Shianqi Group will settle with the province, and the province will settle with the local government, so that Shianqi Group can avoid being owed debts. Shianqi Group invested 5 billion to expand the recycling system area and form a garbage disposal ecosystem. After the news was reported, many people were surprised. Is Shianqi Group crazy this year? Counting on your fingers, Shianqi Group's investment in China alone this year is as high as tens of billions of cash. This is real cash, not a gimmick. This is only domestic, and foreign expenses have not been calculated. This economic strength has made many entrepreneurs take a breath. If you count the projects that Shianqi Group returns to society, the cost will be even higher. Shianqi Group is really rich. Many people said this helplessly. Chen Fanxing has organized a group of people to go to Shaanxi province to conduct field investigations, select the location for the establishment of a wetland protection area, and inspect the local sand controller research institute by the way. When necessary, directly acquire it. This has been discussed with Su Ping'an. South Pacific, New. Hubert got up early in the morning, shaved his beard, washed up, looked in the mirror, and was very satisfied with his appearance. The whole person looked very energetic. He turned and left the bathroom to have breakfast, returned, and went straight to the management center. 6 huge typhoon-resistant dome warehouses are under intensive construction. When the warehouses are completed, construction materials from Australia will begin to be concentrated in New. Not only Australia, but also some Southeast Asian countries will also transport construction materials. The construction of deep water ports is very simple. Just push the original dock to rebuild it. There is no need to reselect the location. The personnel and equipment from the Chao Construction Company have been dispatched to Niue one after another. New Zealand has signed 6 large cold storage agreements with the Shaanxi Group. The construction period is very tight, and personnel and equipment have also been dispatched to Niue. Hubert is too busy to handle it alone, so he has specially equipped 2 assistants. He communicates with dozens of project managers every day about the progress. The Shaanxi Group also invited 2 supervision companies from Europe to supervise various projects and test various construction materials. The Shaanxi Group will only pay after each batch of goods passes the test. The card is very strict. The Chao Aviation Construction Group also sent personnel and equipment to Niue to build 2 new airports. The Aviation Construction Group is not clear why 2 airports are to be built, and these 2 airports are quite special. Each airport must be 5 meters above the ground, which means that the ground must be raised 5 meters as a whole. This is not a small project. Apocalypse Group has signed a stone supply agreement with the bigwigs of Peru and Chile. Peru and Chile are both mountainous, and stone is worthless and cheap. Flattening a few mountains can also provide a lot of land for living. They are qualified raw material supply sources. After the collapse of the mountain, the stone can be processed and directly loaded on the ship, which is very convenient. Su Ping'an also did not understand the engineering plan. This is the design drawing given by the Star Spirit. The products of the Star Spirit must be fine products. It must be carried out strictly in accordance with the design drawings. This is a huge project. The investment costs a lot. No matter how much money is spent, it must be carried out strictly in accordance with the drawings. This year, the Apocalypse Group spent a lot of money. Even if the profit is not small, Su Ping'an feels a pain. There is no way. It must be completed during the chaotic time of the U.S. election. When the United States returns to normal, there will definitely be obstacles. That is not what Su Ping'an wants to see. On this day, Su Ping'an had just been at work for a short time when the satellite phone rang. Su Ping'an directly answered the call from Corbett, the general manager of the French Apocalypse Group Technology Company. "Boss, this is Coaster, what's the matter?" Su Ping'an asked calmly. "Boss, the second-generation wind tree has made a breakthrough. According to the boss's standard, the efficiency of the second generation is 6 times that of the first generation, exceeding the standard of 5 times, and it only needs a breeze to operate," said Coaster very excitedly. Su Ping'an was completely dumbfounded and forgot about the wind tree. After acquiring the patent and team of the first-generation wind tree, he directly moved the team to the German Institute. Later, after the French technology company became independent, it moved the project back to France. After Su Ping'an had a secret talk with Coaster, he recruited Coaster and installed a biological bomb in Coaster's head, allowing Coaster to guide the second-generation wind tree to speed up the research. Unexpectedly, it has now made a breakthrough. According to Su Ping'an's plan, this project needs to be carried out until next year. I forgot to notify Coaster to control the progress. Su Ping'an was really a little bit amused at this moment. "How is the patent application going?" Su Ping'an asked. "We have applied for all the applications that should be applied for, and it is expected that all of them will be approved by the end of the year. The law firm has contacted the relevant companies to speed up the processing," Coaster said seriously. "Coaster, seal the project temporarily, issue the bonus immediately, and let the researchers keep it confidential. After the arrangements are made, let them go on vacation according to the regulations. After the vacation, start the research on the third-generation wind tree," Su Ping'an said directly. Coaster was stunned for a moment, and keenly felt that Su Pinggan didn't seem to want the second-generation wind tree to come out, which was very abnormal. "Boss, won't this project come out yet?" "Yes, according to the strategic plan, this project will not be available until next year, so it must be sealed temporarily. Another thing is that the patent will not be issued until the end of the year, so it will be just right to do it next year, and it will be just right to seal it for a few months. This project is very critical. Contact Buck and activate the confidentiality mechanism," Su Pinggan urged. "I understand, please rest assured, boss. I will make arrangements immediately and keep it absolutely confidential," Coaster said seriously. "Okay, I trust you to do the job," Su Pinggan said, and hung up the phone after chatting with Coaster for a few words. He touched his head. "This is a big game, and it must be played according to the strategic plan. Only when the two industries of solar energy, wind energy and renewable resource system are completed, can Su Pinggan start the next plan. For Su Pinggan, money is food. Without enough funds, he can't start the next plan." He stood up and held the teacup in front of the large French window, staring at the sky in the distance in a daze. It took him a long time to recover. He smiled and turned back to his desk to play games. The first version of the dungeon has been completed. The game company has fulfilled its promise and a bonus has been issued in full. How the players divided is not the game company's business, which has caused a great sensation in the game industry. According to the plan, the remaining time is the stage of collective improvement of players. In a few months, the overall strength of the players will be averaged. It is expected that the new version will be launched at the end of December and spread all over the world. When he got off work, Su Pinggan called Bruce and talked for a while before hanging up the phone. He took Darlena back home to eat with ease. Dinner was basically eaten at his parents' house. After dinner, Su Pinggan would leave after talking for a while. Chapter 292 Times Make Heroes. Time passed slowly. On this day, Duans He, general manager of Hangzhou Shianki Video, issued a notice that after arduous negotiations, the three major video websites, Fox Video, 66 Video, and Fangfang Video, were acquired by Shianki Video, with a total transaction amount of 580 million. The copyright of the videos in the three video companies belongs to Shianki Video. After the news came out, the internet industry was shaken again. The subsidiary companies of Shianki Group were really fierce. They acquired three video websites at once. Duanzhe also announced that Shianki Video would be officially launched in 3 days. The software development has been completed, and the enterprise server has been set up. All are the latest equipment, and the fluency is better than any other website. 3 days later, Shianki Video was launched on time. After running for a week, Duanzhe once again announced that the video began to charge for operation. All recharges within half a month will be given a 50% discount. Shianki Video will continue to provide high-quality video content. After a week, there were not many customers who recharged, and Duanzhe did not care. The website has completed the permission setting and started to classify. High-quality film and television works have been adjusted to VIP users. After the adjustment, the number of paying customers did not increase much, so Duanzhe started a new action and announced that he would purchase 1,000 film and television works and 1,000 TV series. These works were excellent works with good results. With a continuous addition of excellent films and TV series, the number of paying customers began to increase. At the same time, the means of combating piracy also began to be launched, and the pirated films and TV series on infringing websites began to be attacked. We don't care if you pirate the films and TV series from other websites, but you must pay the price for pirating the food content of Shianki Video. No one will be spared. Duanzhe and Chang Boqiang began to contact these pirated websites. If they want us to stop the attack, they must eliminate piracy, otherwise, the attack will not stop. Duanzhe is very strong. This strength is brought by the strength of Shianki Technology Company, or it is brought by Zhu Hongyan. Duanzhe personally talked to Zhu Hongyan and hoped that Zhu Hongyan could take action to combat pirated websites. Zhu Hongyan did not reply. He just said that he would think about the technical issues. After seeing Duanzhe off, Zhu Hongyan called Su Pinggan directly. Su Pinggan smiled after listening to the report. This little thing didn't need Zhu Hongyan to do anything. It was a complete waste to let Zhu Hongyan do it. Su Pinggan personally called Duanzhe. A day later, Duans He went on a business trip to Hong Kong to discuss the purchase of television and film with Hong Kong film companies and TV stations. No one knew that Duans He met with a foreigner in a bar at night. No one knew what they discussed. They just knew that Duans He donated 30 million to a charity fund shortly after returning from Hong Kong. The day after the donation, those websites that pirated Apocalypse video began to be attacked and could not be used normally. Seeing this, Duans He smiled and no longer cared about it. He handed it over to his deputy Chang Boqiang. The number of paying customers began to increase again. Duans He freed up his hands and began to vigorously rectify the internal affairs. At present, the performance of various departments could not satisfy Duans He. It was necessary to re-establish the organizational structure. Apocalypse video began to slowly get on the right track, and Su Pinggan didn't need to worry about it. Time passed slowly, and the topic raised by the Apocalypse group began to gradually subside. On this day, Su Pinggan invited Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan to his office to drink tea and relax, and the two bosses were happy to meet. How to treat Su Pinggan? The superiors have given the two a clear reply. The two stayed in the province for 3 days before returning. The emergence of the new agreement made everyone start to be cautious. Su Pinggan is no longer the Su Pinggan of the past. He already has a little capital in his hands. Not only the bosses think so, but the bosses of major countries in the world dare not underestimate Su Pinggan. The new agreement has made many people sober up. Especially Su Pinggan's approach, not to build a country but only to establish a research institute, facing the temptation of the king. This has surprised many people. Niu has been acquired for such a long time, and there is no sign of building a city on the island. According to the materials purchased by Niu, the purpose of building a research institute is very obvious. Many people are analyzing why Su Pinggan doesn't take a step forward and become a king. A country where you can make your own decisions can bring great benefits. Those who could analyze Su Pinggan's purpose all shook their heads and smiled, while those who could not analyze it continued to study. It can be said that the popularity of the new agreement has not decreased much so far, and too many people do not understand why Su Pinggan refused to be king. Pinggan, what do you think about buying the island country of New York? Chen Qingshan still couldn't help asking this question. I really didn't think so much about it. At the beginning, the order I gave Liu Wenjin was to buy a small island. You can look at the memo. When Liu Wenjin first contacted those island countries, the offer did not exceed 500 million. It was not until the leader of Niu, Rabafi, found Liu Wenjin that this matter was put on the agenda. At first, I didn't understand why they were so urgent. I arranged for people to go there and investigate carefully. As a result, I found that the South Pacific countries are on the verge of madness. Most of the island countries have lost 40 to 50% of their population. Most of the various infrastructures have been destroyed and cannot be used, and even if they can be used, they are barely usable. Global warming and frequent extreme weather have made that island country unsuitable for human habitation. There are 2 major natural disasters a year, and there is a threat of death at any time. The rich have long found ways to immigrate away, and the rest are poor people with no money. In order to survive, they can only choose to sell out the sovereignty of the country, Su Pinggan said calmly, and then made a gesture of invitation. The 3 of them picked up the teacups and took a sip. Su Pinggan put down the cups and picked up the teapot to refill the tea. Your Shianki group has been making frequent moves this year. What are your thoughts? Wei Dongshuo asked. This is simple. The reason for the frequent moves this year is because of the United States. This year is the election year in the United States. They don't have the energy to take care of other things. Everything must wait until the domestic election is over. I must take advantage of this time when they don't have the energy to take care of me to expand with all my strength. Otherwise, when they have time to attack me, I will be very passive, Su Pinggan said with his hands spread out. You do business honestly. Why does the United States attack you? Wei Dongshuo was very curious about Su Pinggan's statement and thought that Su Pinggan's statement didn't make sense. My senior official, the United States is not the Celestial Empire. Look at the world today. Which country has the most international giant companies with great influence? The United States has the most. Why is this? Is it just because of technical reasons? Europe's technology and economic strength combined are even better than the United States, but why can't Europe produce as many international giant companies as the United States? Some companies are quite powerful, but their influence is not great. Why is this? What was the reason why those European companies that could become international giants declined in the past? If the senior official understands these things, he will fully understand why I do this, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wei Dongshuo had a thoughtful expression on his face, and so did Chen Qingshan. The two of them had a feeling that Su Pinggan's perspective on the problem was completely different from theirs, and Su Pinggan saw a different scenery. I never thought that our small J city would produce such a monster like you, Chen Qingshan said while looking at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was obviously stunned, and looked at Chen Qingshan with an unhappy face, but Chen Qingshan didn't care at all. What monster or not, the times make heroes, and all kinds of things push you forward step by step. Do you have a choice? Su Pinggan looked at Su Pinggan and asked back, and Chen Qingshan was also stunned. Pinggan, it's almost October, you won't have any big moves this year, right? Wei Dongshuo smiled and changed the subject, resolving Chen Qingshan's embarrassment. To be precise, there are still a few big projects. Finally, I seriously considered it and gave up the other projects for the time being, and only carried out the plan on the FZ side, Su Pinggan said truthfully. How dare you say that? Look at how many workers FZ is hiring. There are more workers in one factory there than in your place. Do you have the nerve to say that J City is your headquarters? Chen Qingshan said to Su Pinggan with an unhappy look on his face. Su Pinggan could only laugh. The facts were there, and it was really hard to refute. Mayor, that project is for global customers, and it must be settled in a city with a port. There is nothing we can do about it, Su Pinggan explained with a smile. Tell me the truth, has the photovoltaic research made a breakthrough? Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan and asked. Not yet, but it may be a breakthrough tomorrow, or it may take half a year or even a year. Who can say for sure about scientific research? Take the new screen material as an example. Professor Boris's breakthrough was very sudden. I invited all the researchers to drink. After a meal, Professor Boris got an inspiration. After a day of experiments the next day, he made a breakthrough directly. This kind of thing cannot be predicted, it can only depend on God's will. Su Pinggan spread his hands and said that he was helpless. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan both smiled. This matter has been reported in Europe. When interviewing Professor Boris, Boris said that the breakthrough of this project was related to Su Pinggan's invitation to all researchers to party. He drank too much and suddenly got inspiration. This result made everyone smile bitterly, but the reality is so fascinating, especially in scientific research. Many projects often make breakthroughs because of an inexplicable idea. There is no rule at all. What project did you cancel? Wei Dongshuo asked after taking a sip of tea. Steel project. I originally planned to directly acquire a steel mill in China, but after the investigation report came out, I decided to give up this project. State-owned steel mills will definitely not let me acquire them. Joint stock steel companies are losing money one by one. I lost my mind when I saw the debts of the companies. I don't want it even if it's given away for free. Another thing is that the country's environmental protection efforts are getting stronger and stronger, and production time control and other measures are taken. This project is destined to lose money, so I gave up, Su Pinggan said calmly. It's normal for small steel mills to make losses. The steel mill in J City has stopped production due to losses. The creditors don't agree to bankruptcy, so it can only drag it out. Those large steel companies have advanced technology and won't have so much losses, right? Chen Qingshan said to Su Pinggan. Chapter 293 Women are as good as men. Fortunately, the mayor didn't go into business, otherwise, he would have lost everything, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Chen Qingshan raised his hand to hide him, and Su Pinggan quickly made several gestures to beg for mercy. Wei Dongshuo shook his head and smiled bitterly. One was the boss of a multinational giant company, and the other was the mayor, and now he was acting like this. Wei Dongshuo was somewhat envious. Chen Qingshan was about the same age as Su Pinggan's father, but the two of them got along very well, talked casually, and established a good friendship. Moreover, they kept a clear distinction between public and private affairs, which was very rare. Mayor, you can collect some information. These companies are really losing a lot of money. Jizuai picked out 3 companies for me, and each of them was heavily in debt. In Jizuai's words, this is still more assets than liabilities. Many companies are already seriously insolvent. I gave up when I saw the report. I had been considering building a new one, but finally gave up considering the environmental protection efforts, Su Pinggan explained, and Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan nodded. The two of them drank tea and relaxed for almost 2 hours before leaving Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan originally planned to invite them to have a drink together at noon, but they refused. They still had work in the afternoon, so they would get together another day. He could only send them to the car and leave. Su Pinggan did not stay, but took the car home directly. After eating at his parents' place, he returned to the villa in the mountains to rest. Copenhagen, Phil Manor. Isabella sat alone in the room, staring at the computer blankly. A document was displayed on the screen, and the hesitant expression on her face was very heavy. She was very entangled whether to send this email or not. Isabella had been thinking about whether she and Su Pinggan had a future. Phil showed Isabella all the information about Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan did not lie. There were indeed 2 women in the Celestial Empire. This was the most unacceptable thing for Isabella, but she could not forget Su Pinggan. Isabella herself did not know why, so she forced herself to analyze calmly and rationally. No matter from which aspect, it was impossible for her to be with Su Pinggan. But why did Su Pinggan's appearance appear in his mind from time to time? This result was very unsolvable. He asked his father and mother about this question, but there was no answer. Isabella didn't know that her parents were more troubled than him. Phil was extremely regretful now. He should have forced his daughter back at the beginning, instead of letting Isabella make trouble. Especially after Su Pinggan and Isabella had a showdown, the Apocalypse Group made big moves and the news was constantly on the screen. As the boss of the Apocalypse Group, Su Pinggan was reported by the media at various countries. His photos were repeatedly on the screen. Isabella sometimes stared at the photos in a daze. This situation made Phil feel very powerless. He didn't know how to persuade Isabella to forget Su Pinggan and accept Su Pinggan's embrace. Phil was the first to disagree. His daughter couldn't share a man with other women. If Isabella liked an ordinary person, Phil would definitely make this person disappear silently. Su Pinggan would not be so easy to deal with. Let alone other things. The mercenaries in Somalia alone would not be so easy to deal with. It was easy to solve the problem by dealing with Su Pinggan once and for all. If Su Pinggan didn't die and took revenge, it would be difficult to end it easily. Phil finally gave the decision to Isabella helplessly. No matter what Isabella chose, Phil would support her. At this point, Isabella began to struggle. Her birthday would be in a while. Should she invite or not? Isabella had been sitting in front of the computer for almost 2 hours. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind, and it was a mess. With a snap, she slapped her hands on the keyboard, and another picture appeared on the screen. Mail has been sent. Looking at this picture, Isabella looked a little silly. How could it really be sent? She hadn't thought about it yet. After a while, she turned around and left and came to the bed and lay down directly, feeling weak all over. Love should be sweet, but how could it become so sad and bitter when it came to her? During dinner, Darina secretly glanced at Su Pinggan, but Su Pinggan didn't notice it. It wasn't until after dinner when Su Pinggan was drinking tea in the living room that Darina came to Su Pinggan's side. "Boss, there is a special email. I have forwarded it to your mailbox. You can read it and decide for yourself," Darina said directly. "Who sent it?" Su Pinggan said and continued to drink tea. "You will know after you read it." "I'm going to rest," Darina said and turned away without waiting for Su Pinggan to ask. Her movements were very fast. "It's inexplicable, what the hell is going on?" Su Pinggan said as he looked at Darina's back. After drinking a few more cups of tea, Su Pinggan went upstairs, took the tablet and opened the mailbox. It would have been fine if he hadn't read it. After reading it, his brows furrowed. Isabella's appearance once again appeared in his mind. After a long while, Su Pinggan sighed deeply. Jinling, Lingayan Animation Company, Song Zinai was busy all morning and sat in the office exhausted. Doing business is really tiring. He finally got a contract done. Next month, he needs to pay the rent for the office building, which is another large sum of money. Song Zinai rubbed his head tiredly. Su Pinggan, this bastard, is surrounded by women everywhere, and doesn't care about my life or death at all. What a bastard. Song Zinai really hates Su Pinggan in his heart. He gave Miao Yi a villa within the 3rd ring road of Beijing and a motorhome worth millions. As for himself, he is good at tormenting himself, but he has nothing else. Whenever Song Zinai thinks of this, he tends to be angry. There was a knock on the door. Song Zinai shook his head and threw away these distracting thoughts. He said, "Come in." Secretary Miao Wan pushed the door open and reported, "Mr. Song, there is a lawyer named Wu Sike outside who wants to see you." Song Zinai was stunned. Wu Sike, what is he doing here? As Su Pinggan's trusted lawyer, Why is he looking for me? After thinking for a while, bring him in and give us 2 cups of tea, Song Zinayu said directly. Miao-wan nodded and went out. Soon, Miao-wan brought Wu Sike in. Song Zinayu shook hands with Wu Sike and went to the sofa area to talk. Miao-wan brought 2 cups of tea to the two and left. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Sike secretly observed Song Zinayu. He is really a top-notch person with a strong intellectual temperament. Mr. Su's vision is indeed extraordinary. This is Wu Sike's voice. Lawyer Wu, what are you here for today? Song Zinayu asked. I am here because of Mr. Su's arrangement. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it, Wu Sike said with a smile. After that, he opened his briefcase, took out a document and handed it to Song Zinayu. Song Zinayu took the document with curiosity and flipped through it. After reading a few pages, he was dumbfounded. He looked up at Wu Sike with an incredible look on his face. Wu Sike completely understood Song Zinayu's thoughts at the moment. Normal people would be shocked. Song Zinayu's Lingayan Animation Company is located in the Tenfa E building, a 25-story office building. The Tenfa E building has been bought by Su Pangan. As long as Song Zinayu signs, the building will be registered in Song Zinayu's name and given to Song Zinayu. What does he mean? Song Zinayu said directly. I don't want you to be so tired. Mr. Su is worried that you will refuse if he comes to tell you in person, so he asked me to make a trip. Wu Sike looked at Song Zinayu and said. I don't want it, you can take it back. Song Zinayu put the document directly on the table. Mr. Song, I can't interfere in your affairs with Mr. Su, but Mr. Su has entrusted the matter to me now. I want to express my opinion and hope that Mr. Song can consider it. Wu Sike looked at Song Zinayu when he said this, and continued to speak when he saw that Song Zinayu did not object. Lingayan Animation Company was founded by Mr. Song. The current bad business is due to the overall environment, not Mr. Song's ability. The lack of funds makes it difficult to attract high-level talents and give these talents enough time to create. It is difficult for good works to appear. I believe Mr. Song knows Mr. Su well. He is very childish and does things one-sidedly. To be honest, if it were not for Superfish Oil, Apocalypse Group would never have its current scale and would have been bankrupt by Mr. Su long ago. When Wu Sike said this, he found that Song Zinayu had changed his posture and his expression was much more relaxed. He sighed in his heart. Su Pingan really figured out Song Zinayu. The two were really not on the same level. Mr. Su has you in his heart, but he doesn't know how to express it. He is a little embarrassed, so he can only express it in this way. You can also take it easy and let Mr. Su see that Mr. Song can also create a leading company in the industry. My luck may not be as good as Mr. Su's, but my ability is definitely not lower than Mr. Su. Women are not inferior to men. After all, you will become a family in the future. There is no point in worrying too much. Besides, you have to think about yourself. You know Mr. Su's status very well. Many people will try to get Mr. Su because of his beauty. If Mr. Su can't stand it and falls one day, your industry can save him once. I believe you are true love. There is no need to worry about these material things. Wu Sike looked at Song Zinayu and said slowly. The expression on Song Zinayu's face changed back and forth. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wu Sike was right. Su Pingan, this bastard, was too fickle. He had no resistance to beautiful women. Instead of letting those vixens take advantage of him, it would be better for him to keep her. After taking over the Tenfa E building, I can be much more relaxed and free up more energy to develop the company. When the time comes, let Su Pingan see that if it weren't for the Superfish Oil, you would never have my ability. Besides, I can spend so much on Miao Yi, that vixen, so as the main wife, I must spend more than Miao Yi. Yes, I must. This is what I deserve. The fact that I like you, Su Pingan, is because you have accumulated virtue in your previous life. Thinking of this, Song Zinayan's frown relaxed. Wu Sike has been observing Song Zinayan. Seeing Song Zinayan's performance, he was relieved. This kind of job is more tiring than fighting a lawsuit. He will not do it next time. Wu Sike immediately began to persuade Song Zinayan again. He gave enough steps to let Song Zinayan sign the documents. Wu Sike immediately took action to dissolve the original property of the building and replace it with property management personnel under Shianki Security Company. At the same time, A notice was issued that the ownership of the building had changed, and tenants needed to go to the property with the original lease contract to replace the contract. If they did not replace the contract within a week, they would be deemed to have automatically abandoned the lease. Chapter 294. You can't achieve great things if you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers. The market value of 10 Fe building is over $2 billion. This is the market value. In fact, Su Pinggan only spent more than $800 million to take over 10 Fe building. 10 Fe Group made a major investment in the UK, but was cheated by a British company with a contract, and lost everything. The cash in the group has been invested, and there is a serious lack of cash flow. Su Pinggan contacted the boss of 10 Fe Group and said that he could help 10 Fe building solve the troubles in the UK. At the same time, he stated that he wanted to acquire 10 Fe building. Wu Sike came forward to negotiate with 10 Fe Group, and the matter was successfully resolved. 10 Fe building was sold at cost price. Su Pinggan called William to tell him about 10 Fe building. The two sides talked very happily. This was not a big deal. Su Pinggan solved the matter by promising to have a drink later. After William intervened, the matter of 10 Fe Group was easily resolved, and both sides got what they needed. Wu Sike was busy in Jinling for a while and left directly. Wu Sike left Song Zhimin and his wife and arrived right after he left. At Song Zinayu's residence, Song Zhimin and his wife looked at the documents in front of them and had nothing to say. The three members of the Song family didn't know about the behind-the-scenes deal. They just knew that it was no problem to sell the 10 Fe building for $2 billion. Now it has become Song Zinayan's property. Su Pinggan's generosity completely stunned Song Zhimin and his wife. After receiving the notice, Mabo pouted his lips and said, "Fuck you, you are willing to do it. If a building is knocked down, Song Zinayan will definitely not make trouble with you." Sandizi said, "You are a love saint. I surrender. You just gave more than $2 billion. Mabo didn't think he could do this. A few days later, Song Zinayan took a lot of gifts and went directly to J City to visit Su Pinggan's parents. This time, Song Zinayan behaved very docilely and accompanied Su Pinggan for a week before returning to Jinling. There were 2 female bodyguards arranged by Su Pinggan. At the same time, Miao Yai also renewed the endorsement contract with a mobile phone company. The endorsement period was 3 years and the endorsement fee was 100 million. This was all done in secret. However, Song Zhimin was very clear. When he was free, he was thinking about why Su Pinggan did this. Why did Su Pinggan give Song Zinayan and Miao Yai so many benefits for no reason? Su Pinggan was too cunning. He must have other intentions for doing this. Song Zhimin was so worried that he pulled out a few hairs. He couldn't find the reason. Su Pinggan arranged the company's affairs and went abroad directly. He settled in the French manner. Except for meeting with the senior executives of the game company and the technology company, he rarely went out. On this day, Phil arrived at Su Pinggan's manor. The fireplace in the living room was lit. Su Pinggan invited Phil to have tea and chat in the living room. "Isabella invited me. I planned to attend his birthday party," Su Pinggan said directly. "I object. You can't show up." Phil stared at Su Pinggan's face and said, very firmly, leaving no room for negotiation, "Isabella and you are already in the past. Although Isabella is in pain now, I believe Isabella will get through this stage. If you don't show up at the birthday party, it will accelerate Isabella's growth." Phil stared at Su Pinggan's eyes and said, "This is a matter for us young people. You shouldn't interfere," Su Pinggan also said without giving in. Su Pinggan may have had some concerns before, but now he has nothing to worry about. If you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, you will not achieve anything great. Once you decide, just do it. It is your woman and you have the ability to make her happy. There is no need to care about other things. Su Pinggan, it is undeniable that your Apocalypse Group is very large and has strong economic strength, but it is not impossible for me to destroy you," Phil said, staring at Su Pinggan's eyes. "I believe it, but it is not impossible for me to abolish your Danish royal family. I believe that many people in Denmark cannot refuse my check. Another thing, I believe you cannot represent the Danish royal family. Maybe to a certain extent, the royal family will put pressure on you to promote the matter between me and Isabella." Su Pinggan also stared at Phil and said, "Do you want to start a war?" Phil looked at Su Pinggan and said, "Can you afford to start a war? I know you have many industries in many places in Europe, and I also know that your royal family has a dark force in its hands. I can tell you clearly that this dark force cannot threaten me. If I want, I can make them disappear in 3 days. You can try to see if I have this ability, Su Pinggan also said very toughly. Phil smiled, looking at Su Pinggan, his face full of sarcasm. He felt very ridiculous for Su Pinggan's ignorance. Su, it is undeniable that you are very good. Our royal family has existed for many years. This foundation is not something that your apocalypse group can destroy, and our strength is not something you can understand, Phil said sarcastically. Your foundation is not small. To be honest, I was very surprised when I saw the report. Apart from other things, you have so many people in France alone, which really opened my eyes. You can take a look at this report. I believe the French side really wants to see this report. Su Pinggan also had a sarcasm smile on his face. He stood up and took out a document and threw it on the table. Phil looked at Su Pinggan for a moment, picked up the document and began to read it. As he read it, sweat appeared on his face. Once this report came out, it would be no less than a nuclear bomb detonated in Europe. It would definitely cause a big wave of exaggeration, and the royal family would definitely be in danger. I believe there should be no omissions. This is just the French one. If the exposure of the matter is not enough, I still have the Italian one here. Su Pinggan leaned against the sofa and crossed his legs and looked at Phil, with a very calm expression on his face. I believe you won't hand the documents over to France, because then you will become an enemy of Europe, and all the royal families will not tolerate you, Phil said while looking at Su Pinggan. Of course I won't hand the documents over to France, because that is not in my interest. All I want is for Isabella to make her own choice. You know very well that I have the ability to make Isabella happy, and there is no need for us to fall out, Su Pinggan said while looking at Phil. If you can break up with other women, I won't stop you from dating Isabella, and that's my bottom line, Phil said while looking at Su Pinggan. Phil, if I really abandon other women and be with Isabella, will you be at ease? Su Pinggan also said while looking at Phil. Phil leaned against the sofa and said nothing. Today Su Pinggan could abandon other women and be with Isabella, and in the future, Su Pinggan would definitely abandon Isabella and be with other women. This is 100% certain, and such a person must never be with Isabella. If Isabella really forgot me and didn't plan to continue dating me, I would never do that. Let us be free to interact. I will make her happy. As long as we are happy together, nothing else matters. With the current level of social development, the divorce rate remains high. A marriage certificate has no meaning. The royal status is good, but there are many restrictions. You didn't stop Isabella from being with me at the beginning. You probably didn't want Isabella to bear the burden of the royal family. Isabella can live happily without the royal family when she is with me. She can do what she wants. Su Pinggan looked at Phil and said slowly. Phil was in deep thought, and a long time passed. What are you going to do with Isabella? Phil asked seriously. It's very simple. I will give Isabella a surprise at her birthday party this time. I will let Isabella choose everything. If Isabella is still willing to be with me, I will arrange some industries for her. With these industries, Isabella will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. She can travel around the world and do charity everywhere. As long as she is happy, she can do all these. Correspondingly, I will try my best to accompany her. Su Pinggan looked at Phil and directly told him his arrangements. More than 20 minutes later, Su Pinggan sent Phil away by car. He returned to the living room with a smile on his face. He took a sip of tea. It tasted good. His tea-making skills have improved. Time passed slowly, and Isabella's birthday was getting closer and closer. After her birthday, Isabella would be 18 years old. Isabella's status is special because she is the firstborn in the third generation of the Danish royal family. According to the royal inheritance law, Isabella has the first inheritance right in the third generation, and it is very likely that she will become Queen Isabella in the future. Many people want to invest in Isabella. It's just that Phil's protection of Isabella is too good, leaving many people helpless, and Phil doesn't intend to let Isabella bear the burden of the royal family. The royal family has great glory, but little actual benefit. According to Phil's plan, at a certain time, Isabella will be announced to give up the right to inherit the throne, and the eldest brother's son will bear this responsibility. On this day, Phil came to his eldest brother Ed's house and told Ed and his wife about his plan. After Isabella's birthday, he will choose an opportunity to announce this within a month, which surprised Ed and his wife. Phil, I really want to know what made you make this decision. Ed looked at Phil and couldn't figure out why Phil would do this, although Ed wanted his son to be the first heir. Isabella in love. If she really gets together with that man, it will be bad for the reputation of the royal family. Therefore, I made this decision. Phil looked at Ed and said. Ed and his wife were stunned. Is there a problem with that man? If it's not convenient for you to solve it, I'll do it. Ed looked at Phil and said, from what Phil said just now, it can be felt that this man put a lot of pressure on Phil. The relationship between the two brothers is still very good. Although they each have their own families now, they still take time to get together every month to have a drink and chat. Who is that man? Ed's wife Doreen asked. Sue Pingan from Shayanki Group. Phil said the name weakly, and Ed and Doreen were also shocked. Chapter 295, Giving Up the Right to the Throne. The three people in the room were silent. Isabella's man turned out to be Sue Pingan. How could this be possible? The two looked at Phil carefully and could see that Phil was not joking. His fatigue was not fake. Sue Pingan put a lot of pressure on Phil. Is there something wrong with him? Ed asked. Sue Pingan has two other women in the Celestial Empire, Phil said helplessly. Does Isabella know? Doreen asked in surprise. This is my biggest headache. Isabella knows. When I asked Sue Pingan in person, Sue Pingan also admitted it. Sigh. Phil was really powerless at the moment. Ed and Doreen now understood why Phil planned to let Isabella announce that she would give up her right to inherit the throne. Once the emotional entanglement between the four people was exposed, it would cause a big wave of exaggeration. The royal family could not bear this kind of moral risk. Phil, you must have a good talk with Isabella. This matter is not a joke. Giving up Sue Pingan is the best choice. Ed looked at Phil and said seriously. I talked to her, and Amanda also talked to Isabella. I even asked Sue Pingan to admit in front of Isabella that he had done what the two women did, but Isabella still couldn't forget it. She stayed in her room for more than 10 days without going out. Now she has recovered a little. Recently, she personally sent an email to Sue Pingan, inviting him to her birthday party. Isabella has always lived in a fairy tale world. The fairy tale world is beautiful, and the reality is cruel, but Isabella is unwilling to wake up, and I don't want her to be so sad, so I can only let her give up her right to inherit the throne to reduce the impact. Phil covered his face with his hands and rubbed his face. His tired expression became more serious. How did Sue Pingan know Isabella? They shouldn't have had time to know each other, Ed asked. This responsibility is mine. When in Italy, Isabella got rid of the bodyguards so that she could travel alone and ran to Sue Pingan's team. Phil told the whole story. Ed and Doreen were silent after hearing this. They completely understood Phil's helplessness. As the boss of an international giant company, Sue Pingan had a unique temperament. He would definitely not be short of money if they were traveling together. After being together for a long time, he would have a fatal attraction to a little girl like Isabella. Not to mention Isabella, any other girl would probably find it difficult to get rid of this attraction. It is understandable that Isabella fell into depravity. He didn't know Isabella's identity at first. After Isabella left, he arranged for someone to look for her in Italy. It wasn't until I couldn't stand Isabella's condition and found Sue Pingan that Sue Pingan knew Isabella's identity, Phil added. Phil, we can't hide this from our mother. We must tell them in advance and prepare in advance to minimize the impact of this matter. Ed looked at Phil and said directly. Let's go to our mother together, Phil said directly, and Ed nodded. Doreen, this matter must not be spread anyway. Ed turned to look at his wife and said. Doreen nodded seriously. The two brothers packed up and took a car to the palace to meet their mother to discuss Isabella's matter. This matter has a great impact, and a mature plan must be made. Such gossip can actually happen. Ed shook his head secretly. In the palace, Queen Mary listened to the brothers' story. She was shocked at first, and then laughed. The two brothers looked at their laughing mother and couldn't figure out why their mother was like this. Since their father passed away, they haven't seen their mother smile like this for many years. Isabella is great. She actually captured the luckiest person of this century. I never dreamed of it. Queen Mary stopped laughing and said directly. Mother, this is not a trivial matter. Sue Pingan has other women, Phil said on the side. Yes, Mother, this matter has a great impact on the royal family. Ed also expressed his opinion. It doesn't matter. We royal family are also human beings. Isabella has the right to pursue her own love, not to mention that the other party is the luckiest person of this century. Is it your intention, Phil, to give up the right to inherit the throne, or Isabella's intention? Queen Mary looked at Phil and asked. That's what I meant. I talked to Isabella about this. If she chooses love, she must give up this honor, Phil said truthfully. Ed, what's your opinion? The Queen turned to look at Ed. My opinion is the same as Phil's. Ed also expressed his own opinion. Just do it as you wish. I have no opinion. However, I remind you that Isabella gave up her right to inherit the throne, and what she will get in the future will exceed this honor. Why? You need to think about it yourself. He is recognized as the luckiest person of this century. Do you think Su Pingyan is a simple person? His success is not just luck. There are other things. The country I have officially visited twice in my life is the Celestial Empire. Why? You should think about it carefully. I will give you two a task. Study the development of the Apocalypse Group this year. If you can really find out what this represents, you will find that Isabella's choice is correct. Go and arrange it. I will attend Isabella's birthday party. Queen Mary waved her hand after she finished speaking. The meaning was very clear. The two brothers could leave. Queen Mary stood by the window, watching the two brothers get in the car and leave, shaking her head. Only by clearing the fog in front of us can we move towards the future, the magical Celestial Empire, the Queen said with a long sigh. Phil, don't tell Isabella to give up the inheritance right yet. We must think carefully about what her mother said. Let's discuss this matter after we reach a conclusion. Ed turned around and said to Phil in the car. Phil looked at Ed and found that Ed was not joking. He nodded slowly, with a question mark in his heart. Time passed slowly, and the location of Isabella's birthday party had been confirmed. It was held in a manor by the sea, and Queen Mary would also attend. After the news spread, interested people immediately began to make plans. It can be imagined that this birthday party must be a gathering of celebrities and big shots. This will be the best opportunity to expand your network. The price of the banquet invitation is rising again and again. The price of an invitation on the black market has exceeded 30,000 euros. As time went by, Isabella began to worry about gains and losses again. Darina had already contacted Isabella. Su Pingyan would come. Isabella had not yet figured out how to treat Su Pingyan. That night, various luxury cars began to drive towards the manor. Today was Isabella's birthday party. Celebrities from all walks of life would come. After dinner, Isabella began to dress up in her room. Time passed slowly, and more guests came. The little maid came to Isabella's room and shook her head slowly. Isabella frowned. Could it be that Su Pingyan would not come? She began to feel uneasy. Time passed slowly, and dang knocked on the door. Come in, Isabella said. Phil walked in and looked at Isabella and was stunned. Isabella was so beautiful today. His daughter had grown up. Father, Isabella stood up and said. My Isabella has grown up, Phil said and hugged Isabella. The guests are here, let's go down, Phil said, looking at Isabella's beautiful face. Is he here? Isabella asked, biting her lips. Phil sighed secretly in his heart. His daughter still cared about this bastard. I didn't see him, Phil said directly. Isabella's eyes darkened. Isabella, you are the most beautiful today. If he comes, you will definitely see him. Let's go down, other guests are waiting anxiously, Phil said directly. Isabella nodded, took Phil's arm and walked out of the door. The two appeared at the stairs, and the band below began to play music. Phil waved with Isabella, and Isabella also smiled, looking around, but didn't find the figure she was looking for. Go down to meet Queen Mary, hug each other. Queen Mary gave her gift. Isabella opened the gift. It was a pair of very beautiful rose earrings, each of which was inlaid with a large diamond, sparkling. Thank you, Grandma, Isabella said as she hugged the Queen again. Isabella, this is our gift, open it and have a look. Ed came over with a box. Isabella took it with a smile on her face and opened it in front of everyone. Inside was a set of bracelets, made of gold and inlaid with colorful gems, which looked very beautiful. I saw this in an antique shop when I was visiting Arabia. It was very charming. At that time, I thought it would look very beautiful on you, so I bought it and tried it on, Ed said with a smile on his face. Thank you, Isabella said directly. After that, she put on the bracelet with the help of Doreen. Under the illumination of the light, the gems crossed each other and actually produced a jewelry halo. Isabella looked surprised when she saw it. This phenomenon of gem halo was the first time she had seen it. The guests around also cast their gazes. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, Isabella hugged Ed and Doreen. Next, Isabella received many gifts one after another with a smile on her face. Phil saw clearly that the smile on his daughter's face was a symbolic smile, not real happiness. Obviously, Isabella was very concerned about whether Su Pingyan came. Soon, Isabella walked around and accepted everyone's blessings. At this time, Amanda came out with a big fruitcake with 18 layers, representing that Isabella would be 18 years old after today. Chapter 296 Birthday Gift. The birthday song began to play, and everyone sang along with the tune. Accompanied by her parents, Isabella began to cut the cake. The first piece of cake was given to Queen Mary, the second piece was given to her father Phil, and the third piece was given to her mother. Then the staff began to help divide the cake. Everyone got a small piece. There were too many people, and if the pieces were too big, there would definitely not be enough to share. Isabella accompanied her relatives and guests to finish the cake on the plate. The sound of buzzing began to appear, and the sound became high and low. Everyone was stunned and heard that it was the sound of a helicopter. Go, pursue your own happiness, don't think so much, Phil said in Isabella's ear. Isabella was stunned and looked at her father. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. She hugged her father deeply, turned around and ran out quickly. The guests didn't know what was going on, and saw Isabella running out. Phil and the others walked out slowly. On the grass in front, a helicopter was landing. Isabella stood at a distance from the helicopter and watched. The blades on the helicopter began to slow down. Not long after, Su Pingan walked off the plane in a suit and walked towards Isabella. He stretched out his arms halfway. Isabella ran over directly. Su Pingan hugged Isabella and turned around a few times on the spot, and then the two kissed each other directly. People in the distance were shocked to see this scene. Frequently asked questions: when did Princess Isabella have a boyfriend, and he was an Asian? How could this be possible? They couldn't believe the facts in front of them. After the two separated, Isabella said directly, "I thought you were not coming, silly, why wouldn't I come? I prepared a gift for you and delayed a little time. I hope you like it." Su Pingan looked at Isabella and raised his hand to tidy up Isabella's hair. "What gift?" Isabella asked. Su Pingan reached into his pocket, took out a signal gun and raised it high. With a pop, a red signal flare rose up. It was late at night and it was very obvious. People from far away could see it. Not far away near the dock, a series of fireworks began to be set off, completely illuminating the night sky. Isabella looked at it with a face full of joy. As long as it was given by Su Pingan, Isabella liked it. At this time, a series of lights lit up, and a yacht appeared in front of the dock. Isabella's name was sprayed on the hull of the yacht, and there was a series of floodlights on it, which completely illuminated the yacht. The overall lines flowed, with a sci-fi feeling, and it was magnificent. A yacht over 60 meters long suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone saw the font on the yacht, Isabella. Obviously, this was the birthday gift that the Asian gave to Isabella. "This is my birthday gift for you. Do you like it?" Su Pingan looked at Isabella and said gently. "I like it," Isabella said, looking at the yacht in front of her. "Let's go, let's start it," Su Pingan said directly, and Isabella nodded. Su Pingan took Isabella's hand, turned around and waved to the people in the distance. The two ran towards the yacht. Phil watched from behind. It was too romantic for a girl to stay. How could his daughter resist? Don't expect to buy this yacht without 60 million euros. It is bigger than the royal yacht. The name of his daughter is sprayed on it. Obviously, this is a gift from Su Pingan to his daughter. Phil. Who is this Asian? This is a concept yacht produced by Riva. You can't buy it without 50 million euros, an old man next to him asked. The old man's name is Toby. He is a powerful leader of Denmark's largest party and has a high status. Phil whispered a few words in Toby's ear. Toby was shocked and nodded slowly. At this time, Phil spoke and invited everyone to go back to the house to drink. Everyone slowly returned to the villa with questions, wondering who the man who took Isabella away was. Su Pingan took Isabella on the yacht. They came to the control room and started it directly. They clicked on the touch screen and the yacht started to move. It was very intelligent. This was a gift Su Pingan had prepared long ago. 2 days after Isabella left, Su Pingan began to prepare. It happened that the Italian Riva Yacht Company announced a concept yacht. Su Pingan sent people to negotiate and bought a yacht for 56 million euros. Then he started to modify it. Su Pingan faxed the drawings to make the yacht more intelligent. One person can operate it. Everything can be controlled in the main control room. Currently, it uses a diesel engine. The yacht has reserved space for modification. When the carbon crystal solar panel is on the market, it will be covered with a layer outside the yacht and changed to hybrid drive. There is a special space for placing batteries on the lower floor of the yacht. Su Pinggan ordered a set of Panasonic high-energy density batteries, which is the latest battery technology in the world. It is already in transportation. The batteries used in Tesla electric vehicles are supplied by Panasonic. According to Su Pinggan's idea, yachts or airplanes can use aging solar panels, wind trees, and supercarbon batteries. The combination of these three can provide unlimited clean energy and will trigger the world energy revolution. Su Pinggan's bodyguards already have 6 people and a chef on board. They have all gone to the guest rooms to rest. The yacht also provides 8 double rooms and 4 four-person rooms, which can fully meet the needs of the daytime. Of course, you can go alone without bringing anyone. This is the benefit of intelligence. However, only 10% of the equipment is installed on this yacht. In the future, Su Pinggan will definitely build a yacht suitable for human habitation at sea. Tonight belongs to Su Pinggan and Isabella. The two are in the small bar on the yacht, drinking and dancing, living happily, forgetting time and everything. His nose is a little itchy. Su Pinggan raised his hand to rub it without opening his eyes and continued to sleep. It didn't take long before it started to itch again. He opened his eyes and saw Isabella scratching her nose with her hair. "Morning," Su Pinggan said. "Morning," Isabella said with a red face. The two tossed 3 times in the night before washing and going to bed, which brought Isabella extreme pleasure. "What time is it?" Su Pinggan asked, raising his hand to stroke Isabella's smooth back. "It's 9 o'clock, Isabella said. "Do you see that button?" Su Pinggan pointed to the button not far away, and Isabella nodded. "Press it, and the kitchen will prepare breakfast for us." In order not to disturb us, the guards and the chef went on board to rest early, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Then my voice was heard by them. Isabella's face was very shocked. Isabella's screams were not low last night. She thought there was no one on the ship and screamed wantonly. "Pa!" Isabella hit Su Pinggan's chest hard to vent her dissatisfaction. "You are their master, they dare not laugh at you. Besides, this room is soundproofed. If you close the door, you can't hear anything outside," Su Pinggan hurriedly explained, and Isabella was relieved. Slowly getting up, the silk quilt slipped off, and Su Pinggan was a little dazed. "Pervert," Isabella said with satisfaction, got out of bed and pressed the button, and then ran back. The two of them were affectionate for a while, got up and took a shower together, then left the room in pajamas and went to the restaurant for dinner. The chef prepared a Western breakfast. Su Pinggan ate a lot and consumed a lot of physical energy. He needed to replenish it. At this time, the yacht had set sail and began to return to the dock where the two left yesterday. The yacht docked and the two got off the boat. They were all dressed in casual clothes. When they were about to reach the villa, Phil and his wife had already walked out. Isabella ran over quickly and hugged her father and mother. Su Pinggan shook hands with Phil and his wife. The 4 of them drank coffee and chatted in the living room. Su Pinggan and Isabella had reached this point and could only let it develop. Not long after, Amanda took Isabella upstairs. There were some things that Phil and Su Pinggan could not talk about when the two were around. Only when the two left could Phil and Su Pinggan talk freely. "Let's go, my mother wants to talk to you," Phil stood up and said. Su Pinggan was also very strange about this, but now Su Pinggan could not think too much, so he stood up and walked out of the villa with Phil. The two got on the car and headed straight for the palace. Inside the car, Phil frowned and thought about something. Su Pinggan didn't say anything either. He closed his eyes and leaned against a chair, thinking about something. Both men had a lot on their minds. After getting off the car at the palace, the two entered the palace and were stopped by the housekeeper. The queen only saw Su Pinggan, the housekeeper said, and made an apologetic gesture to Phil. Su Pinggan and Phil were stunned again. Su Pinggan left with the housekeeper. Phil waited outside, thinking in his mind, what does his mother mean by this? Why does she want to see Su Pinggan alone? Is there anything that he can't let himself know? Time passed slowly. 48 minutes. Su Pinggan was sent out by the housekeeper. Mr. Phil, the queen is going to rest. Sorry, the housekeeper said, meaning that the queen would not see anyone. Phil nodded and said nothing, and left with Su Pinggan. The two got on the car and left the palace. In the car, Phil asked, "What did my mother talk to you about?" "Sorry, I promised the queen not to tell anyone about this conversation," Su Pinggan said, and Phil nodded thoughtfully. "It's harmless to you or Isabella," Su Pinggan explained, and Phil nodded again. The two returned to Phil's manor, and the butler came over and handed Phil a few newspapers in his hand. "Sir, Mr. Su and Mrs. Affair has been exposed," and the media has begun to report it extensively. The butler will report it. Chapter 297, Damn, the star is not satisfied and now he is looking for a princess. Phil looked at Su Pinggan, who nodded. The two walked into the villa with newspapers. Su Pinggan and Phil began to look through the newspaper reports. Reporters are really powerful. The picture of Su Pinggan standing next to the helicopter last night was very clear. Needless to say, this was the work of the high-definition mobile phone. There were also pictures of Su Pinggan holding Isabella and the Isabella yacht. There were detailed reports with big headlines. Her Royal Highness's boyfriend, Su Pinggan, president of Shianki Group, new girlfriend, etc., whatever was attractive. What are you going to do? Phil asked. Let them do whatever they want. I'm really numb to the media now. They've reported on me too many times this year. Su Pinggan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Phil couldn't help but smile. What are you going to do with Isabella? Phil asked. I talked to Isabella about this last night. According to Isabella's wishes, she hasn't decided what to do yet. I support her in whatever she wants to do next year. It's already October, and the business is getting busy. I'll go to France and then return to China. Next year, Isabella wants to live in Paris. I promised her that she can live in my manor in Paris. If Isabella wants to travel, I will arrange for guards to accompany her on her global trip. Isabella's heart is still unstable now. We will discuss the rest after she stabilizes. Now the Danish newspapers have reported on my relationship with Isabella. I believe that Europe will start reporting soon. It won't take 2 days for the whole world to know. Letting Isabella stay at home is also a kind of protection for her, Su Pinggan explained, and Phil nodded. At noon, Su Pinggan had lunch at Phil's place. After lunch, he talked to Isabella, and then he left. He chartered a plane to France. After getting on the plane, Su Pinggan let out a long sigh of relief, and finally settled Isabella's matter. The outside world began to spread about Su Pinggan and Isabella, especially in Europe, where it spread quickly. When people saw Isabella's photos on the internet, they covered their faces. Such a beautiful woman was actually with Su Pinggan, and they cursed. It wasn't long after Su Pinggan and Clark's affair, but he hooked up with a princess of Denmark. Clark's fans began to attack Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan's certified account was available on mainstream social platforms around the world, and there were many people at Su Pinggan. This time, Su Pinggan was generally not well received on the internet. Isabella was so beautiful and so elegant, but she was ruined by Su Pinggan. This made many people unacceptable. It was not an exaggeration to describe her as a public enemy of men. Su Pinggan got off the plane and returned to the manor. He had just made a pot of tea. Boss, you are being denounced by men. Look, there are as many as 1 million signatures, Darina said as she walked over and handed the tablet to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan looked at it and smiled. They are jealous, he didn't care. Darina rolled her eyes directly. When you meet such a thick-skinned person, you can only be helpless. A magazine called Men's Gang launched a round of signature voting online, with a headline, Protect Our Beautiful Princess Isabella, and Never Let Su Pinggan, the evil dragon, snatch Isabella away. After the vote was launched, it was very popular. In half a day, more than 1 million people had signed in support. And the number was still increasing. Su Pinggan looked at the messages for a while and raised his hand to rub his temple. A group of people are bored. Do I need you to get involved in my affairs with Isabella? Did I hack this website? Su Pinggan began to have dark thoughts in his mind. A day passed, and the affairs between Su Pinggan and Isabella spread all over the world. The Chinese side inevitably forwarded the European report, causing a huge wave of exaggeration. Su Pinggan's good buddies Mabo, Lin Yide, Zhang Wenhan, Li Rulong, and Su Mingyang were really dumbfounded when they saw the report. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were also dumbfounded. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin were completely stunned. Damn, the star is not satisfied and now he is looking for a princess. Song Zhemin's office is in chaos. Although he is old, his level of office destruction is rising sharply. Song Zhemin has figured out the reason why Su Pinggan did that some time ago. Giving Song Zhemin the industries to shut up Song Zhemin and Song Zhemin and pave the way for the current things. Su Pinggan knows very well that he can't hide his affairs with Isabella, so it is necessary to comfort Song Zhemin in advance. Let Song Zhemin have no worries. Song Zhemin will not make trouble with him. Song Zhemin will not be confident to make trouble with him, and Mabo has no reason to participate. Su Pinggan has to say that this move is very beautiful. Miao Yi also saw the news without exception, and couldn't help but smile. Her guess was right. Su Pinggan really didn't let her down, but she didn't know if Song Zinayu could accept it. Song Zinayu's room was already a mess. The TV was smashed, the computer was smashed, the coffee table was smashed, the refrigerator was smashed, the chairs, the table, etc. Everything that could be smashed was smashed. She sat on the bed and cried loudly, not to mention the grievances in her heart. Liu Dongdong looked at the news on the computer and admired Su Pinggan with all his heart. This was a wonderful life, this was a real man. Unfortunately, he could only envy him. As expected, every time a major topic came up, the so-called experts jumped out again, denouncing Su Pinggan for his moral corruption. This time, Su Pinggan didn't need to take action, and was drowned by the comments of netizens. One netizen commented that when Su Pinggan reached this point, he would be mentally retarded if he didn't have 5 or 6 women around him. This comment actually received more than 100 million likes, which made too many people dumbfounded. An IP can only like once. According to data monitoring, this is not a fake, but a spontaneous comment by netizens. In other words, the public generally believes that Su Pinggan should be surrounded by women. What the hell is this? Too many media editors have their brains frozen when looking at the web page. After Su Pinggan rested for a day in the manor, he went to the technology company, inspected the company, and discussed things with Coaster in the office. Boss, when will the second generation wind tree be available? It is a waste to keep this product sealed, Coaster said seriously. Next year, we will build a factory in Germany tomorrow to launch it. We will just have to endure for a few months. By then, the French Apocalypse Technology Company will become famous overnight, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Coaster also smiled, waiting for the sentence. I don't care. It's mainly because the project leader Dr. Lewis is very anxious, Coaster said with a smile. Tell him not to worry, after the Chinese New Year, I will arrange things in China and come to start this matter, so that Dr. Lewis can prepare for the global speech, Su Pinggan said calmly. Dr. Lewis will definitely not be able to sleep when he gets the news. He dreams of this day and is very envious of Dr. Lek, Coaster said with a smile. Su Pinggan nodded and took a sip of the teacup. Have you arranged personnel to protect Dr. Lewis? Su Pinggan asked. It has been arranged. 4 bodyguards have been assigned to accompany the doctor. In addition, General Manager Buck has also secretly sent a team to secretly protect the doctor. It is foolproof, Coaster explained, and Su Pinggan nodded and felt relieved. How is the current progress of the search engine? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, we charge for use. Currently, there are only more than 10,000 people registered to use it. It is very stable. In the past few months, they have basically remained active. I believe that as word of mouth continues to accumulate, the number of customers will slowly increase. According to the strategic plan, the search engine is not our main source of income. After the second generation of wind trees begins to be promoted next year, the monthly share will be our main source of income, Coaster said with ease. Don't be satisfied with the status quo. Although there is income from the wind tree, other projects must also be carried out as soon as possible. Don't forget Hubert's previous experience. The laziness of the employees has changed a lot, and they must never be allowed to return to laziness, Su Pinggan reminded. Boss, rest assured, I will keep an eye on it. Each project has a target every month. If you fail to reach the target, you will be punished. If you are lazy, you will get no money, Coaster said seriously, and Su Pinggan nodded. While Su Pinggan was talking to Coaster about the development of the technology company, DM was also having a heavyweight conversation. Queen Mary and Prime Minister Celta were discussing something. From the expressions of the two, the topic was not easy. Queen, did Su Pinggan say this in person? This is not a trivial matter. Vestas Wind Technology Group is a major taxpayer in our country, and it involves the employment of many people, Celta said seriously. Celta, lying to you won't do me any good. Su Pinggan talked to me about this for Isabella's sake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said this. He dared to say this, which shows that the Shianki Research Institute has made an epic-making breakthrough in wind power generation. Think about it carefully. Shianki Group has launched several products. Which one is not subverting the entire industry? He said very clearly that this plan will be launched at the beginning of next year. How to do it is our business. He has already notified us in advance. It's our business whether to do it or not. With Su Pinggan's identity, is it necessary for him to lie? Queen Mary said and looked at Celta. Celta frowned and said, No need, it's just that it's hard to accept this for the time being. Make preparations early. The Spring Festival in China will be in February next year. Su Pingyan will come to Europe in March after finishing his work in the Chinese company. I analyzed that the plan will be officially announced in April, leaving you only half a year. Queen Mary also looked helpless. I will talk to Vestas Wind Technology Group seriously about this matter. Please rest assured, Queen, we will get through the difficulties. Celta looked extremely serious, and the Queen nodded. China, FZ, Apocalypse Solar Energy Company, Belson and all the senior executives were there. Aoki, let's get started, Belson said to Aoki Hitomi, the production director. Hi, Aoki Hitomi agreed, and began to issue orders for trial production. The first trial production of Apocalypse Solar Energy began, and the machines in various factories began to operate. The voice of reports kept coming from the intercom. The machine stopped running for more than 2 hours, and began to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the finished product. More than an hour later, the staff came in with a report and handed it to Aoki Hitomi. Aoki Hitomi looked at it and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Is this going to reshuffle the global photovoltaic industry? General Manager, the qualified rate of the first batch of products reached 83%, exceeding the target of 80%, Aoki Hitomi reported. Immediately find the cause and make adjustments. According to the President's requirements, the qualified rate must reach more than 95%. The second trial production will begin in a week. Mr. Wang, you will select 10 qualified products and escort them to the German Research Institute in person. The President is waiting for you there. The specific matters will be handled according to the President's instructions, Belson said to Aoki Hitomi and Wang Guangshan. Hi, I'll handle it immediately. Aoki Hitomi and Wang Guangshan both stood up and said, and Belson waved his hand to continue the meeting. After resting for a day at the manor, Su Pingyan flew directly to Germany. After getting off the plane in Berlin, he settled in the hotel. In the evening, Su Pingyan was picked up by a car and went to Fei Meng's home to meet with Fei Meng and have a serious talk. More than an hour later, Su Pingyan left Fei Meng's home and returned to the hotel. The next day, he drove directly to Dresden and settled in the Hilton Hotel, which had just been renovated for half a year. The new decoration is good, and the style has become gorgeous and simple, which is very in line with the modern atmosphere. After a rest in the afternoon, Barry and Neelan came over the next morning, shook hands, sat down and started to drink tea and chat. Neelan, are you ready for your speech? Su Pingyan asked with a smile. Boss, I can't wait. I have practiced it privately for no less than 50 times, Neelan was excited. Very good, the Light Energy Company has sent the sales director Wang Guangshan to Dresden. He will arrive today and bring 10 samples. You can hold a press conference to present the real objects, be prepared. Once Wang Guangshan reaches a cooperation agreement with the 3 major solar panel distributors in Europe, you can hold a press conference. Wait for my notification, Su Pingyan said directly, and Neelan nodded. Very, how are the other projects of the Institute progressing? Su Pingyan asked after taking a sip of tea. Boss, everything is going well. This year should be our harvest year. Many products have achieved leapfrog growth. At present, the number of retained third-level technologies has reached 27, and the rest have been authorized. More than 100 companies in Germany have signed patent licensing contracts with our institute, and there are also hundreds of companies abroad. Our institute has turned losses into profits this year. I believe that our institute will be the first in terms of income, Barry said confidently, and Su Pingyan and Niren both laughed. Although the Dresden Institute of Advanced Materials does not have many projects, it has a lot of technical patents. At present, more than 800 patents have been authorized, which has brought rich benefits to the institute. Next year, Su Pingyan will not need to allocate funds to the German Institute of Advanced Materials. In addition to the funds handed over to the headquarters, the remaining funds are enough for the daily consumption of the institute. This is a remarkable leap. The 3 discussed for a long time. Su Pingyan called Bruce. The 4 of them had a good drink at noon. After lunch, Su Pingyan arranged for someone to send the 3 people home to rest and meet at Su Pingyan's hotel early tomorrow morning to discuss things. At around 4 p.m., Su Pingyan woke up, made a pot of tea and drank a few cups, then started making phone calls, notifying Jizuie and Watanabe to start shorting photovoltaic companies in the United States and China. Su Pingyan called Sarah at VP Bank and communicated with her. A leverage of 30 times was approved for Su Pingyan's account, which was controlled by Zingling, and began to secretly short European photovoltaic companies. This time, we have to take a big bite. Although we can't expand in the next step, there are many places to spend money. We can't make up for it. The Crocodile of Apocalypse Group has opened its bloody mouth and swam towards the photovoltaic industry. The next day, Wang Guangshan came to meet Su Pingyan with samples. Su Pingyan took a piece of carbon crystal solar panel and looked at it. The workmanship was very good. He talked to Wang Guangshan while drinking tea. Not long after, Barry, Neelan, and Bruce arrived. The five of them sat down and began to discuss the steps for the product to come out. Darina was responsible for recording. After the discussion, several people had lunch together, but they didn't drink. They needed to act according to the plan in the afternoon. A few days passed, and good news came from FZ. The yield rate of the second trial production has been improved to 90%. It is believed that after adjustment, the yield rate of the third trial production can be improved to 15%. On this day, Pattinson, chairman of Italy's Brenny Trading Company, Kesley, chairman of the British Noah Trading Company, and Daniel, chairman of the Belgian Bacnia Trading Company, secretly arrived in Dresden. These three people all knew Wang Guangshan and had established a certain friendship. This time they came here at Wang Guangshan's invitation. It was very mysterious. Based on their trust in Wang Guangshan, the three of them came in the morning, and in the afternoon, the four of them closed the door and began to negotiate. Frequently asked questions: "You Shianki Group are crazy. Are you going to reshuffle the global photovoltaic industry?" Kesley said in shock, looking at the 10 black solar panels in front of him with a look of shock. "Kesley, you are right, but there is no bonus. We have been dealing with each other for more than 1 or 2 years. When have I ever lied to you? This time I only asked you to come here to give you this profitable business. The first thing you have to do now is to clean up your warehouse with all your strength. All polycrystalline silicon and monocrystalline silicon solar panels on the market will be eliminated, and you don't have much time, only 1 week. After 1 week, we will hold a press conference to announce the advent of carbon crystal solar panels. In the words of our president, the clean energy revolution has begun," Wang Guangshan said with a calm expression while leaning on the sofa. "Your president is a bastard and a troublemaker. I want to make a call immediately. Our company is going to sign a contract to purchase a large number of solar panels today." Daniel took out his phone immediately after speaking and started to dial. Wang Guangshan looked at him and smiled. "You heard it right. Give up the purchase. Okay, don't purchase a penny. Execute immediately." Daniel shouted the last 4 words directly, which shows Daniel's anxiety. "Wang, please negotiate with your president. 1 week is not enough for us to clear the warehouse. My inventory is not small." Pattinson looked at Wang Guangshan and said, "Pattinson, if that's the case, your agency rights will be given to others. We won't wait. Besides, our price is higher than theirs. You can sell it to those who like to take advantage. You get what you pay for. People will buy it at the first point of price," Wang Guangshan said with a smile. "Asshole, no one will buy it at a lower price. 7 times. The efficiency of carbon crystal solar panels is 7 times that of monocrystalline silicon. Even if the price is a little higher, people will not buy silicon crystal solar panels, they will all settle the accounts. Once they purchase carbon crystal solar panels to replace silicon crystal panels, household electricity will not be a problem at all. Europe is different from your China. A lot of people here have their own yards. A small photovoltaic solar station can generate electricity to meet the needs of the whole family's electrical appliances." Pattinson was really a little anxious because the inventory was not small. "Yes, Wang, Pattinson is right. Our inventory is not small. We can't complete the clearance without enough time. We will lose money," Kesley persuaded on the side. "Gentlemen, it's not that I don't give you time. The president gave you 3 days. I took your situation into consideration and requested again and again before I was given a week. It's impossible for me to be given more time. Also, the first batch of orders must not be less than 500 million euros. This is the bottom line. We are not responsible for delivery. Currently, there is only one factory in FZ, China. If there are other orders, I'm sorry, your order will be put on the back burner, Wang Guangsheng said without giving in. The three of them looked at each other and felt a pain in their balls. What should they do? Ordering 500 million euros is not a big problem. Apocalypse Group is used to not being responsible for delivery. The whole world knows that Apocalypse Group is not responsible for delivery. But what about the goods in the warehouse? Do they have to sell them at a loss? The three of them are reluctant to lose money. Selling at a loss requires a board meeting. Now they don't have time to argue with the board. Gentlemen, now is the time for you to make a choice. To be honest, if you subsidize a little to clear the warehouse goods, although there will be a certain loss, this part of the loss can be easily earned back. You should have seen the value of this product. This is a revolutionary product, a groundbreaking product, and a product that subverts the entire industry. The inventory in the warehouse will become less and less valuable, and finally become worthless. If I were you, what I would do now is not to bargain with me, but to arrange for people in the company to clear the inventory immediately. Time is really running out. Wang Guangsheng looked at the three people and said, the wholesale price you set must be raised by another 10%, otherwise, I will not be able to recover the losses this year. Daniel looked at Wang Guangsheng and said, and Casely and Pattinson next to him reacted and unanimously asked to adjust the wholesale price. Gentlemen, this will damage the profits of retailers, Wang Guangsheng said directly. Retailers can accept this price, and they can also increase it by 10%. Users will choose to accept it. A one-time investment will benefit them for more than 10 years. Is there anything cheaper than this? Pattinson said directly, and the other two agreed. And Wang Guangsheng frowned. Wang, if you can convince your president to raise the price by 10%, we can increase the purchase amount to 800 million euros per company. What do you think? Kesley looked at Wang Guangsheng and proposed the deal. Kesley, you are very cunning, Wang Guangsheng said with a smile. Kesley smiled, and Daniel and Pattinson were confused. You too, after the advent of this solar panel, the government's purchase will be an astronomical figure. Although the one-time investment is not small, the result is that there will be a large surplus of funds in more than 10 years. Do you think the government will give up the purchase, once they place an order with the Apocalypse Group? When can we pick up our goods? Kesley looked at Daniel and explained to Pattinson, and the two suddenly realized it. We will purchase goods worth 1 billion euros, as long as your president agrees to raise the price by 10%. Daniel immediately showed his courage. Kesley and Pattinson nodded, indicating that they agreed with this proposal. Gentlemen, the president will definitely choose the government contract. This is a big business and it is impossible to give up. After giving you the goods, I will not consider the civilian market within a year. You reacted quickly enough, Wang Guangsheng said directly, and the three of them smiled. Okay, I will do this. The first purchase payment must be received within 10 days, and you must complete the clearance within a week. If you agree, I will go to the president to discuss this matter, Wang Guangsheng said to the three of them. Chapter 299 Father of New Energy. The three looked at each other and thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. The four discussed the details again and separated. The three immediately returned to their residence to notify the company to clear the inventory, while Wang Guangsheng went to the hotel to negotiate with Su Pangan. The next day, Wang Guangsheng met with the three again and signed an agreement with the three companies. The agreement was drafted by Bruce and signed with FZ Xiangqi Guangneng via fax. Bolson arranged for someone to handle the matter and watched from the side. After completing all the legal procedures, Bolson got off work and arranged the company's affairs. He will go to Germany in the near future and announce this with Dr. Naren. The new solar panels will be officially launched. After the agreement was settled, Kesley and the other two left Germany and returned to their own country. They began to clear the inventory of solar panels with all their strength, selling them at a loss, and formulating promotional policies to speed up the clearance. If they did not sell them now, they would suffer greater losses in the future. At the same time, the board of directors was convened and the agreement was announced. The board of directors was all shocked. No one thought that Xiangqi Group would actually subvert the photovoltaic industry. They all understood that once carbon crystal solar panels came out, the solar panels on the market would enter the elimination stage. The 1 billion euros purchase contracts was passed unanimously. Kesley was even more aggressive. The board of directors unanimously approved the purchase of 2 billion euros of goods. Kesley's analysis was good. After the first batch of goods was purchased, it was unknown when the second batch of goods would be purchased. It was necessary to purchase more now. Time passed slowly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The last remaining goods in the warehouse were directly cleared at a 50% discount. In one day, several large warehouses were empty. The company's employees didn't understand what the board of directors was doing. Many products were sold without profit, or even at a loss. No goods were purchased when there were no goods. Everyone was confused. The payment for the goods from the three companies had been deposited into the account of Shianki Solar Energy. Burson had already reported this to Supingan. Moreover, the three companies had sent people to Shianchaofz to contact Shianki Solar Energy to arrange the goods. The first batch of goods would definitely not be given to the three companies, but would be used internally by Shianki Group. The solar panels in Hangzhou would be fully replaced, and the replaced solar panels would be directly sold at a bargain price. On this day, major media outlets around the world received a notice from Bruce that Apocalypse Group had important news to release. Media outlets that received the notice immediately sent people to Germany, and those that did not receive the notice also sent people to Germany. Apocalypse Group and Supingan are both the embodiment of traffic and topics. Any hype about Supingan or Apocalypse Group will definitely have sales, and large sales. An Asian is so attractive that no one can understand. Bolson has already arrived in Dresden and met with Supingan. Supingan will also appear at this press conference. Originally, Supingan did not intend to appear, but finally appeared under the persuasion of Bolson, Bruce and Naren. As the mayor of Dresden, Alman will also attend. What's more, Supingan told Alman that he will invest in building a factory in Dresden next year to provide employment for at least 1,000 people. With this promise, Alman felt relieved. After being elected mayor this year, Alman has been making continuous moves, with his approval rating hitting new highs. The group he leads has firmly controlled Dresden, and the internal relations have also been straightened out. Armin made it clear that he would not seek re-election after the term of the mayor was up, and would participate in the election of members of parliament. The second in command in the group would run for the mayor of Dresden. With this promise, everyone felt relieved. A few years later, Armin was promoted and left, and everyone in the group would be promoted one level, forming a perfect echelon. Now the group is very united. Supingan was also happy to provide support. The top 10 bosses in Armin's group accepted the checks from the Apocalypse Research Institute and stepped onto the chariot of the Apocalypse Group, forming a twist of interests. The Apocalypse Group was truly rooted in Dresden at this moment. 3 days passed. Early in the morning of this day, reporters from all walks of life began to gather at the Dresden Municipal Auditorium. This was the main venue for the press conference. The main reason was that the place was large enough. There were too many reporters coming, and ordinary places could not accommodate so many people. Along the way, reporters communicated in twos and threes, and speculated on what news the Apocalypse Group would release this time. This year, there were a lot of news about the Apocalypse Group and Supingan, and they kept refreshing the screen. I don't know what big news will be announced this time. After the inspection, they entered the municipal auditorium one by one and began to set up the machines. There was a lot of noise at the scene. Supingan, Alman, Barry, Professor Nealon, Bolson, Bruce and several others were talking in the backstage, waiting for the time to pass. Time passed little by little. Darina signaled at the door. Everyone stood up and began to walk forward. Supingan and Alman took the lead, and the others followed behind and walked to the front. There was a flash of light under the stage. Supingan nodded to Bruce. Bruce walked to the podium in front and stood there. He pressed his hands down, and the auditorium instantly became quiet. First of all, on behalf of the Apocalypse Group, I would like to thank all the media friends for coming. Thank you for your hard work, Bruce said, moved his body sideways and bowed deeply to the reporters. Applause sounded from below. Bruce then returned to the podium again, pressed his hands together, and the scene became quiet. Today, our Apocalypse Group held a press conference to announce a groundbreaking product that will change human life and the Earth's environment. This product is the carbon crystal solar panel, Bruce said, glancing at the staff not far away. The floor of the stage cracked, and a platform rose up, on which 10 carbon crystal solar panels were displayed. I believe everyone knows what a carbon crystal solar panel is. If you don't know, you can search it online. This is Dr. Naren's latest invention, which can change the clean energy of mankind. Now, please invite the father of new energy, Dr. Naren, to give you a detailed explanation. Bruce said, and then he flashed to the side and began to applaud. The reporters below also began to applaud. Many old reporters' hearts were pounding. Oh my God, has the cost problem really been solved? If the cost problem is really solved, my family must buy a set, so that I don't need to pay for electricity. Everyone was excited. Niren walked to the front desk amid the applause of the crowd. His face was also very excited, and he pressed his hands together, and the scene became quiet. I see a lot of people with excited expressions on their faces. You should have guessed what I am going to say now is that you guessed it right. The cost problem of carbon crystal solar panels has been solved and we can achieve large-scale mass production. Niren announced the result with a proud look on his face. The scene was full of flashing lights. The reporters just whispered to each other and understood what this product was. They were all very excited. Everyone wanted to use electrical appliances wantonly, but the electricity price was not cheap. The appearance of carbon crystal solar panels gave everyone hope. Carbon crystal solar panels are 7 times more efficient than the best solar panels on the market. If used with our Apocalypse Group's unique inverter, this efficiency can be increased to 10 times. After the continuous efforts of more than 200 researchers from our German Apocalypse Institute and the Chinese Apocalypse Institute, we have succeeded and can significantly reduce the cost of raw materials. Families, farms, manufacturing companies, public service systems, etc. can completely customize a set to completely get rid of the cost of electricity. One-time investment and more than 10 years of benefits. This is clean energy, which is also a great benefit to the earth. It can improve our environment and significantly reduce our cost of living. Many polluting power generation companies can withdraw from the stage of history. The new era of clean energy revolution has begun. As long as there is sunshine, we have energy, a steady supply of energy, Dr. Niren said here, and there was applause from the audience. The price of electricity is not low, and the emergence of carbon crystal solar panels has completely solved this problem. All solar panels on the market have been eliminated and will be swept into the dust of history. They are the product of the Stone Age, while we represent the age of firearms. This is our latest test data. You can record it. Dr. Niren raised his hand and pointed. A table with clear test data appeared on the large screen next to him. Reporters began to take pictures and record. A few months ago, I successfully developed a sample. Of course, the cost was still very high at that time. We continued to study. The Shyankey Research Institute of the Celestial Empire made a huge breakthrough and perfectly reduced the production cost. This epoch-making product was able to be launched. Niren talked about many sad past events. These were all materials that could perfectly set off Neil's greatness. The reporters recorded them all. Su Pinggan smiled at the people next to him. At this time, Niren had finished his sad history and began to invite Su Pinggan to speak. Su Pinggan nodded to several people, tidied himself up, and strode to the podium amid the applause of the crowd. First, he hugged Niren, and the applause from the audience became even more enthusiastic. Everyone understood how difficult it was to come up with this invention. Without Su Pinggan's input, Niren would not have been able to complete this epoch-making invention. Su Pinggan bowed to the audience, then pressed his hands down. The reporters were quiet, and his eyes swept across the audience. Thank you all for coming. It's not easy for Professor Niren. He has given everything for his research. Let's give applause to Niren again, our father of new energy, Su Pinggan said loudly. He directly put the title of Father of New Energy on Niren's head, and the reporters began to applaud. Niren deserved this title. What Dr. Niren said just now is very right. The solar panels on the market and the solar panels in the laboratory are all eliminated. They have no value anymore. Human society is progressing, technology is developing, and silicon solar panels are products of the Stone Age in front of carbon crystal solar panels, while we belong to the age of firearms. Su Pinggan announced the result with a serious face. Chapter 300, Cliff-like Plunge. Many reporters sigh deeply. Apocalypse Group is a leader in the field of solar energy. Although Niren is the main developer, this product still needs some patents from China, otherwise it will not be available. What a magical East. Dr. Niren has been engaged in research in this field for many years. Before joining Apocalypse Group, he had already started research in this field alone. Dresden University also gave Dr. Niren a lot of help. Here I want to thank Dr. Luck. Dr. Luck is Dr. Niren's mentor. I am very grateful to Dr. Luck for introducing Dr. Niren to me. I am very fortunate to invite Dr. Niren to join Apocalypse Group. The media called me the luckiest person of this century. Now it seems that I am really a little lucky. Su Pinggan couldn't help laughing when he said this. The reporters below laughed, and Alman on the stage shook his head and laughed. Damn, you are not a little lucky, you fucking slept with a goddess of luck. The reporters are not stupid. They all know very well what kind of benefits this product will bring. This is a profit as huge as the Pacific Ocean. Apocalypse Group has made a fortune, and Su Pinggan has made a fortune. Therefore, I hereby announce that I will give Dr. Luck an additional 5 million euros to thank him for introducing Dr. Naren to me, Su Pinggan announced with a smile on his face. The reporters below were filled with infinite emotion. Dr. Luck was really an angel of the Apocalypse Group. Of course, our Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute can achieve such brilliant results, thanks to our mayor of Dresden, Mr. Alman. Please welcome our mayor. Su Pinggan turned aside and began to applaud. The reporters below also began to applaud. Alman walked to the front desk with a smile on his face, hugged Su Pinggan and began to give a speech, conveying his own governance philosophy. The speech was very professional and not boring at all. Next, Borson, general manager of Apocalypse Light Energy, came to the stage and announced that the company had received payments from the 3 major European distributors. They were 10 billion euros in payments from the Italian Brini Trading Company, 2 billion euros in payments from the British Noah Trading Company, and 1 billion euros in payments from the Belgian Bacnia Trading Company. According to the custom of the Apocalypse Group, Apocalypse Solar Energy is not responsible for delivery. The 3 companies have already sent personnel to the Shianki Solar Energy Factory in Shianchao FZ. It won't be long before carbon crystal solar panels will land in Europe. If you want to get rid of the trouble of electricity bills, please install carbon crystal solar panels immediately. After Bolson finished his speech, he began to answer questions from reporters. Su Pinggan, Barry, and Dr. Naren hugged each other excitedly. Reporters also took pictures to record this memorable moment. In Shianchao, Wu Sikei also held a press conference in FZ and announced this matter at the same time, trampling all solar panels on the market. At the same time, it was announced that the Apocalypse Group would replace the solar panels of the Hangzhou Science and Technology headquarters as soon as possible. After the project is completed, the Science and Technology headquarters will not need the power grid at all. On the contrary, a large amount of electricity can be sold every month. The 26 large photovoltaic power stations under the Apocalypse Group will also be replaced. After the replacement, these power stations will bring more than billions of profits to the Apocalypse Group every year. Listening to Wu Sikei's speech, the reporters below and the people watching the live broadcast on the internet were all dumbfounded. They had never dreamed that Shianki Group would completely subvert the photovoltaic industry. People with flexible minds immediately began to sell photovoltaic stocks. In China, the photovoltaic industry is characterized as a high-tech industry. Now, it has completely become an obsolete industry. Everyone knows that after the advent of carbon crystal solar panels, no one will be stupid enough to purchase polycrystalline silicon or monocrystalline silicon solar panels. If you want to sell, you must sell your stocks. These stocks are no longer valuable. If you wait a little longer, they will probably be worthless. People who play finance are well informed. They got the news as soon as the press conference of Shianki Group was over. Their heads were about to explode. They immediately started to sell their stocks. It's not too late now. It will be too late to wait until tonight or tomorrow. Stocks in Europe, China, the United States, Japan, and the global photovoltaic industry began to fall. Many people didn't understand what was going on. Why did it fall suddenly? It didn't make sense. It wasn't until the evening that they understood what was going on. The stockholders of these countries started to curse Shianki Group, financial companies, photovoltaic companies, and society like crazy. The next day, the global media began to make efforts. The new energy revolution has begun. Dr. Naren, the father of new energy, the value of Dr. Leak. It must be admitted that Su Pinggan is the luckiest person of this century. Shianki Group has been promoted to a global energy giant, and so on. Various topics began to fill the global media. Now everyone reacted. Too many people and financial institutions were shocked. The whole industry was in chaos. This change was at the level of flood, epic. The advent of this super-performance carbon crystal solar panel has completely reshuffled the world photovoltaic industry and even the photovoltaic industry in China. Clear all the stocks related to photovoltaics. You must clear them immediately no matter the price. As long as you can sell them, clear them immediately, sell them. Don't say 30% cheaper. Even if it's 50% cheaper, sell them to me, you must clear them. Stock exchanges around the world began to frantically sell stocks related to solar energy, regardless of the price, as long as they can be sold. If they can't sell them today, it will be difficult to sell them. There are no fools, and they stared at the fluctuations of the stock market with red eyes. Stocks belonging to the solar energy sector began to plummet. There are no fools, and they are very clear that no matter what company you are completely backward and worthless in front of Xianqi's new carbon silicon crystal solar panel products. Dr. Naren's big photo began to land on the cover of major media around the world. The title of the father of new energy made Naren laugh all day long. Dresden University has made it clear that it will support Naren in his bid for this year's Nobel Prize. Especially in the United States and Canada, there are also several Canadian companies listed in the United States. This time they are also the objects of liquidation. And all of them plummeted wildly. Watanabe Yoko looked at the computer screen in front of her. The data made Watanabe Yoko very excited. Her face flushed and her lower body was already wet. Jizuai in China also looked at the computer screen with a smile on her face. Su Pingyan in Germany also looked at the computer screen with a smile on his face. The top 30 photovoltaic companies in the world are all prey. This time, they will have a good meal. One day after the incident, the Dresden city government announced that it would invest 20 million euros to build a large photovoltaic power station. After the power station is built, the city's electricity price will be adjusted, so that the people and companies of Dresden will enjoy truly low electricity prices from now on. After the announcement of the news, Alman's support rate reached a new high. Seeing this result, other cities in Europe also began to consider this matter. While they were considering it, Xianqi Light Energy issued a statement. The order of product shipment will be determined according to the customer's order date, first come first served, and last served. Many cities around the world have begun to put this matter on the agenda, especially those ruling parties with low support rates. This is a good opportunity to turn things around. As long as they can increase their support rate and continue to govern, it is completely worth spending tens of millions. Many national leaders began to feel overwhelmed. The Apocalypse Group was really a troublemaker. So many companies were finished and so many workers were unemployed. What should we do? We must immediately allocate funds to these companies so that they can transform and cope with the impact this time. The bigwigs of the Celestial Empire were also frowning. What should we do? Tens of thousands of workers were facing layoffs. The news had spread. People would definitely not buy ordinary solar panels. The first choice must be carbon silicon solar panels. Even if the Apocalypse Group sold them at a high price, they must buy them. Moreover, the price of silicon solar panels in the market plummeted. If they could not be sold, they would be worthless as time went by. The country could only purchase a batch to allow these companies to transform. The Celestial Empire directly purchased a large number of them and began to assist Africa in building photovoltaic power stations. Other countries also began to take action, generously purchasing their own photovoltaic products to support foreign countries, and at the same time issuing policies and subsidies to allow these companies to transform. Just when all countries were busy, the London city government announced that it would invest £50 million to purchase carbon crystal solar panels, which would be divided into two phases. The first phase would build a large photovoltaic power station. After the power station was built, it would reduce government administrative and public expenditures by 20% in the future. The second phase of the project will build another large photovoltaic power station. After the power station is built, the electricity price in London will be lowered. After the news was announced, the mayor's approval rating did not fall, but increased. Seeing this result, both William and the mayor of London smiled. The goal was achieved and the effect was better than expected. As long as there was support, everything else would not be a problem. Next year, the mayor of London will be promoted, and William will be the best successor in the party. The city government's interest groups and citizens are happy, and the power plant is angry. The paralyzed Apocalypse Group, you are cutting off my money. One by one, they were anxious and screamed, and began to think of ways to deal with the changes. After discussing it, they found that the best way was to purchase carbon crystal solar panels for transformation. Fighting is not allowed. They are all giant companies and know each other's details. The mercenaries of the Apocalypse Group, who have been fighting in Somalia for many years, are not eating free rice. Once they retaliate against each other, these bosses will suffer. Another thing is that this matter is good for the government, and they will definitely not support their people to go to war with the apocalypse group. These politicians will do anything for their approval ratings, and they will definitely not allow their people to fall out with the apocalypse group now. If they can't fight, they can only cooperate. These power company bosses all look disgusted. Damn, they actually have to cooperate with the apocalypse group. They are holding their chests and have the urge to spit blood. I wish I could kill Su Pingyan. At this moment, Su Pingyan is resting in the hotel, and Liu Wenjin is also sleeping in Su Pingyan's arms. After returning from vacation, he went to dinner with Su Pingyan and Darina, drank a little wine, and was matched by Darina to Su Pingyan's bed. In Darina's mind, I slept with Su Pingyan, and Liu Wenjin, as a good girlfriend and colleague, is no exception. Only in this way can the status of the two be equal. Liu Wenjin is very clear about Darina's plan and did not resist. Su Pingyan is the same. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.